the women cricketers of England, simply arriving at Lord's for net practice has been a major achievement. Lord's has always been too busy for women's cricket.
The 211-year-old ban on women members of the Marylebone Cricket Club has finally ended.
It would have been a sad day if we hadn't been able, I think, to progress into the 21st century.
Hamilton again, 82 for 4, boundary will do it. And in goes Brown and bowls, that's driven away over mid-off, and she has done it with a boundary too. And how fitting that Claire Taylor, who really was hugely responsible for England getting into this final, should produce such an emphatic winning hit as that.
Shrubsole in now, both full balls on! 6 wickets for Anya Shrubsole, England's hero! England win the World Cup in front of a packed house at Lord's.
Women's cricket has probably been in a place in the last few years that maybe we could have had a game here, but yeah, I suppose it feels right for this moment, and we're mega excited about it.
Hello and welcome to an historic day at Lord's. England's women have been playing Test cricket since 1934. Today is their 103rd Test, their 55th in this country, their first at Lord's. 50 years after Rachel Heyhoe-Flint led out England for the first Women's One Day International on this ground, Nat Sciver-Brunt will lead out the 2026 team for a Test match against India. And it's a landmark moment for the game. 142 years since the first men's Test was staged at the ground called the home of cricket. I'm Alison Mitchell, welcome along. The sky is blue, the outfield is green and lush, and there are 2 women's Test match teams out on the field, warming up, preparing. England in their blue to my left as I'm coming alongside where the toss, an historic toss, is about to take place. And the Indian team in their training kit as well, their dark blue shirts at the moment. But it won't be long before they switch their shirts from coloured clothing to their Test whites to step out onto the hallowed turf. What a moment it will be. I'm alongside England World Cup winner Alex Hartley and also cricket writer and broadcaster from India, Anesha Ghosh, who is here to experience this moment and with us throughout the match. Alex, you've won a World Cup on this ground. It's a different feel today, isn't it? Just how special?
Yeah, it's special, and I don't know how I feel about the day, to be honest with you, Ali, because it's a big part of me that yes, it's historic and yes, it's amazing, we're playing Test cricket here at Lord's, but why has it not been done sooner? So that's my overriding feeling about the day. But I'm hoping once we've had the toss and I can see Nat Sciver-Brunt with her jersey on, her blazer on in her whites, those feelings starting to go away and can enjoy the day for what it is, because ultimately it is a huge day in women's cricket.
Anesha, for you and for this India team as well, I think there seems to be a lot of excitement about, to say sort of allowed to play at Lord's. That's effectively what it's been for all these years, but finally this day has come and they will hope to make this the norm.
Absolutely. It's a hugely significant day in the history of women's cricket in India, because this match comes at a remarkable juncture for the journey of women's cricket in India, because 2026 marks the 50th anniversary of India women's official international debut. That too happened in the form of Test cricket through a Test series India hosted way back in 1976 against West Indies. And this year also marks India women's 40th anniversary of their first ever tour to England. So plenty of history surrounding this moment, and I'm pretty certain every single squad member, support staff member will be soaking in the atmosphere here at the home of cricket.
And there's a lot of very special guests around this match today as well, aren't there, Alex? In the pavilion, which I have to say is getting very well populated. They've relaxed the dress code today, so it does have a much more relaxed, accessible feel to it. But there are guests here from the 1993 World Cup winning team, 1976 team that played here under Rachel Heyhoe-Flint. So important that all those players of the past are recognised.
Yeah, I think there's about 60 of us here today that have all played and represented England. It was Isha Guha and the MCC that have sorted it out. So we're all incredibly thankful for Ish for doing that, because it is such a brilliant day. Amazing they've relaxed the dress code. Obviously Alex Noble and Jack Wood, our producer, didn't get that memo when they turned up in full suit today.
We've basically got our own personal minders here, haven't we?
Yeah.
Full dark glasses and everything.
got our security men. No one messes with the BBC, you know. But no, it's amazing. You can see Claire Connor on the outfield, and then up in the MCC boxes to our right are all the past players. And it's amazing, you know, you've got anyone from Enid Bakewell that's here all the way down to, you know, Tash Farrant, who's the most recent retiree from England, and anyone in between. And I actually put a message in the group this morning saying it's a historic day, and I can't wait to go up and meet everybody, because without those women playing cricket for England, today would never have happened. So I'm very grateful for everybody that's come in the past.
Well, as we stand here now, the two captains have walked out, Nat Sciver-Brunt and Harmanpreet Kaur. So the test whites are on. England's are much whiter whites, aren't they, than India's? They're a bit more the traditional cream. They've got the dark stripe down one side as well. That's the sponsors doing. Nat Sciver-Brunt has got her Navy England cap on her head as well, and they'll be ready for the toss, which we'll be able to listen into. Let's listen in now with Simon Dawn.
Women's test match to be played between England and India, and not before time, I must say. Helen Pack is here to look after proceedings. Harmanpreet Kaur, Nat Sciver-Brunt, and Flo from the Lord's Tavern is our coin toss representative. She's going to pass the coin along to Nat. Thank you, Flo. Heads the call. It's tails. Nat, you've won. What are you going to do?
We're going to have a bowl.
Tell me why.
OK, England bowling first. Alex, you've had a little look at this surface. It was the subject of a lot of consternation during the men's test match that was stayed here. The right decision for England to bowl, and tell us why.
Yeah, well, I had a little celebration there when England won the toss and bowled. I just think it's got a lot of grass left on it. It's one of those that you describe as furry, but the grass is quite long, and I think the ball could get stuck in that surface. It could take a little bit of the pace out of the surface as the ball has been delivered. But I also think if you pitch it up, it will do a little bit. It'll definitely seam. So therefore, if you can bring spin into, in the first hour and a half, I think it'll spin a little bit as well. So yeah, it's going to be baked in the heat. I think it'll be the most fragile, this surface, within the first couple of hours.
Well, we'll have a chat with Nat Sciver-Brunt in just a moment as she comes over. So India will have to contend on this surface with the likes of Lauren Filer, Lauren Bell and Usher when they get their opportunity.
Absolutely, plenty of batting firepower in this Indian lineup, and guess what? Hardly a surprise that Harmanpreet Kaur, the captain, has handed a test debut to the talismanic 22-year-old left-arm spinner in Sri Charani.
We'll come back to that in a moment, because Nat Sciver-Brunt is here, England captain. Nat, you've won what's an historic toss, and it's a warm day as well. I'll let you de-robe with your blazer there as well. That's very smart. Do they have your cap numbers embroidered on the inside?
I'm absolutely loving my new blazer.
Very smart. The business of the toss first of all, and bowling first. Tell us about this surface.
I think obviously it's a surface that's got to last 4 days. It should be a good surface, but I think the most that we can get out of it as bowlers will be certainly this morning, maybe in the first 2 sessions. So we'll be looking to try and take as many wickets as possible.
Test debuts amongst the side today?
Yeah, 2. We have Alice Capsey and Maddie Villiers as well making their debut.
What has it been like? I mean, first of all, the quick turnaround from the World Cup final here. It's only been it's on Sunday, we're now Friday.
Yeah, it's been quick. A couple of days away or at home or just relaxing down in London. Sort of up to the individual to decide how they want to use their time, but we're recharged a bit before today.
And has anything been spoken particularly, that the historic nature of this occasion for you all?
Absolutely. What an occasion. We get to be part of the first women's test match here at Lord's. It's such an amazing ground that holds such high standing in the cricketing landscape, so we're very privileged to be stood here.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
There's Nat Sciver-Brunt, the England captain. Harmanpreet Kaur is here as well. Hello, Harman. Great to see you. Batting first on this surface to begin with. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I think it's a great opportunity for us to set a total on the board. Let's see how it goes.
Tell us about your team for what is an historic test match.
Yes, we have one debut done. Sri Charani is going to make her debut, and apart from them, we are going with 2 medium pacer and 3 spinners.
What about the sense of occasion? What has it been like for you settling in Lord's? A couple of days training, but what does it feel like to be part of this?
Yeah, it feels great. It's a great occasion, and we are really happy that we got this opportunity. Playing first match in Lord's, it's always special, and we are really looking forward for that.
Good luck for the match.
Yeah, thank you.
Harmanpreet Kaur, then India captain. Right, so we'll confirm the 11s for you in just a moment. So a couple of debuts on the England side from Capsey and Villiers, and Sri Charani, the left-arm spinner for India, making a test debut as well on this auspicious occasion. Let's catch up on the weather then. It's warm. We can tell you that for nothing. But Chris Fawkes can give us a bit more of a projection across the next 4 days, of course, a 4-day match for this women's test match. Chris, what can you tell us?
Yeah, well, I'm pleased to say for this historic test match, the weather's not going to get in the way. It is is hot already. We're already seeing temperatures push into the high 20s, and later on today the mercury is likely to hit 31 Celsius. We do have an easterly breeze and it is pretty humid today. Very similar forecast actually on the cards for tomorrow. About 31 Celsius at the peak of the heat. Again, an easterly breeze just strengthening a little bit. It will be another pretty humid day, but on Sunday the humidity levels are forecast to drop quite significantly, so it is going to feel fresher on Sunday. Still wall-to-wall sunshine expected. Temperatures down a couple of degrees, 29 Celsius. It is still a hot day for London for this time of the year. And then heading into Monday, those temperatures just ease back to about 27 Celsius. You will notice a stronger easterly wind blowing at that stage, but again, a fresh feel to the weather. So a humid start to the test match, turning fresher, hot and sunny throughout really.
OK, we'll take that. Hot and sunny throughout, very happy. The crowd is coming in here at Lord's. The aim over these 4 days is to set a new world record for attendance at a women's test match, beating the 23-odd thousand that was at the Trent Bridge Test in the last time a test match was staged for the women in England, which was an Ashes test where Lauren Filer memorably made her debut, and some 30,000 tickets have already been sold across the course of the match. The 11s then for England to confirm: Tammy Beaumont and Maya Bouchier to open, and Tammy Beaumont, her last international as well. We'll reflect more on her in a moment. She's announced her retirement. Maya Bouchier then opening alongside her. Heather Knight, the former England captain, at 3. Nat Sciver-Brunt at 4. Alice Capsey, a test debut for her after an England debut back in 2022. Then Amy Jones, the wicket-keeper. Maddie Villiers plays a test match for the first time as well. And then Izzy Wong, Sophie Eccleston, Lauren Bell and Lauren Filer. So some good pace there amongst that England lineup. And then for India, Smriti Mandana and Shafali Verma to open the batting. Yastika Bhatia at 3, the captain Harmanpreet Kaur, and then Jemima Rodrigues, Arisha Ghosh, Deepti Sharma, Sneh Rana, Sayali Satkare, Shrey Charani on test debut, left-arm spinner, and Kranti Gaud pace as well. So those are the two lineups. Now, a bell has been brought out onto the edge of the outfield. This is going to be part of the special commemorations that are happening before this match starts, and members of the 1976 team will be there to ring the 5-minute bell. Enid Bakewell has had a portrait of her unveiled in the long room this morning, Alex. I was in there. It's a very special ceremony. I have to also point out that they had a red rope roping off the area in front of the portrait where the MC was standing to, and the artist gave some detail about the painting. And then when Enid had to come forward and say a few words, Alex, who was there, Alex Noble here from BBC Social Media, went to make way for Enid to walk around the red cord, but no, Enid hurdled it at the age of 85.
Of course she did. I mean, she's still playing cricket. She's an absolute hero, isn't she? And of course she hurdled it. I love Enid. She puts in the past players group all the time that she's just done 100 lengths in the swimming pool. She's off doing Pilates and yoga and playing cricket. So I'm not surprised she's able to hurdle that rope.
Just some reflections on the 11s then, the starting 11s. There could have been a test debut for Tilly Courtine-Coleman at 18 years of age, who was in the England World Cup squad. Didn't feature in the actual tournament, but there are debuts for Alice Capsey and Maddie Villiers. A strong lineup overall, and it's England's first test since that Ashes test match in Melbourne, and we all know how badly that Ashes tour went. But yeah, overall,
Yeah, look, I'm really happy with it. There was I was wondering if you could get Beaumont, Bouchier and Lamb in the order. I totally forgot Alice Capsey could bat at 5, so that makes more sense. Emma Lamb missing out and Beaumont and Bouchier at the top. And then Maddie Villiers offers that off-spin option. So you could have gone with Sophie Eccleston and Tilly Courtine-Coleman, but they're both very, very similar. They are more alike than Sophie Eccleston and, let's say, Lindsay Smith with her left-arm spin. So England need that off-spinning option, especially with the slope here at Lord's, especially with the left-handers for India. So it makes total sense. And Maddie Villiers has deserved it. You know, she's played against Ireland, made a debut against Ireland a couple of years ago in a series over there, and she's just been plugging away at domestic level, domestic cricket, and I'm looking forward to seeing her play, yep.
This India side then, Yastika Bhatia Anesha will keep wicket. Arisha Ghosh is in the side as well, but it will be Yastika. And a test debut for Shrey Charani. A good balance of attack for India with the ball.
I absolutely like the fact that Harmanpreet Kaur, the India captain, has gone in with 2 pacers and 3 spinners. That is the attack you would need on this surface, which has a tinge of green, as Nat Sciver-Brunt mentioned, which prompted her decision to bowl first. but it's going to dry up a fair bit. And spinners have been historically the strength of the Indian women's cricket team. And Sneh Rana, the off spinner, she could be the USP. Struck a rearguard 80 not out when India played in 2021 and went on to take a truckload of wickets. Sri Charani, by the way, is the #1 ranked T20I bowler, all of 22 years old, and was the highest wicket taker at the recently concluded T20 World Cup. So it's a good balance. But speaking of the batting lineup, it's a historic day also for Smriti Mandhana because it's a 300th international appearance. She had a up and down in the T20 World Cup, and along with Shefali Verma, she'll have a huge role to play when it comes to setting the tone of this test match.
It's such a strange thing, isn't it, to try and analyse women's test cricket because so little of it is played. And Alex, for the bulk of this team as well, and you know, India coming off the T20 World Cup, India do have domestic red ball competition, albeit not many will have played in it because it comes right after the WPL. I think Onesha will be able to tell us more about that, particularly as we go through the match. But yes, it's difficult to sort of judge, isn't it, when you're having such a quick turnaround. And red ball cricket, I mean, just to have the time to try and get your skills and get your hands around a ball to bowl with it.
Yeah, well, they've had 2 days to prepare for this, and I think Tammy Beaumont summed it up perfectly. You know, Test cricket can't be a favourite format because it's few and far between, you know. So she, asked what her favourite format is. She's like, well, it's going to have to be ODIs, you know, and she's been so successful at those. It would be Test match cricket if England played it more, but they don't, which is a shame. England and Australia and India and all the other countries around the world are playing it less and less and less. They used to play it all the time back in the 1930s, I want to say. And then since the ICC took over, we are playing it less. But you can understand why. It's not a money maker. You look at the ground here today and it is empty. You know, we're not going to hide behind that. You know, there are more in than I would have thought. The pavilion is filling up really nicely. But we've got to be realistic. It's not going to make the ECB or Cricket Australia or Cricket India any money. So I think one a year isn't enough. The girls all want to play it more, but you've got to be realistic about it as well.
Yeah, it could be one of these days today where the pavilion for this women's match is more full than the rest of the stands. But I have to say that figure I mentioned, 30,000 tickets sold prior to the match, that's now gone up to 38,000. That is, of course, going to be spread across days, but you'd imagine the majority days 1 and day 2. So, yeah, we are still 20 minutes away from the start of the match. But I think when you compare it to yesteryear and crowds of very few that would have come to any women's game, it's not going to make the probably £1 million gross that the Women's World Cup final made in terms of ticket sales, but the advancement is there. And it, I think you were right at the very start to set the tone. We're celebrating the fact that a women's test match is being played here, but also it's a crazy gap of 50 years since the England women first played on this ground in that ODI format in 1976. Look, we will be celebrating one particular player during this match, which is Tammy Beaumont, because she has announced her retirement from international cricket at the age of 35. A World Cup winner and player of the tournament in 2017. We will be crossing up in a few minutes up to the commentary box and we'll hear from Melissa Story. But this is Tammy Beaumont's 12th Test match. She retires with 140 ODIs and 109 T20 internationals. Her 12 ODI hundreds are an England women's record. She's been reflecting on her decision to retire with Fionn Wynne.
Yeah, it's been a pretty emotional week or so since I made the decision. But yeah, it's kind of getting easier. The more you talk about it, the more you kind of share with your friends and family and teammates and stuff. And hopefully I can just kind of focus on the cricket and get stuck in, really.
In terms of the decision, how did you kind of come to it? Did you have the kind of light bulb moment that a lot of cricketers have, speak of, where they say they just knew, or was it more of a kind of gradual process?
I think it's kind of been, it sort of popped up from time to time, probably for the last year or so, probably at the end of the 50 over World Cup there's probably a few doubts there, but no, I didn't necessarily have like the light bulb moment. And then kind of having a few conversations with Lottie like over the last few months about kind of where the team's going and whatnot. Just didn't really see myself in that, so kind of made the decision probably a week ago now to definitely go for it, and then kind of got here now. So,
and Test match at Lords, was that part of the thinking in terms of what a farewell this would be? It's the first one that England women have ever played here.
Yeah, I guess it's a pretty cool place to go out and kind of have that that moment in front of what's supposed to be a really cool crowd. And playing a test at Lords has obviously never happened for women's cricket before. So what an amazing moment. But I don't think I necessarily always had it on the cards as this one. But this is the way it's come about.
And as a team, this is a team that a lot of you have kind of grown up together in terms of from when you made your debut. You've seen the game become more professional. You've seen weddings, you've seen babies in some instances. How is it going to feel kind of walking away from such a special group of people?
Yeah, I think you hear everyone talk about that being like the hardest part. And certainly the hardest part so far was telling the girls. But that's kind of part of the journey, isn't it? And I guess in a way, it's kind of the end of one chapter, but I guess in another way, I'm kind of really excited to have a bit more of a balanced lifestyle, spend a bit more time at home. We've got 2 dogs now that I might get to see a bit more of, and I guess it's be interesting to see kind of what's next and enjoy the kind of next chapter of life.
That was Tammy Beaumont speaking to Ffion Wyn, and what a stage for Tammy Beaumont to bow out of the international game. Mentioned there 11 tests, 140 one-day internationals and 109 T20s. Particularly poignant memory being that 208 she scored against Australia at Trent Bridge in the 2023 Ashes series. I'm Melissa Story. Next to me is Ffion Wyn, as well as Stephen Finn. And Stephen, as someone who's recently retired from the game yourself, I mean, I imagine it must be such a tough decision to come to grips with, walking away from something you've known for your whole career.
I mean, she referenced it there. It's the hardest thing actually is kind of not being in the dressing room environment anymore, especially when you've played as much as Tammy Beaumont has. She'd have been used to travelling around the world, and all of the time that you spend with your teammates, this is her last 4 days of doing that. And actually the hardest thing is then watching on from the outside and seeing everyone else just continue on with their lives from within the team, because the team just evolves and moves on. And then you're navigating what's next. So she's a really good broadcaster, so I'd imagine that there'll be a little bit of that, and the 100 and domestic cricket and the opportunities in franchise stuff around the world, hopefully for her as well. But certainly when you give up something that you've dedicated effectively your entire life to make that decision is a tricky one. And she's at the top of her game. She's representing England. I wasn't when I made that decision, so it was a touch easier. But one of the biggest occasions that you can play a test match at Lords, and hopefully a win to cap it off for her after a brilliant international career.
It truly is a nomadic lifestyle, as a life on the road as an international cricketer, and being able to come here for her final game, a venue Ffion which you spoke about there, holds so much history, because of course we've touched on the first one-day international played here, 1976. England versus Australia. England won by 8 wickets. And just to emphasise that different landscape back then, really. Her Majesty the Queen was in attendance of that game, but an exception was made to allow her to walk through the long room, where of course women weren't allowed to be at the time, and women not being admitted as members of the MCC until 1998. So it really is remarkable. I guess consider how Tammy has watched the landscape of the women's game evolve across her years of playing, but actually to be able to walk away in this venue now, which holds so much history but could hold so much more in the future.
Yeah, and if you're going to bow out, I mean, where else would you want to do it? It'll be an emotional occasion, of course, but she has happy memories here, obviously winning the World Cup in 2017, and where she was player of the tournament as the leading run scorer. But in terms of we're gonna. It is worth mentioning, like it probably has come, too late. We would have loved to have seen the test match here a long time ago. 150 men's tests celebrated earlier this year in comparison. But it is, we should still celebrate the progress. I mean, Charlotte Edwards was talking about how when she first played for England, she had to pay for her own blazer and pay for her own skirt. And to think that Charlotte Edwards, the current head coach, was still in that era playing in skirts, I think is still quite baffling in itself.
I mean, why has it taken so long for us to see a test match hosted here, a women's test match?
It's a good question. women's tests, as Alex was saying earlier, always kind of difficult to analyse in terms of the scarcity of them. You know, you get 1 or 2 a year, and Nat Sciver-Brunt was saying yesterday she would have thought maybe 3 or 4 years ago that this could have happened. I think when you look at the Ashes test that was at Trent Bridge, there was, I think, a bit of a clash with the men's Ashes series that was going on at the same time. But it does seem difficult to understand the reasons why. You know, we know that the ICEC report came out and saying that it was appalling that it had never happened, and then a year later this was put into the calendar. But I think, we will be hoping, you know, that all the players call for more tests all the time. It does come down to the kind of sustainability of that model, of course, but, you know, hopefully it won't be the last. But we have seen, especially in the white ball game, which is where England kind of obviously play most of their cricket, selling out this ground not even a week ago, selling out the Oval. So as much as it is, you know, there is a tinge of disappointment, I still think it's absolutely worth celebrating how much progress has been made at the same time.
Yes, 17 one-day internationals and 5 T20 internationals hosted here at Lord's, as we saw the Indian players making their way through the long room out of the pavilion, and now England also preparing to line up. As a player who played it lots of times, Stephen Finn, does it ever really sink in, that sensation of walking through the long room?
No, and there'll be a great atmosphere. You can see from here where we are in the media centre, you can see lots and lots of people in that long room, and actually when you do walk through there, the sound bounces off the ceiling, the amazing acoustics, and that's what the players will be experiencing now. And the added carrot of, if people score 100 or take a 5 for here, they'll go on to the main honours boards, which is something that when you're sat in that dressing room, it then dawns on you that your name will be on there forever. So it's a great opportunity for people to do that this week.
It's a really special moment taking place on the outfield now, as over 50 ex-England cricketers make their way out into the outfield, waving at the crowd. Members of the team from that 1976 one-day international I mentioned out there in the middle: Enid Bakewell, Lynn Thomas, Jan Southgate, Jackie Cork, Megan Lear, Glynis Cully, Shirley Hodges. Enid Bakewell making 50 in that game, as well as Chris Watmer, Rachel Hayhoe-Flint as well, and they're all placing their hands on the bell, which is on a ceremonial table out in front of the pavilion. Really is amazing to see the legacy of so many players across the years. Catherine Sciver-Brunt, Anya Shrubsole, Claire Taylor. There's players who haven't seen each other for ages, greeting each other, all with the widest grins on their faces. And they're going to be marking the 5-minute bell of this historic occasion here. First women's test match at Lord's. Reminder, if you're just joining us, England, they won the toss, elected to bowl first. As we have photos taken here, our very own Alex Hartley is a part of that group. And to see so many players who have made their mark on the women's game, from the years where they were fundraising their own tours overseas, England's head coach Charlotte Edwards running over to join in with the occasion. And the photo there in her England kit. And so many of these players now involved behind the scenes with the administration of the game, the media, just those who have fought so hard for this occasion. So here we go, round of applause from the crowd, who's filling up nicely. Two teams making their way out. Captain Harmanpreet Kaur for India, Nat Sciver-Brunt for England. It's the contrast of the crisp whites of England and the slightly more cream whites of India. And this is going to mean so much to those players walking out their field and taking in the occasion. And it's hard sometimes of blocking out the noise, but also making sure that you really recognise as a player how big of an occasion this is as the fireworks go up. Do you think it's important, I guess, as a player to recognise that? Or do you think some of them will just be treating this as any other game and trying to stay focused in this occasion?
I think everyone's different, but Nat Sciver-Brunt has spoken, but she spoke about it last weekend before the T20 World Cup final, that all she wanted from the team was to make sure they savour the occasion and savour the moment as they did in 2017. And yeah, I think they will allow the emotions to kind of take over in this kind of 5-minute, 10-minute period, especially with all the ex-players out there and kind of reflecting on the change and the pioneers of the game. But once Lauren Bell or Lauren Filer has that ball in her hand, I think it'll be very much switching on to game mode.
So the two teams lined up applauding those previous England players, umpires for this game. Sue Redfern and Anna Harris also out there with the match referee. And her aim, of course, being as well that whilst this is a brilliant occasion with the bell being rung now, this is just the start. There'll be more test matches hosted here in the future, more games. And as Ali mentioned earlier, 38,000 tickets sold across this 4-day test match. Now time for the anthems.
Punjab, Sindhu, Gujarat, Maratha, Dravida, Utkala, Banga, Vinda, Himachala, Yamuna, Ganga, Uchala, Jaladita, Ranga, Tava Shubhu Name Jage, Tava Shubhu Ashishe, Gahe Tava Jaya Gata, Janagana Mangala Dayak Jaya He Bharata Pagya Vidata Jaya He Jaya He Jaya He Jaya 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 He.
That was the Indian national anthem, soon to be followed by that of England.
God save our gracious King, long live our noble King, God save the King, send him victorious, happy and glorious, long to reign over us. God save the King.
Laura Wright performing both the anthems of India and England there as great billowing clouds of coloured smoke erupt in front of the media centre as we get ready for the start of this historic test match. Fionn, as we get ready to see England with the ball in hand, and before I hand over to Ali Mitchell, for you, who are you most looking forward to seeing in this England bowling lineup? And for that Indian top order, who do you think would be the biggest threat? Your thoughts, and then Alison Mitchell.
Yeah, Smriti Mandhana is the obvious choice in terms of who England would want to get rid of first, but the prospect of watching somebody as elegant and as classy as her bat all day as a neutral is probably a pretty appealing thought in itself, the stylish left-hander that she is. For England, there's going to be a lot of reliance on Lauren Bell with the ball. She's had a very busy summer. She played all but one of England's games, I think, every game in the World Cup. And obviously only 2 days of training in between to get used to the red ball and how differently that's going to behave. So it's going to be a huge challenge, as we say every time that the women play a test match, to switch between formats. I don't think they've ever quite done it as quickly as this. But yeah, it's a huge occasion and a huge opportunity for someone to be the first woman on the Lord's Honours Board, which is a tantalising prospect.
Well, the first woman to take a test wicket at Lord's will be a future pub quiz question. Stephen Finn, the slope is a question. All of the players in the lead up social media about what is it about playing at Lord's? Without fail, most of them mention, it's got a slope, the slope, you need to adjust to the slope whether you're batting, whether you're bowling. From this bowling perspective then, and Lauren Bell, Lauren Filer, how do you expect them to use the slope, and how quick does it take to adjust? They've obviously played here in white ball cricket.
Yeah, and that have practiced in the lead up to the game. Holding a red ball and a white ball here at Lord's does feel slightly different because the white ball doesn't swing as much or doesn't move as much. So I'm really interested to see what end they choose to bowl. I'd like Lauren Bell to bowl from the pavilion end, especially now that she's developed over the last couple of years that ball that moves away from the right-handers. I think especially from the pavilion end with the slope cantering in towards right-handed batters, if you can get the ball to move away, it makes you a really dangerous bowler, and I think her bounce will suit that end a little bit more as well. And yeah, this England bowling lineup will hopefully complement each other nicely. Izzy Wong and Lauren Filer are a bit more skiddy and quick, aren't they? And then as this game wears on, it's going to be interesting to see whether that thick layer of grass on the top of the pitch does either burn off or any footholds are created there on and around the stumps to be able to allow Eccleston and Villiers for England in particular to use those to get the ball to move. But certainly your first couple of overs here in a match do just feel slightly different, so something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and a little bit of housekeeping for those tuning in for this test match. It is a 4-day test match as opposed to the 5. A couple of test matches England have played have been 5-day tests. That's a debate that continues as to whether the women's game, all test matches should also be 5. It's produced some of the more thrilling test matches when there has been that extra day to get a result. But we'll see how this match goes. 100 overs therefore, minimum of 100 overs in a day if we get there. The playing hours are the same, lunch at 1, tea at 3:40 and playing until 6 o'clock with an added half an hour to get those overs in. We get there. So out come the players then. The applause welcoming the players in their gleaming whites onto the outfield. The England team taking the field. Nat Sciver-Brunt having won the toss, the first toss in a women's test match at Lord's, and opting to have a bowl first on a pitch which has a bit of hairiness about it, Alex Hartley. That was how you described it to me when we went out to the middle. A hairy pitch for this women's game.
Yeah, it's a little bit furry. It's quite long grass and quite tufty, but all held together. I'm really interested to see how it plays. I'm completely with Nat when she said, you know, it's really important the first couple of hours of this game, the morning session, that they capitalise on that new ball.
And it's going to be Lauren Bell from the pavilion end to open by the looks of it. She's setting her field in conversation with Nat Sciver-Brunt. And the pavilion is really well populated. It's brilliant to see in the long room. Also, that's one thing that struck me actually about the World Cup final here on Sunday. The stands were full and the outer of the pavilion was also full. The long room, the first batter who was dismissed, walked through an empty long room. That's actually not the case today. It is absolutely heaving.
Yeah, I just stood out there for the national anthems and I had to take a picture of the pavilion because it is chock-a-block.
Yeah,
everybody up singing the national anthem is so cute, and then I had to turn around and take one of the England girls as well, obviously.
Well, you were in the photograph, weren't you, around the bell with all the ex-players?
Yes, I totally forgot about that and got dragged into it, and I was like, oh no, I'm meant to be on air, and I was panicking, and I was like, you know what, I'm going to enjoy this moment.
I think we were able to allow you a few minutes on a day such as today is. So Lauren Bell with the field set with 2 slips in place and the gully backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, catcher at mid-wicket and a fine leg. So test match field for a test match at Lord's, and Lauren Bell with her sweatband on her right wrist. She's getting to gallop in to bowl the first ball of a women's test at Lord's. Bell is into Mandano's a play and a miss, pushing forwards defensively. Beautiful shape delivery, fraction past the outside edge. As Mandana, India's premier batter, playing in her 300th international match as well, was pushing forwards. Good start from Bell.
Yeah, lovely start from Lauren Bell, just pushing the ball across the left-hander. It doesn't get up, it doesn't die in the surface, but it's not got great carry through to the keeper with that first ball.
The pitch that was used for the men's test ended up with a rating of unsatisfactory. We'll be hoping there's some pace in this pitch for the women to play with. Carved into the offside. Mandana is on her way. The first runs in a test match here for the women at Lord's. And it's 2 off the bat of Smriti Mandana. So India are up and running, easing that into the deep. Very good morning to Phil Long, who's with us for this match. How are you, Phil?
I'm really well. 2 people we've not mentioned, I think, today. Sue Redfern and Anna Harris.
Standing umpires.
Today's umpires. Yeah, Sue Redfern's 4th test. Anna Harris's 3rd. Sue Redfern put some very nice words on social media, didn't she, yesterday, saying how she couldn't believe that she'd be umpiring a test match here at Lord's. She had played here once before in an international, an ODI back in against South Africa.
Mandana waiting for Bell. Leap at the crease. Bell is in again. Full clip pick. Well fielded at short mid-wicket. Tumbling to her right. Marboucher getting down to that one. Good tight fielding. Yeah, we forget for how many people this is a special occasion, and the umpires play such a role, and Sue Redfern in particular has been such a trailblazer for women umpiring, so she gets that opportunity to stand in a home test here. Neutral umpires are not a thing. There would have been a time when, or at least for the men's game, when an English umpire would not be able to stand in a home test match. Bell moves in. Jones bobs down behind the stumps, full again, whipped around the corner along the ground towards fine leg. The single for Mandana. There's Wong down there in a navy blue cap, picks up, sends the ball back into Jones. And Helen Pack, match referee as well for this match. Our TV umpire is James Middlebrook. So that is the on-field set-up, Anna Harris and Sue Redfern. Sue Redfern making her way to a square leg position at the moment as Shafali Verma is on strike for the first time in this test match. Now, we know how explosive she is as a white ball cricketer. Interesting to see how this translates now into the test arena here at Lord's. 3 slips here for Verma. She might go hard at one to Bell. 2 balls left in the over. Bell in from the pavilion end, some width, and she did chase it. A more expansive stroke. So again, Bell to the right-hander, the shape's just slightly different.
Yeah, and also with the slope going down towards the right-hander as well. She's going to shape the ball away. She has obviously got the one that comes in as well, but it just might nip back down the surface. This one, wide outside the off-stump, lovely shape away from Verma, and she flashes to try and drive the ball through the covers.
Beautiful action, Lauren Bell. Tall bowler. Real control and command of her skills. Full of straight, a little bit too straight. Comes off the pad, her way towards fine leg as they go through for 1 and wait the signal of leg by. There it comes from Anna Harris. And the first over completed of this historic test match. It's yielded 4 runs. India are on their way. So difficult to know, isn't it, about parameters and what a good score may be, even as we go through this match. There's just so little data to go on. Certainly no data here at Lord's, but in terms of women's test matches overall, and so few are played. We're getting lovely images of the players coming out of the dressing room when they came through the long room, Alex. It was packed. I mean, the noise in there, I'm sure it would have been reverberating around. What a spine-tingling moment. You can see players stopping, greeting friends and family.
Yeah, it's Anya Shrubsole and Catherine Sciver-Brunt that the players are stopping and giving a hug to and saying hello. Yeah, it was amazing when the old girls got announced as coming through. India and England came through the long room first, and it was so loud over in the pavilion. It was amazing. And then to see all the old players come down through the crowd onto the outfield and singing the national anthem with players that have played from Enid Bakewell all the way through to, Anya Shrubsole, Catherine Sciver-Brunt was very, very special. There was tears, a lot of tears.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. So many women who would have never imagined that this day would have come.
I wasn't sure Enid was going to stop ringing the bell, though. She rang it for a while.
One of the greatest all-rounders and greatest characters in the game. We've got a short leg in here. Lauren Filer is in from the nursery end, deflected into the ground. Good piece of fielding at Gully. Tumbling to her right. Is it Tammy Beaumont under the lid at short leg? It must be. That's habitually been her position in this test match team and her last ever test. She did a speech to the players in the dressing room as well that had shades of Ben Stokes about it, without doubt.
I want you to fight for me.
Ask the players to come on, one last hurrah and keep the emotion for the end. She bobs down at short leg, 2 slips to Gully. Filer, England's quickest when she can ramp it up there. Oh, beautiful delivery, edge taken, the catch behind. Lauren Filer gets the first test wicket for an England women's side at Lord's. Well, delivery which Shafali Verma could do little about. A thick outside edge and a clean catch taken by Amy Jones. And India find themselves 4 for 1.
Yeah, brilliant delivery from Lauren Filer. The ball just angling back towards the right-hander. A lovely length, a lovely delivery, and Shafali Verma just fishing outside the off stump. And well taken from Amy Jones. That was a great ball, wasn't it? It probably would have just gone over the top of off stump. And it's no surprise, 72 miles an hour, a little bit too quick.
And the first batter to be dismissed in a test match at Lord's, Shafali Verma, is dismissed for a duck. There are some parts of history you don't want to be on the end of. Oh, she's walking off a naught against her name. Not what she would have hoped for on a historic occasion as it is.
No, I didn't have time to tell you Shafali Verma's got the quickest double 100 in women's test history. Instead, she scored her first duck of her test career.
He said some days you're on it and some days you're not, but that was a terrific delivery from Filer. And this is what will excite people about coming to watch the test game. To see the skills, and the game has evolved undoubtedly, you know, over the decades and even over the last 5 years. But Filer in conversation here, she walks back to her mark, and Yastika Bhatia comes out, 25 years of age. She's been somebody who's played just 3 test matches for India so far. Lovely little hum going around the ground at the moment. The grandstand's really filling up, Alex, in the lower tiers at the moment. I'm not sure they've got the top tier open. And the mound stand, larger, looks like it's possibly closed at the moment as well.
Well, there are people down here.
Oh, there are, yeah.
I think what we'll find is people go to the shade.
Bhatia then facing out the left-hander, Filer in, having taken 1 wicket. Oh, that's a full toss. And where did it arrive? Sue Redfern's having a good look down the pitch.
Just slipped out of her hand, that one from Lauren Filer.
She gets a low 5. She walks back to her mark. Now, she has been clocked. 79 miles per hour has been her quickest delivery. I think that was a T20 international at the Oval a couple of years ago. I did ask her the other day. She came on the BBC Stump podcast and asked her about her speeds. As she's in again now to Bhatia, who's yet to score. Back of a length, carved away up the slope, well stopped at points. England haven't let anything through yet. And a dot ball. And she said, really, I think the speed, she's kind of like, if it happens, it happens, because she made a big statement, didn't she, about targeting being the first genuine 80 mile an hour bowler, if she can bowl that and bowl it at a regular pace. But for now, she's concentrating on putting the ball in the right area, and particularly for a test match, she's got, you know, relentless nature, build pressure. She's very understanding of that.
Well, she's fresh. She didn't play in the T20 World Cup.
Yeah. Over the wicket here, allowed to go outside the off stump, and taken by Amy Jones. Yeah, part of the squad, but didn't get a game, did she? So she would have had a bit of a chance, do you think, to playing with the red ball and got herself up to pace with the skills.
Yeah, I said the other day to Crossy, we were just chatting, and I said, I didn't see anyone practicing with a red ball. She was like, well, you wouldn't see it. They're not going to do it on game day, are they? But they probably, you know, Lauren Filer would have got her overs in elsewhere. And
in between times.
In between, yeah.
A catcher at short extra cover here. 2 slips down the gully. Short leg as well for Bhatia. England on the attack as Filer is in, and a drive past short extra. Out into the deep. And Bhatia is off the mark with a single. Fielded by Alice Capsey, who's making her test debut here today. Maddie Villiers, the other England player to make a test debut. End of the over from Filer, so the first wicket in that over, historic wicket here in a women's test at Lord's. India 5 for 1, Mandana on 3, Bhatia on 1, and Shafali Verma, dangerous Shafali Verma, out for a 4-ball duck, caught behind. Now, all through this match, we've got clips of the action on the BBC Sport website and app, and we've got highlights as well for you. The TV highlights will be on BBC 4 and BBC iPlayer tonight from 7 o'clock. There we go. So you can catch up on things and do get involved with our online team as well. Have a chat with them on the online. Right, Lauren Bell, new over from the pavilion end.
Oh, look at that. No wonder Catherine Sivabrunt's not working with us today.
Where is she?
Got a glass of champers in a hospitality box. Go on, girl.
She tell us she was unavailable. New over. Bell in here too. Mandana down the leg side. A tumbling take, stretching take by Amy Jones. I think she's going to join us actually on day 3 and day 4.
Perfect.
So she have an invite for day 1 and day 2 that you know, top trumps the TMS box.
Well, I thought I'll do a bit of both.
Are you mixing and matching?
I'm mixing and matching. I go up and see all
you can
past
be on
players.
You can be on the no secco then.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah.
I'm a mess anyway, let alone if I've had a drink.
Bell waits. Bright sunshine, warm day at Lord's for this historic match. Bell moves in. Mandana tries to whip it through short mid-wicket, can't beat the field. And again, Bouchier there drops to the turf and ensure that no run is taken. Looking down some of the landmark sort of dates of Lord's. They've got the old Father Time wall, you know, that goes behind the grandstand, old Father Time wall. I don't think that actually... I don't know what date it starts. At the back here in the media centre, they've got almost like a history lesson of women's cricket. They've done really well. They've got boards up of all these significant dates and milestones of the game, not just those linked with Lord's either. Full. This one does get whipped past short mid-wicket. And it's a chase back up the slope here for Bouchier. Will the ball reach the grandstand? It's slowing up. It won't. But they're able to come back again for 3.
Yeah, lovely shot from Yastika Bhatia. Just flicked into the leg side. A good chase from Lauren Filer as well as Maya Bouchier to bring the ball back, but a little bit too straight from Lauren Bell and clipped into that mid-wicket region.
Here's Bell moving in again. A little hop and a skip as she gets into her delivery stride. Right arm over. Mandana glides it, lays her bat down on a foolish delivery, Bhatia, and finds the gap through the gully region for 4. The first boundary then to be scored in this first women's test match at Lord's.
A little bit too wide from Lauren Bell, pushing the ball across the left-handed Smriti Mandana. And just a nice little one-day shot, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, sorry, it was Mandana gliding it. 2 slips in the gap. To gully and backward point, standing quite deep at the moment.
Oh no, it was Bhatia, sorry.
It was Bhatia. We're all getting our left-handers muddled.
My fault, it's the ponytail confusing me.
Bhatia awaits. Full, now struck on the pad. Here's Bell appealing. Anna Harris, no response. Now, will we go upstairs for a review?
Potentially height. Nat Silverbrunt signalling there.
Not looking too keen at the moment. How keen is Bell, though? No, Silverbrunt has asked for it. So our first review of this test match, and it's coming just the 3rd over.
We should have had a tick sheet of all the first, shouldn't we?
It's going to be a...
First 4, first review.
There was a message put in a group.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. The written decision is not out. I've checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
Saying hopefully today is the last first that we have.
Well, that's it. Because whilst you want to celebrate the firsts, you want to celebrate the progress and keep these things coming. Now, is that missing?
Ball looks close to the back.
Can
we go through to ultra edge, please?
Yeah, I can see off stump, I can see middle stump. I think this is going down the leg side. It's beautifully bowled from Lauren Bell, pushing the ball fuller, swinging in towards the left-hander.
Flat line. Impact on pad. Happy to satisfy there's no bat involved. Can we go through to ball tracking, please?
James Middlebrook, our TV umpire, so asking for ball tracking now.
Written decision is not out. Pitch in line, impact in line. Umpire's called.
Clipping the legs. So actually not even quite clipping. It's a bit more than clipping, but not enough to overturn Anna Harris's decision. So Bhatia remains. She's on 7, Mandana on 3. So Lauren Bell still searching for her first wicket here in this match. 11 for 1 after the dismissal of Shafali Verma. Yeah, the thing about all these firsts, that first women's match that took place here in 1976, you'd think that might have led to a few more matches here at Lord's, but it was 11 years till they played the next women's game.
We weren't even allowed in the pavilion back then, though.
Oh, no. Women weren't even allowed to be members until 1998.
That's not that long ago.
Oh, no. There's big drive going on at the moment to see how they can redress that balance. Full, clipped square past the umpire. Will it make the boundary up to the grandstand? Yes, it will. Izzy Wong tried to chase back from fine leg, but a neat clip from Bhatia. She moves on to 11. So the end of the over. And India 15 for 1. That wicket for Lauren Filer, the first one here in the Lord's Test match. Yeah, 1976 was the one-day international where Rachel Hayhoe Flint, the late great Rachel Hayhoe Flint, her son Ben was on the field around the bell, the 5-minute bell today, representing her. When she led the team onto the field for that first ever match, she didn't know whether they were allowed to go through the long room or not. And because she didn't want to create a scene, she took them out that side door that's next to the committee room. And then they sort of sidled along the back wall of the pavilion before then coming down the steps in the middle.
And that's not like Rachel, because she did so much for, you know,
she
out of the, I know I will be doing that. So it surprises me.
I will disrupt.
Yeah, it surprises me that she wasn't like, I will go through the long room.
New over, and that means a new commentator. Alex, got Daniel Norcross here with us as Lauren Filer's about to come in for her second over.
As she runs away from us at the nursery end, her first delivery down the leg side, goes through low to Amy Jones, who stops it low by her ankles. There is no run. Hello, Alex Hartley.
Hi, Dan. What a nice surprise.
Surprise?
Well, I haven't seen you for weeks.
No. The men's test, I think.
Which wasn't weeks, but it
a
feels
week
like
and a half. But yes, I know what you mean. There's been a lot going on, hasn't there? I saw you. Oh, is that a no ball? It is a no ball. So another run added to the score. So I saw you down there with the cavalcade of former stars and greats.
It was so.
Was it lovely?
I can't tell you how lovely it was. Like, it was so lovely.
Here's Filer again. That's full on the pads, clipped straight to short leg. Was that on the full? I don't think so. Just a bump ball to Tammy Beaumont, who stops it. England a bit unlucky not to get a wicket at the back end of the last over. It felt out, but it was just doing a bit too much.
I think it felt like it was doing too much.
Did you? It started on middle and off, but
Yeah.
it was shown to be clipping leg. You've seen them given, but not on this occasion. It's a couple of early wickets would really vindicate Nat Sciver-Brunt's decision to bowl first, which had some eyebrows raised. As Filer is in again with 2 steps of gully, a forward short leg that just slightly turns Marden around as she pushes the ball into the offside. There is no run. What a fantastic occasion this is. Beautiful sunshine. And at last, 89 years after the first women's test match at the Oval, a second London ground has finally got a game.
When was the first men's test match?
1877 in Australia.
Here. Australia. When was the first
in
one
England,
here?
1880 at the Oval.
84 here.
In 1884.
I'm asking about here.
They're always a little bit late to the party at
I really don't care
Lord's.
about the Oval.
As Filer is in down the leg side, through to the keeper, no run. Yeah, you'll find that Lord's just takes a little while to catch up.
100 odd years.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in fairness, the first women's test match was
No, I'm
1934.
comparing it to the men now.
Okay.
I'm going to take it even further.
Okay.
It's been a long time since the women's first, obviously, but it's even further.
Well, the first men's test match in England was 1880, which is 146 years ago. The first men's test match at Lord's was 1884, I think. So
That's all that needs to be said about it, really.
142 years as Filer is in outside the off stump, keeping low again. Through to Jones behind the stump. 16 for 1 the score remains. Marden a 3, Bhatia at 11. If you're just joining us, Shafali Verma, the wicket to fall. Slightly turned around by a ball. It didn't do a great deal, but it was in a good length. And
I think the slope did her a little bit.
yeah, well, that is something, isn't it? Because everybody struggles a bit with the slope when they first play here. And of course, this being the first women's test match here, everyone will be struggling with it a trifle. It'll be the same for both sides. As Filer runs in once more, slightly eccentric action. She's pulled away down to long leg. They take the single. 17 for 1, Marden to 4. There's something, I can't quite describe what it is that Lauren Filer reminds me of. There's something about her bowling
Willis.
arm. It is a bit Bob Willis, isn't it? A bit first incarnation of Bob Willis.
Yeah.
There's a touch of that. Which is a slightly unusual start with her legs quite stiff and straight before she moves fully into her stride. She has a mid-off, extra cover, point gully, 2 sips, forward short leg, mid-wicket and a long leg. She's in now, down on the leg side again. Struggling to bowl to the left-handers here. That over. 2 runs from it, 17 for 1 as the last ball was taken by Jones. 17 for 1, Bhatia 11, Marden has 4.
I had such a lovely morning, Dan. I forgot about what was going on with the past players this morning.
Oh, yes.
But I got to see Harmanpreet for the first time in years and years and years. And we were out in the field doing the toss and stuff, and she came over and she was like, you must take a picture right now. So the morning of the test match, I've had to take a selfie with Harmanpreet in front of the pavilion, just so I can send it to Crossy.
Yeah. Well, I dare say double-edged sword for Crossy, really, because she'd probably quite like to have been playing in the game.
Yeah, it's a strange one. Had this test match have been last year like it was meant to have been, she probably would have been playing in it.
So, sorry, this test match was supposed to take place.
Well, this was part of the
India.
the Ashes series. We had the mini, the 3-3 test.
Yeah.
Rio ODI's 3 T20s test. That's what last year's series was meant to be.
Yes.
So can anyone remember the score from that series?
I know. I'm just struggling. I did quite a lot of it. Bell's going to start a new over from the pavilion end. Looking to swing that ball back into the pads of Mandana. She's still got 2 slips in place. It's full, wide and elegantly driven through extra cover for 4. 2 full. And Mandana really did little more than just place bat on ball and send the ball scurrying across the outfield for 4. Yes, Bill.
4 there from Smriti Mandana. We mentioned it briefly. It's her 300th international appearance for India today. The breakdown of that, 8 tests, or a 9th test today, 120 ODIs, 171 T20s. And I remember, Dan, when we first set eyes on Smriti Mandana.
Wormsley, 2014.
In a marquee. Ground level.
I was there too.
Many great things on that day. It hits the pads, the ball that's drifting down the leg side, and just plops out to sort of short leg position. There's no run.
From a scorer's point of view, ground level in a marquee, and there were no names and numbers on the back of shirts.
That's right.
It was a tough gig.
Wasn't that easy commentating either, from memory?
It's I was there as a fan watching this. I was yet to play for England, make my debut. My career's been gone, and I'm back being a fan in that time.
All that time,
yeah.
In those 12 years. In comes Bell again, and Mandana defends responsibly into the onside. The back foot pushes it up towards mid-on. There is no run. This is the 153rd women's test match in history. Do you know how many test matches Joe Root has played?
157.
166, I mean.
Yeah.
Incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. But hopefully, well, we say this every time there's a women's test match, hopefully we will see more and more of them.
We're not going to though, are we?
As Bell comes in, full, driven in the air for a little while, but well stopped. Tumbling stop at mid-off. Yes.
We've mentioned the history of Test cricket, women's Test cricket, quite a lot today. India didn't play their first Test match until 1976. They played a 6-match series against the West Indies.
6 tests?
6-match series.
In 1976.
That's what we're after.
Yes, I don't think that will happen.
6. And the women are played in the latest Ashes. It's 12 matches.
Berlin once again, horrible wide ball that's going to be signalled as wide, banged in short, just trying something a little different, and it's taken by a sprawling Jones away to her left.
She's been quite inaccurate today, as Lauren Bell from the pavilion end.
You don't think? Because I thought she didn't have a very good World Cup final, to be honest with you. And I hope this isn't a sort of hangover from that, because
She didn't have a great World Cup by her standards. She didn't take the wickets that we all thought she would. Pretty sure I had her down as leading wicket taker.
well, she's been a bit both sides of the wicket at the moment with 2 left-handers on strike. She won't bowl to left-handers that often. As Bell's in again, it's clipped away but finds square leg straight to Tammy Beaumont, who does the fielding. There is no run, 22 for 1. No, not making excuses, but in the women's game, certainly in England, she will bowl at not very many left-handers, but she's perfected the away swinger, especially for the right-hander, and now she finds herself with 2 left-handers, and she was a little unlucky not to perhaps get the wicket in her last over. And that's what she's going to be trying to effect here, is that swinging the ball back into the pads of the left-hander. Get Mandana falling over. She's in again, wide, full, driven for 4. Through the covers, a little in front of square. Not quite as much power as in the first ball of the over, but nonetheless another elegant shot for 4. Mandana's starting to look dangerous here. She's on to 12. Bell's gone for 22 in her 3 overs. Bharti has 11, 5 overs gone. India after being put into bat 26 for 1. Are you off, Hartley?
Yeah, I think I might be.
Okie doke. Well, it's a beautiful occasion and the crowd are starting to fill up on the grandstand side away to my right. Compton and Edge stands are also open. For those of you who are sort of familiar with Lord's, the tavern stand away to the left as you're watching from the nursery end, that's pretty much empty. The corporate boxes are open, but there are plenty of seats, and if you want to rock up, 30,000 tickets have been sold for the first 4 days. The record for a test match is 35,000. So if you want to be part of a record, rock up. I'm sure you'll find tickets on the gate. The weather is set fair for the next few days. It's a wonderful occasion as Filer starts a new over and slightly turning Bharti around a bit. She ends up poking the ball into the offside, filled in the covers. £20 for adults and £5 for under 16s. I don't really know the rhythms of the school term anymore. Stephen Finn has joined me. But there'll be some schools that are broken up, won't there? And also, you've got a Saturday and a Sunday to look forward to.
That's out of my remit.
Yeah.
My daughter's 18 months old.
You'll find out soon enough.
Yeah. Soon enough.
Here's Filer again with a forward short leg in place still. She runs in, slightly down the leg side, clips the pad. Beaumont has to run away down behind square on the leg side to collect the ball. Wait to see umpire Redford's signal. No signal, so maybe a bit of inside edge on that. 27 for 1. What have you made of the first 5 overs, Stephen?
It's been interesting, hasn't it? Lauren Filer has bowled really well. She's disciplined, has got the ball moving laterally, actually up the slope towards the grandstand as well, trying to threaten the outside edge of the left-handers. And Lauren Bell's been searching for that movement, hasn't she? But has probably been a touch full at times and has been driven. But you don't mind that on the first morning of a test match here at Lord's.
Well, she's had a couple that have come back into the pads threateningly as Filer's in again. That strikes the pad and just rolls slowly down to fine leg. I think this will be a leg bite, a fullish ball. She couldn't quite get any bat on it. Umpire Redfern signals a leg bite, 28 for 1. So the appeal she got that was turned down that they took to review
was a lot closer than I thought it was, actually. I saw it live and I thought, well, that's going down miles. And then
I thought it was hitting it.
Okay.
But yeah, we were both wrong because I thought it was slamming into leg stump. You thought it was missing. In fact, it was clipping. But it was lovely shakes. It started on middle and off and then just tailed in just too much in the end. As Filer's in again. That's wide of the off stump, going wider as Bhatia goes after it, misses it, keeps low through to Jones. I'm expecting this pitch not to do what it did during the men's test, because I imagine after what was a sort of a lottery of the men's test, they're going to attempt for that not to occur. So far, we haven't seen any excessive carry, no uneven bounce as yet. It's looked a pretty true surface, I'd have said. As Filer is in again. And once more, Bhatia, who she shapes oddly, as if she's going to play a different shot, and finally stabs the ball into the offside fielded at point along the ground. There's no run.
Yeah, well, I think it's also a touch different, isn't it? You've got the men bowling 85 plus miles an hour can take just little chunks out of the surface on day one of the test match. But I'd imagine Lauren Filer, the quickest of the bowlers on show, is bowling the early 70s, isn't she? So that in a different trajectory that's more into the pitch. Skiddy into the pitch.
And she comes again, full, tucked into the onside, but can't beat the wide mid-on. And again, there is no run. 2 off that over, a leg by and a single. 28 for 1. Filer has 1 for 4 off her 3. She's been on the money so far. Mandan at 12, Bhatia 12.
But it is something to keep an eye on. I think the pitch will quicken up as the day and the match wears on, and then it will just be interesting to see whether there's any degree of deterioration towards days 3 and 4 because of the heat and the traffic up and down it, to see whether there are any footmarks for the spinners to bowl into is what I'd be keeping an eye on. But I don't think we'll see the variable bounce, because I don't think those initial indentations will be taken out of the pitch.
And another thing is that Filer, for example, is not bowling round the wicket, and that's where you might get some footmarks to the right-handers. There are right-handers to come. I know it feels like we're just watching left-handers at the moment. the men have tended to adopt a round-the-wicket approach to left-handers of late.
Well, the way that Filer's shaping it is something that she should probably consider, because at the moment asking the ball to move from leg stump up the slope is tricky. It has to move a long way in order to threaten the outside edge, whereas if you come round the wicket and bowl with the same shape, you can angle it more in towards off stump.
Bell's now round the wicket, and Mandana defends the ball from the crease straight back along the ground to the bowler.
And I like this from Bell, from the pavilion end, allowing the ball to move down the slope with what is her natural shape is angling away from left-handers, isn't it? But she's clearly learned and developed the away swinger from right-handers. But her natural shape from when she was young is that away from the lefty, and the slope will allow her to do that and again attack off stump, which is the most important thing the first morning of a test match.
She comes that trademark skip around the wicket. Mandana reaches for a wide ball, drives it away, out through the covers and down to the boundary for 4. That's just been a sort of fault of Bell's this morning so far. Searching for that swing, just getting driven by Mandana. I think that's the third 4 Mandana's hit off Bell. Yep, she moves to 16, hit very square of the wicket.
Nicely timed. It's just a jab, isn't it, really? And then Capsey at point. It would go down as a misfield. I'd be annoyed if I was the bowler, but it kicked up out of a foot mark, and it should have been wearing it in the face, I think, had she tried to put her body on the line. So you can understand that.
Bell in again, goes for the pull, majestic shot, out through deep mid-wicket for 4. That's a very, very fine shot. Just rocking back. There's nobody out there, certainly at this stage of the test match. And picks up her second 4 of the over, Mandana to 20, 36 for 1.
Well, a slight overcorrection from Bell, who the ball before it was a bit floaty, and this one looking to just hit the pitch that little bit more, but almost as though Mandana knew that was going to be the case, sat back and was quickly onto it.
I mean, it's impossible to overstate how much these women are having to adapt to unfamiliar conditions, as Bell is in again, full and dug out by Mandana, back to the bowler, no run.
But I also think that the fitness and the mental switch to make from a T20 World Cup final less than a week ago to this is so hard for bowlers. Like, I found it hard chopping and changing between formats, and I played all the formats all the time, whereas these guys rarely play a test match. So I can understand why the bowlers would be a little bit off it the first morning of a test.
Well, apart from that, they've got a red ball in their hands.
Well, yes.
As Bell is driven crisply up to mid, off. Good diving stop, parried back in the direction of mid-on, but they'll take a single. 37 for 1, Mandana to 21.
Yeah, just 5 days since that World T20 final. Cast your mind back to May when we were on a game, Dan, and we were reminded it was 193 days between the World Cup semi-final and England's next game.
Yes.
The opening ODI,
Yeah.
so chalk and cheese.
I mean, the ball itself, there are so few occasions in which Lauren Bell would have played with a red ball in a competitive match. I'm sure she's netted with a red ball in practice, of course. She's coming over the wicket, bowls her straight through Bhatia. That's the ball she's been searching for from over the wicket, swinging the ball back into the pads, and she's got the breakthrough. It's been a tough morning for Bell, but that will make her feel an awful lot better. Bhatia goes for 12, India 37 for 2.
Well, it's a beauty, and over the wicket, using the slope, it just nips down, so it threatens to swing in, and Bhatia looking to work it through the onside, through mid-wicket, expecting it to continue on its trajectory, but it doesn't. It just nips off this grassy surface, back down the slope and hits the top of off stump. A lovely delivery, and hopefully that allows Lauren Bell to grow in confidence and build into her spell even more.
I mean, that is a brutal ball, actually. If you see that on the BBC Sport website and app, because Bhatia is playing the ball as if it is, as you say, going to swing back into the pads, and it's shaping as if it's going to do that, and then just as it pitches, it then goes away from her bat, which is now, the back face has been closed, and she's going to tuck it into the onside, and castles her on the off stump, which is a pretty terrific achievement. A much needed wicket, you fancy, for Bell, who I said has had a fairly awkward morning so far, but she'll feel a lot better after that. And a second breakthrough after 40 minutes is starting to vindicate the decision to bowl first. I'm going to get it out of the way because I think it's time for a bit of Melissa Story. We've not heard enough from her this morning as Jemima Rodrigues comes out to bat.
Yeah, good bowling there, that delivery from Lauren Bell, and that's the blueprint. You want to be bowling full, but full enough to hit the stumps 3/4 of the way up. And Lauren Bell at times this morning has just been a bit fuller than that, so allows the batters to just step towards the ball and hit it, but that was the perfect line and length, so a good blueprint for her, and that wicket will help her feel a lot better. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm going to attempt now to stay connected. Oh, you know what? You've got long arms.
Yeah,
do you
what are we
reckon
doing?
You could reach the
What do you want?
pen.
Ginger biscuit? Orange juice?
Keep going.
A sweetie pig?
Just the pen would be lovely, thank
Which
you,
one?
Stephen Finn.
That one.
Yeah, go on. So handy having long-limbed individuals.
That's the kind of pen that you have when you're like 6, isn't it? With all the different colours.
Don't say that when Longie's here. How many different coloured pens he's got?
But they're all different colours.
Here comes Filer down the leg side, taken by Jones, tumbling to her right.
Longie's pens are all their own individual colours. You've got the pen that has the multiple colours in one pen.
It's efficient. But it does mean if you lose it or you leave it on the other side of the room.
You want to be just like Alison Mitchell, don't you? She's always had the pen with 5 or 6 colours.
Why wouldn't you want to be like Alison
indeed,
Mitchell?
yeah.
That's a good point.
So, England reducing India to 37 for 2. As Filer past the umpire now outside the off stump and punched straight to Bouchier, extra cover. That fielder positioned in the covers now. There's been a number of occasions where England have left that gap wide open, happy to see the Indian batters on the front foot driving, bringing the slips into play. But now they just have that bit of protection there. Still 2 slips in a gully. Fine leg back on the boundary. Mid on, mid off. Short leg. As Filer is pulled away crisply by Mandana out towards deep mid wicket for 4. All along the carpet. And she picks up that length so nicely when Filer drops just that little bit shorter.
Yeah, she's onto that like a flash and way back in her crease and stays. I was going to say she stays on top of the bounce, but she doesn't. She kind of hits up, but there's such a big vacant area there that there's no danger of her being caught. But certainly her quickness onto that shot and the ability to snap her hands through it is a signature of her play here this morning. She's looking good.
She moves on to a runner ball 25 as Filer is pulled again, this time squarer, and fine leg can't cut it off. It was Lauren Bell down there, tumbling. But consecutive boundaries for Mandana, who we speak a lot about how these players adapt format to format, particularly into Test cricket where the fixtures are far and few. And actually it does often see that batters come out scoring at quite a handy rate because there's only 1 fielder on the boundary. They're used to there being 4. And if you are convinced you can play that shot, get the ball away, and it's a relatively low-risk shot, she's going to go for it. So Mandana striking over 100 now. It's Filer bowls full. Speared in down the leg side. Well taken by Jones. 45 for 2 in the 8th over. Did you ever find that playing Test cricket when you could come in down the order and had to make that clear?
I feel like you're overestimating my batting ability. There are certainly more gaps, aren't there, to get the scoreboard moving. The problem is when you bat down the order in men's Test match cricket, the other team just bowl bounces at you the whole time, which isn't a pleasant experience.
Which I'm sure we can see Lauren Filer being used for later on in this Test. As in defence is Mandana. Leg stump line delivery as Filer completes her 4th over. 1 for 12 her figures so far, and India 45 for 2. Drinks being brought on for one of the England players there, maybe a few running repairs.
It's like Sophie Eccleston, I think. She some sort of strapping on her leg, I think.
Well, it's been dealt with quite quickly. She's been given extra bit of support around her left leg. Eccleston, who will have a big role to play in this Test match, you can imagine, and it's had a busy summer so far for England already. Series against New Zealand, India, of course, T20 World Cup, which only finished here a few days ago at Lords, with Australia lifting the trophy. And plenty of those England players back here now, having to quickly switch into red ball mode. India a bit more time to prepare for this test match, having been knocked out by South Africa, taking that second qualification spot in Group A. Lauren Bell then to Jemima Rodrigues, her first ball of this test match, as she's driving towards mid-off, taking a quick single. And as we so often see from Rodrigues, she really does make you work hard running between the wickets. Smriti Mandana will be knowing to probably not sit on her bat too much at the non-striker's end whilst Rodrigues is in.
No, I really like her as a player, actually. She's always busy, always looking to keep the scoreboard moving but not take undue risks. And a great 50-over player as well, isn't she?
Of course, playing that fantastic innings against Australia in the semi-final of the 50-over World Cup last year to get her team through to the final. Beats Mandana on the outside edge, does Bell, tempting her into that drive. You can see her correcting herself afterwards. Goes down the pitch, taps it a few times.
It's almost identical to the ball that got Bhatia, but just a stump further down the slope, so it finishes on around fourth stump, but angling in towards Smriti and then just nipping with that slope down through to the hands of Amy Jones. But that's good bowling, that's the perfect length, not drivable.
As Bell in again now, is driven on the push by Mandana, and there's a misfield at mid-on, will cost England another run. Mandana returns for her second. Lauren Filer, the culprit in the field.
I don't hate it though, actually, because I feel like if Lauren Bell can continue to get the ball to threaten to come back in but then leave Mandana the way that she's playing and looking to be more aggressive and take shots on, I think it gives Bell the chance to take a wicket here. So I'm not overly disappointed that Mandana's still on strike.
It does feel like there's still plenty out there for these opening bowlers for England. Movement with the ball has flicked down the leg side, down towards Izzy Wong in front of us, doing the hard yards on the boundary. I'm looking forward to seeing her with the ball in hand. You assume as that first change option, particularly just the consistency she'll be able to build on. I know she's had probably a more turbulent journey with her bowling over the last few years, being propelled into the spotlight. All those speculation of will she become the first player to hit 80 miles per hour, and then injuries coming into play. And since then has just struggled a bit more with her consistency. So no greater test for that than a test match. And a test match at Lords in front of an array of spectators here, huddled up in the shade as Bell is into Rodrigues in defence towards Bouchier at cover. No run. 49 for 2. Rodrigues has had a pretty handy last 12 months, you would say, Phil. Has got anything on her career progression in particular? Because I think the way she's adapted, you mentioned, Stephen, that she's always looked busy at the crease as well, but particularly in the shorter formats, she's added that power side to her game as well. Polar opposite here as she defends to Bell. Ball going towards Gully. And that's the end of the over. 9 gone, 49 for 2. Rodrigues on 1. And Smriti Mandana 32 off 31 balls.
Yeah, we mentioned it, or it was mentioned, that Jemmy Rodrigues' breakthrough innings. I got my Jemimas and my Jemimas and my Rodrigues mixed up there, yeah. My Jemmy Rodrigues, yeah, her breakthrough innings was that innings in the semi-final of the Women's World Cup against Australia. 127 not out of 134 balls. And of course, she saw her team home to reach that final eventually. World Cup glory in Navi Mumbai a few days later.
Can you imagine with the captain as well, Khalid, to come in next, which goes Deepti Sharma. This Indian lineup's got quite a lot of depth in it, but this middle order will be taking a big role, batting first on this fresh pitch, and we're going to see a change of bowling. So Lauren Filer completes her first spell. And figures 4 overs, 1 wicket, 12 runs. And it's going to be Sophie Ecclestone, who I hope has got her shoulder pretty limbered because particularly in 2023, the test match in the Ashes at Trent Bridge, she bowled a lot.
Yep, it'd be interesting to see what the ball does here. Bowling from the nursery end, so look to move the ball back in towards the left-hander and then away from the right-hander, but just an opportunity for her to settle into her spell, control the scoring rate for her captain, Nat Sciver-Brunt, and just have a look, I think, on this first morning.
So her left arm spin, slip, short leg. She's into Mandana. Worked behind square on the leg side for a single. 50 up for India in the 10th over.
Yeah, you mentioned Sophie Ecclestone. Yeah, that last test match here in England against Australia at Trent Bridge, she bowled 77 overs across the test. The last test England played away in Australia, they only bowled in one innings, but Sophie Ecclestone managed to get through 44.3 overs. So, yeah, her workload over the next few days could be quite extensive.
And I hope she's got a lovely holiday booked before the start of the 100.
Is there that much time? She's got a week.
Do a quick weekend away.
Weekend away.
A few budget airlines where you could get a good deal, I'm sure. So change of field for the right-handed Rodrigues. Slip. Short cover. Punched off the back foot towards the bowler. It's good to see a few close catches in there, squeezing Rodrigues and Mandana.
Well, interesting they've opted to have a silly point instead of a short leg here.
Reaching for this one, slashing it. Square drive. Beats the fielder and gets all the way to the boundary. Rodrigues with her first boundary moves to 5. India 54 for 2. And that was a glorious, glorious stroke.
Yeah, full and wide outside off. It floated up by Ecclestone, really, probably looking to bowl a slower delivery to see if it spins, but it was too wide and allowed Rodrigues to throw her hands at it, and it was slapped, really, through the point region. And this quick outfield here at Lord's, Bell was never going to catch that up. So good committing to the shot from Rodrigues, but Ecclestone will just want to tighten her line-up. But if she's going to do that, I think I'd rather a short leg than a silly point.
This time rocking backwards, cutting the ball without perfect timing. 2 fielders in pursuit will maybe bring it in within the rope. There's a bit of hesitation as Boucher asks Lauren Bell, did you keep that in? I'm not sure she quite got an answer, but Boucher picked up the ball, stepped over the boundary rope, and either way it's certainly going to be 4. Nice shot again from Rodrigues, who's not holding back when she's getting that width from Ecclestone. I think you say there, I'd be a bit nervous if I was Tammy Beaumont in silly point right now.
Yeah, you'd be looking at Nat Sciver-Brunt and saying, would you rather me on the offside or sorry, on the leg side? It's yeah, I just think if you've got a silly point, the deep cover's gone back now. Maya Boucher.
As Ecclestone is into Rodrigues, defending, shout for leg before from Knight-Jones and Ecclestone herself there as they come together for a consultation. Of course, England did send one upstairs earlier. It was umpire's call, so they retain that review. Both teams have 3 reviews remaining.
I mean, if that's pad first, I think that's very close. If it's just skimmed the pad.
Here we go on the replay. Lunge forward, bat first into the pad. So the correct decision made by umpire Sue Redfern, and England not to send that one upstairs. Better line there from Ecclestone on that occasion. She's into Rodrigues, who drives a straight delivery squeezes it out towards deep cover. Slightly riskier there, really relying on the hands to open up the face of the bat. Get it away for a single. 59 for 2 then. 10 runs off Ecclestone's first over. And look towards Lauren Bell to see if she's going to be continuing here or whether we're going to see another change. It does look like Izzy Wong is going to be coming into the attack. Just on that fielding position at Silly Point, I find it remarkable that, of course, this is Tammy Beaumont's last game for England, her last test match, and so often in the men's game you see the youngest player, the debutant, shoved in there at short leg or Silly Point to get in as close as possible. Yet Tammy Beaumont, all these years, you can't drag her out of that position. She's got to have the helmet on and be as close as possible to the action.
It's funny, you go through phases, don't you? When I played, Ian Bell and Alistair Cook were our two short-leggers, and they were two of our more experienced players. But they were in there because they were very good at short leg. But yeah, if there's none of the senior players that are good at it or fancy it, it is whoever's made their debut. As long as they're not a bowler, in you go. Good luck.
As long as your reaction time's not too bad, then you'll
Which
be okay.
should be better if you're younger, really, shouldn't it?
Oh, there we go. Izzy Wong steaming in to Rodrigues, who's batting outside her crease and drives the ball away through a vacant cover, away for 4 runs. Rodrigues now moves to 14 off 9 balls. Not quite sure if she's realised the T20 World Cup has finished here, but she's certainly timing it nicely, and Wong with a half volley outside the off stump. Well, had to be hit away on that occasion.
Yeah, she's a considerable way outside of her crease there, Rodrigues. So Izzy Wong just a nice seam position, looking to get the ball to shape away, but Rodrigues meeting it on the half volley. Nice shot.
Wong into Rodrigues with 2 slips in place. Tickles it off her pads square. On the onside will be a single as Filer collects, returns to Jones. Score to 64 for 2. I think I said, oh, go on.
No, I'm amazed that that you've not put up your batting escapades over the last couple of weeks. Or are you saving that for when the test match is a bit slower? Or
Yeah, well, I assumed you'd want to hear a play-by-play of all the runs scored.
Well, we probably need rain for that, don't we?
Well, I'm keeping it up my sleeve. You never know.
You're not wearing sleeves.
We've had a few tropical storms lately in this warm weather as Wong into Mandana in defence. Chopped down into the pitch. And Wong, who's this ball of energy out there, springing through in her follow-through. So eager to get back to the top of her mark. Not quite sure she'll have that same energy. And she's had 10 more overs under her belt. It's all right, we've got so much time to bring up all your favourite innings from your career.
Well, there's one.
It's Wong to Mandana, defending off the pads towards short mid-wicket.
And Jonathan Agnew described it as being like watching paint dry. So, yeah, less likely to need to bring that up this week, I think.
It's all right, we'll let the pros do the talking with the bat.
I think that's probably fair enough. Or i.e. you.
Another pro. 64 for 2. 2 balls left in this first over from Wong. Full toss, clipped away towards square leg and away for 4 runs. It's where most of the crowd assembled to our right. And for India supporters, a few wearing their bright blue shirts in the crowd, will be excited by this rapid acceleration we've seen in the last few overs, a flurry of boundaries.
It's not intentional, is it? They're not being overly aggressive. It's just every time England are missing at the moment, the Indian batters are putting it away.
Wong in again. Odds wide of the off stump. And a slight twitch there from umpire Anna Harris. Allows it through in the end. No wide signalled. 68 for 2 the score after 11 overs. Mandana on 37. Rodrigues 15 off 10. And a relaxed dress code implemented today as well.
Well, shirt sleeve order. In the pavilion, you mean?
Yeah.
Or just in the ground in general?
In the pavilion. Be a bit harsh if they were stopping people saying, hang on, you've got your
Well, I got
sandals
accused
on.
of wearing my pyjamas today, so
You often do get accused of wearing your pyjamas.
I know.
Maybe something to reflect on there.
I enjoy comfort
Over style.
Well, yeah, especially when you're working on the radio. It doesn't really matter, does it? As long as my brain and my mouth are working.
Doubtful.
Well, yeah. Not often together.
Eccleston for her second then. Starting from directly in front of umpire Sue Redfern. And Eccleston, so much taller than her, completely obstructs her vision for the first second of her run-up before she darts to her left. Silly point still in play, as well as slip, as Rodrigues drives into the boot of Beaumont there, ballooning up towards point for no run.
I just think with there's such a heavy offside field here, it's 6-3 offside, so the only three fielders on the leg side, deep backward square, mid-wicket and mid-on. I think it's not allowing Eccleston to bowl at the stumps.
She's in again now, this time defending.
But that's a good line, that's angled in towards off, and because we're day one of the test on a grassy pitch, we're not going to see spitting bounce outside the off stump with it turning. So I think if you move your short leg or your silly point across to short leg, it gives Eccleston more space.
Advancing in defence is Rodrigues. Do you think there's an element of England wanting Rodrigues to turn the ball moving away from her into that
Well, it's
gap
not really
on the
moving
legs?
her away from her though. And I think if you were to do that, you'd leave mid-wicket open, not square leg.
It's driving is Rodrigues, and a misfield from Bell at backward point. She gets a hand to it, which slows it down within the boundary rope. They come back for 2 runs. Another ambitious drive there from Rodrigues, who's really lunging into the ball, whipping her hands through it. Slightly uppish on this occasion, and fell just short of Bell, in fact, so probably a bit of a harsh call there. That unfortunate bounce before her, causing the misfield. She was going in for the catch. 70 for 2, Eccleston to Rodrigues, backing deep into the crease. Slaps it away for a single. 71 for 2.
And also, Tammy Beaumont's more of a run saver than a catcher at the moment. Her heart must be in her mouth every time Rodrigues rocks back to try and play a full-blooded cut or tries to slap it through point. She's in the firing line.
It's one way to make your final game for England memorable, when you're covered in bruises walking off the field at the end of the day.
I mean, I'm sure that's not how she'd like it to be.
Missing a few teeth. Eccleston to Mandela, slog sweep over mid-wicket and away for 6 runs. Deliberately chose that flighted delivery outside the off stump. Ball moving into the left-hander. So 9 runs off that over from Eccleston. And India accelerating nicely here. The score 77 for 2. And we're going to have a double change as drinks being brought on. Nesha Ghosh and Ali Mitchell. But first, Nesha, your thoughts on this remarkable acceleration from India over the last few overs and how positively they've been playing?
I think they're trying to make up for the dearth of runs during the T20 World Cup, having gotten knocked out at this very ground here at the hands of eventual champions Australia exactly 13 days ago. So sure, a lot of work to be done in this test match, but I think Smriti Mandhana, being the aggressor here, the senior campaigner, playing her 300th international game for India, knows how important it is to set the tone on day one, and also in the process try and ensure that this match lasts a full 4 days. Hey, Alison Mitchell.
Hello, Anisha. Yes, it'll be a spectacle if we can go deep into the 4th day, won't it? And hopefully get a result as well. So many women's test matches have been drawn historically when you look back. But Smriti Mandhana, she is a delight to watch in any format, but particularly there's something very elegant and poetic in particular about her when she's wearing test whites. It's that classical batting that we've seen for so many years. I remember her debut in Wormsley in 2013, and I think we just looked at her and went, wow, she looked the part. And there's something very special about watching her start to take flight here. What is she now? 43 not out as India is 77 for 2. So
Absolutely. Struck a half century in that second innings. Jenny Gunn was the player of the match, and I remember reading a fair bit. I was still very much at university at the time, first year of pursuing Masters in English Literature, and feeling, hey, I've played a little bit of cricket, started out as a top order left-hand batter. I could be that replacement and give competition to Smriti Mandhana, but thankfully I did not.
I was about to say, how did that go?
Not very well.
You're up here with us.
Absolutely. The right top order left-hand batter is out there in the middle representing India, and what a great ambassador for the sport she's been. You spoke of her batting skills. Yes, she started out as a very elegant, flamboyant, through the offside player, largely offside dominant, but over the past few years she's really worked hard on her offside game and has really worked hard on her fitness. I remember, Ali, right after India got knocked out at the 2024 Women's T20 World Cup in the UAE, she sat making a phone call from a restaurant in Sharjah. I happened to be present while that call was being made to her business manager, Tuhin Mishra, and she said that I need the best fitness coach, best strength and conditioning coach there is in India at this point in time. And Tuhin, having known him for a fair number of years, who has been associated with the rise and rise of brand Smriti Mandhana, which also bears mentioning that she has a Barbie doll modelled after her, the first cricketer to get that distinction. Tuhin Mishra sought out obviously what Smriti Mandhana wanted, and eventually got the former strength and conditioning coach of Olympic Games silver medalist PV Sindhu, who won a silver medal at Rio 2016 in badminton. And his name is Shrikant, and Shrikant has been working with Smriti since that night in October 2024, and has gone on to do some great work, made sure that she improves her running between the wickets, and also helped build those big muscles.
Well, it's timing, but it's power as well, isn't it, to reach the boundary in the way that she's able to. But the stamina as well, which we will see in evidence today, from her perspective, hoping to, opening batter, she will hope to bat through the day, the majority of the 100 overs, if she can. I think she's all right fit. Phil, am I correct in saying she is the youngest to 300 internationals?
Oh, I don't know. I'll have to look at that. It sounds about right, because she's not turned 30 yet, so she's certainly the third Indian woman to reach that mark, the 11th in total. We were talking, Al, about the firsts in this test and at Lords. Smriti Mandhana there with the first 6 in women's test cricket at Lords, but what we still haven't had today is a maiden.
Right.
Which in the first 12 overs of a women's test match must be very unusual.
I mean, particularly when you think back to Wormsley, and that was a match which was memorable for many, many reasons, not least a century from Heather Knight over about 300 odd deliveries, but Laura Marsh's half century over, I think, even more deliveries. But yeah, tone has been starting to be set here by Smriti Mandhana and Jemimah Rodrigues. They've had drinks. Stage is set once again. Izzy Wong to come in from the pavilion end. Yeah, and very quickly, you mentioned the acceleration from India. This partnership now worth 40 from 30 deliveries. Rodrigues batting out of her crease here to the pace of Wong. 2 slips and a gully as Wong is in outside the off stump, and a comfortable leave by Jemimah Rodrigues. Not offering a shot. Heather Knight flings that ball back down to the far end. Got Sophie Eccleston there at mid-on, mid-off in play, still the catcher extra cover. Point standing quite deep towards the grandstand, which is very well populated in those lower reaches, and some people even brave enough to venture out of the shade now into the sunshine. Gully, 2 slips in place as well. Rodrigues 18 from 16. Wong moves in. 77 for 2. India, that's a stray delivery down the leg side. Not been called a wide, but Amy Jones had to really move a long way across as it went down the slope and just kept on going. It's something for the wicket-keeper, of course, to get used to as well. Talk about batters and the bowlers getting used to the slope. If people have just joined us, instead of the 90 overs that the men normally bowl in a day, it's 100 overs for the women. We bowled 12 overs in that first hour, so that's looking slightly optimistic. Indeed. They don't get any longer to bowl their 100 overs that the men get to bowl 90. That should be pointed out as well. Here goes Wong again, getting up on the toes, high front elbow to defend that into the ground. Rodrigues picked up by Boucher, and there is no run. Bit of respite from the sun at the moment, the cloud just covering and giving a little bit of haze. It's a beautiful warm day. So 3 dot balls, we might be on for the first maiden.
Yes.
All eyes.
Last. Rodrigues, by the way, started out this match 65 runs short of her 5,000 international run tally milestone. She has already wiped off 18 of that tally.
She awaits now as Wong comes in with the pavilion behind her, pushes it outside the off stump this time and left alone. So we're 2 balls away from our first maiden. Jemima Rodrigues has played 4 test matches, but she's had an impact in every one, hasn't she? A 50 in each of her first 4 tests. And I don't believe anybody has ever managed a 50 in each of their first 5 test matches in the women's game. So keep an eye on that one as well. But she is an absolute impact player, not least in, you remember back to India's ODI World Cup win, incredible come from behind 100 in the final. Here is Wong again. She really reaches for that a full toss out to the grandstand for 4. Well, it's certainly spoilt the idea of a maiden, but Izzy Wong has sort of gone heavily leg side, heavily offside, and this time again very heavy to that offside, too loose, and absolutely put away by Jemima, and she wouldn't have intended that at all, Izzy Wong.
That was a hit-me ball.
It's just slipped out the fingers, hasn't it?
Indeed. All she needed to do was reach out for that one and get some connection with the willow. The Indian fans are happy. I know. Jemima Rodrigues' brothers are in attendance, Ellie and Enoch, both her elder brothers.
Wong, and again goes full this time, blocked by Rodrigues. That's much better delivery from Wong to end that over. The 1 boundary coming from it. Then India 81 for 2, Rodrigues 22 off 21, and Mandana will be on strike 43 from 37. Has she just got the 2 brothers?
Yes. She is the youngest of the 3 siblings. Both her brothers are quite creatively oriented. The eldest brother, Enoch, works as a cinematographer. The other brother, Ellie, is a drummer with one of the best music composers. I think he's performed at Wembley as well.
Right.
Recently, during one of the performances, one of the concerts by this very popular Indian film music composer named Mithun. And here is Jemima Rodrigues, who's herself picked up a few of those creative genes.
We've heard her play the guitar and sing. Yeah.
Composes a number of tracks as well. Went on to sing a track with Sunil Gavaskar, I think, just after India won the ODI World Cup.
I remember seeing that on socials. Slip and a short leg here. Eccleston in as Mandana gets well forward to a fullish length delivery. Eccleston picking up off her own bowling. There's no run. Was that some sort of, I don't want to say a bet, but or did Gavaskar say, I want to, if you win the World Cup, I want to play, or did Jemima says, I want to sing with you if I win? Clipped into the leg side here by Mandana. Fielded in the mid-wicket region. There's no run.
It's about honouring a pledge that Jemima had made to the original superstar of Indian men's cricket, the former captain Sunil Gavaskar.
Eccleston a whirl of arms. Takes a little bit of pace off, clipped behind short leg this time, and Mandana's able to jog through for 1. Heather Knight is running all the way across from mid-wicket to pick up. And Mandana moves on to 44, 82 for 2, India. In her stardom just absolutely shot through the roof again, didn't it, with the World Cup win in India in the ODI format.
Absolutely. The popularity of each of these players, their fan following on social media especially, going up.
Rodrigues awaits their slip silly point here. Forward pressing, getting well over the ball, smothering any turn from Eccleston. Tammy Beaumont under the helmet in her final international match.
Smriti Mandana was on the front of Indian Vogue, wasn't she, in the last month or 2?
Well, she was part of the Time 100 list of the most influential sports people on this planet.
And goes Eccleston again. A little bit more force the shot here to work it past cover. And taking a single is Rodrigues. That's the influence, isn't it? It's not just cricket. She has become a player who's transcended her sport. And there's very few women's cricketers you can say that about.
In my view, Ali, she's the first bona fide superstar of Indian women's cricket. It wasn't even Mithali Raj, because unfortunately she toiled largely in obscurity for the best part of her career.
Last ball of the over from Eccleston. Worked into the leg side. A sprawling stop from Heather Knight. It means it's a dot ball. Sends the ball back into the gloves of Jones. 2 singles coming off that Eccleston over. 83 for 2. That's it. There's so many Indian women legends down the years, but they operated largely in obscurity in terms of the general population. People who have followed women's cricket have then known about them. I would have loved to have seen more Indian women's legends celebrated today. I don't know whether invitations went out and they weren't able to make it, but we've had a wonderful celebration of the England women's team from 1976 on the outfield and ringing the bell, the first ever women's international match on this ground of any format. And you know, a whole phalanx of former players are here. There's a couple from Australia who are over and who are in the committee room at the moment. I would have liked there to have been a bit more made of the Indian women as well, to acknowledge that they are a 50-50 part of this historic test match.
I couldn't agree more, and perhaps there is a reason there for the BCCI to take a leaf out of in terms of how well ECB have organized this. You were talking about the wall in the media center, which has a lot of pictures from the past. That's how you preserve history and pass it on to the next generations. Because it's the 50th anniversary of India women's official international debut, and also first ever tour that they had to England was back in 1986. So that essentially makes this the 40th year of that memorable tour. I would love for the BCCI to organize something come 31st of October, which is when back in 1976 India played their first official international game.
New over, Izzy Wong in now to Jemima Rodrigues, squeezes it past Gully, diving. It's running away towards a deep third boundary. They'll come back for two. Picked up inside the rope, and the throw comes back into the middle. Another two then for Rodrigues, 25 off 23. It's Alice Capsey chasing back on her first appearance in Test Whites. Someone else who she has grown up in the spotlight, hasn't she? A 16-year-old growing up sort of in front of our eyes. Tilly Courtine-Coleman, 18 years of age, in this test squad, was in the T20 World Cup squad as well, but didn't play in that tournament. We will see more of her as the years go on. Wong moves in, Rodrigues in the air, but safe, comfortably in front of point on that offside. Not immediately in control off the face of the bat. She punched it away through the covers for a single. I think the education around the history of the women's game is so important. And you'll remember probably, Anesha, when Greg Barclay was ICC chair, made some comments in 2022 when he was asked about the future of women's test cricket, and he effectively said he didn't see it as being a part of the future of the women's game, and rightly so. T20 internationals is the development format. It is the format that is played by all nations when they start, and T20s and ODIs is the dominant format of the game at the moment. As Wong moves in here, Mandana forward, gently defends into the offside.
And I think a big role has been played by Jay Shah. I know he has sort of played a big role behind the scenes when India made their return to women's test cricket in 2023 when it comes to playing test cricket on home soil. They hosted England, they hosted Australia, went on to win both in Mumbai, first at the D.Y. Patil Stadium, then at the Wankhede Stadium, and doing so emphatically. So yes, more the merrier, as they say.
Just the one slip in here as Wong is into Mandana, who looks to glide it away towards backward point though. Finds Beaumont, and there's no run. Yeah, just going back to what Greg Barclay had said, his exact words were, he said, women's tests will not be, quote, part of the landscape moving forward to any real extent. But he also said something, I remember at the time though, about men's cricket is where the history of the game lies and the significance. And that to me smacked of somebody who wasn't aware of the fact that women's test cricket had a history going back, as Wong is in down the leg side, taken by Tumbling Jones to her right. The first England-Australia test match played in 1934 in Australia, in Brisbane that was. So I think educating people on the history and having these icons of the game as the women's games know them, have them visible is so important, because there is a rich legacy in history. It just needs to be brought to the surface.
Which is why I have particular respect for Harmanpreet Kaur and what she did on the night of the World Cup win, handed the trophy to the likes of Jhula and Mithali and other pioneers.
Wong and again, the one down the leg side, taken again by Jones. Ends up on her backside on the ground. Wong, again, has struggled a bit with the accuracy in the second over. She takes her cap a little wearily from the umpire, looks a little bit disconsolate with herself at the moment. 86 for 2, Mandana on 44 and Jemima on 26. Yeah, that was a lovely touch at the end of the World Cup final. It's recognising, we stand on the shoulders of these giants who went before.
And what the television cameras, Ali, did not catch is Harmanpreet did walk up to the captain who led India in the first ever England tour, Shubhangi Kulkarni. Shubhangi Kulkarni took a lot of pictures posted on her social media, but unfortunately it eluded the television broadcast camera, so did not get as much limelight as those beautiful moments with Mithali Raj and Jhulan Goswami. But the fact that she understood the assignment, so to speak, and understood the import of the moment and acknowledged that goes on to speak volumes about what that victory meant for the Indian women's cricket team and how the entire team wanted to make it inclusive for every single person who's been associated with the growth of women's cricket in India.
I think I met Shubhangi Kulkarni for the first time at the Women's World Cup in 2005. And she, as an administrator, has played a really important part in the game. As Eccleston is in new over, squirts off the inside edge of Rodrigues, pushing forward defensively. The ball runs behind square on the onside, and a single is added. 86 for 2.
And she was also...
The 50 partnership is up between Mandana and Rodrigues with that single. And they've batted well together. There was a real acceleration since the drinks break. That same acceleration's not quite been there. Eccleston operating from the Vauxhall, from the nursery end of the ground, and Izzy Wong at the pavilion end at the moment. But Shubhangi, I believe, it was then part, because that 2005 was the time at which the Women's Cricket Association was merged by, well, the women's game became run by the ICC, so the WCA came then under the umbrella of the International Cricket Council, and the first ICC Women's Committee was set up, and I'm pretty sure Shubhangi Kulkarni was she was the Indian representative on that initial committee, which was chaired by Betty Timmer, a Dutch woman, who then was also chief executive and president of the Dutch overall Cricket Association as well. I did wonder whether we'd see Betty around during the T20 World Cup. I wasn't sure whether she was at any of the Netherlands games. There's a bit of a delay going on here at the moment. Are we waiting for another helmet to be brought out, Phil? Can you see what's going on at the far
We've got
end?
all sorts going on. I think we've got a helmet coming out for, I was going to say Amy Jones, but has she changed her helmet maybe? While that takes place, we've got a helmet coming in for another fielder close in under the lid. That partnership, 50 runs as you mentioned, came off just 49 deliveries.
Yep, scoring at a decent pace here, these two. 6 from Mandana certainly helped that along prior to the drinks break. So we've got a leg slip and a short leg in here. Mandana 44 from 45 balls. India 87 for 2. Eccleston over the wicket here, pressing forward. Mandana pats it into the leg side. The 2 wickets that have fallen so far. Shafali Verma was caught by Jones off Filer. A beautiful delivery, a thick outside edge through to the keeper. Shafali's first ever duck in a test match. 0 from 4 deliveries. India were 4 for 1 in just the second over as Eccleston gives this some flight using her feet. Mandana down the pitch and a boundary through mid-on. Well, taking the more inventive approach to Eccleston, just knowing she needs to get down to her, and manufactures a boundary to take her on to 48. India 91 for 2.
Mandana understands that she doesn't want to get stuck on one end and needs to upset the tempo of Sophie Eccleston, sash it down the track and turn this into a low full toss and played it along the carpet, something that she's worked a lot on over the past few months, not always taking the aerial route.
Eccleston in again, and that would surprise her a little bit fuller, maybe a little bit of extra bounce she wasn't expecting. Drops into the turf and no run. The second wicket, Yasika Bhatia, who was bowled by Lauren Bell, coming over the wicket, a ball that nipped down the slope. And Bhatia was out for 12, 37 for 2 at that point, now 91 for 2. Eccleston over the wicket, again defence, good length delivery, and picked up by the bowler in her follow through. We are 40 minutes away from the lunch break here at Lord's, the first ever women's test match to be staged on this famous ground. Eccleston awaits, wells her arms, drops this one to be turned away, down towards fine leg by Mandana, and picked up inside the rope one-handed. They're back for 2. Smriti Mandana has a half-century, the first 50 in a women's test match on this ground. Famous Lord's Test, and a famous player is making her mark. India 93 for 2, but Smriti Mandana taking the applause from this Lord's crowd. A fabulous player, and Harmanpreet Kaur, the captain, applauding as well. Wonderful knock for a stylish player.
One of the modern day greats of Indian cricket, rising to the occasion on the grandest stage, raising her bat for what is her fourth 50. She also has 2 test hundreds, so fourth 50 in test cricket to go with those tons, which I hope increased by way of number today. And she set the platform for herself, stroking this crucial partnership with Rodrigues. Both very good friends, know each other very well, started out as teammates as well.
New over, Izzy Wong, and here's Daniel Norcross.
Here she is, right arm over the wicket, 2 slips in place, beats the bat with a beauty, which is a much needed beauty because she's bowled both sides of the wicket, sometimes not even on the wicket. Yes, Phil.
Yes, Smriti Mandhana's 50 came off exactly 50 deliveries, 8 fours, 1 6, and it's her quickest in Test cricket.
Well, I've just seen the replay of that last ball, and that is exactly what Izzy Wong's looking to do. Just get that ball to come back up the slope, the groping bat of Jemima Rodrigues. That is a terrific ball. It's just snaked past the outside edge as she's in again. And Rodrigues plays at this, gets a thick inside edge. It squirts away in front of square on the onside. They're coming back for a second. Throw at the stumps is nowhere near the stumps. It's taken by Amy Jones. And the score advances to 95 for 2. Rodrigues to 29. Some slightly worrying signs here for England on a number of different scores. One of them is that they've picked up the 2 wickets, but they've conceded a lot of runs. 95 in 16.2 overs. Women's Test cricket for many, many years advanced Anesha at a glacial pace, but that is not the case anymore. These players are used to being proactive, looking for runs, scoring rates are much higher in white ball cricket, and it's translating here today into not a frantic or frenetic pace, just a well-calculated pace at the moment from Mandhana and Rodrigues after the loss of those 2 early wickets.
Absolutely, and it is down in part to the good understanding between Smriti Mandhana and Jemima Rodrigues, who are both products of the remarkable conveyor belt of teen prodigies that has been Indian women's cricket. Both started out as double centurions in age group 1-day cricket on the domestic circuit, were roommates, as I was mentioning, at the start of their international careers.
Here comes Wong again, still with the slips and the gully in place and a catching short extra cover. He's in short, cut away, down through deep backward point for 4. It's a fine shot because it was quite close to Rodrigues, and she's just able to get on top of it and flash it away past second slip and past the left hand of gully down to the untenanted boundary. 99 for 2. Wong, well, we've seen a couple of really good balls. We've seen a couple of really wayward deliveries, and that'll be a concern for Nat Sciver-Brunt because her bowling stocks are not massive. Eccleston's going to have to do a lot of work. Maddie Villiers yet to come into the attack. Phyla Bell, so she needs Wong to find her radar. She's in now, forward in defence to a good, full, straight ball is Rodrigues pushing to that short extra cover.
I think that is where England have erred today, offering a lot of width to Jemima Rodrigues, and every time she's found anything short and wide, she's crunched, feasted on that shortish length.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a tale of that. Lauren Bell, similarly, sort of both sides of the wicket.
Yeah, 15 fours and 1 6 in the hour and 10 minutes of play so far.
Here comes Wong once again. Forward again is Rodrigues, defending another better, fuller, straighter ball, as if Wong's just finding her radar here. 68 miles an hour if you're interested in the pace. The ball just goes straight to short extra cover. How many wides stroke no balls have we had? I'm trying to find reasons for the truly dismal over rate at the moment of 16.5. There are many reasons why you want women's cricket to move at a certain sort of masculine pace of scoring, which it has been doing more and more of late. As this next delivery is defended up on her toes to short extra cover again. A dot to finish, 6 off the over, 99 for 2. Rodrigues 33, Mandhana 50. But one aspect of the pace of women's cricket that everyone has enjoyed has been the over rate, and we have now had 2 minutes shy of an hour and a half and 17 overs, and we're due to bowl 100 in a day.
We are due to bowl 100 in a day. Yeah, I can't really find an excuse, Dan. Just 1 no ball and 1 wide.
yeah, that's not really going to cut the mustard, is it? So, look, it's a warm day, but it's not searingly hot. There is a little bit of high cloud, so it's not sort of baking down intense sunshine, direct sunshine.
We've also already had 4 overs of Sophie Eccleston, so it's not been all seam so far either. So the excuses are running out a bit.
Well, they've had to collect the ball, as you say, 16 times, 15 fours and a 6.
And pick up a few helmets along the way on the boundary rope.
Yes, I do think that can be done a bit more quickly, though.
100%. Especially when cricket is going to be part of the Olympics, so bring out
Right.
the Usain Bolt in yourselves, hey.
Well, they're bowling at about 11 overs an hour at the moment, as Eccleston is in, driven along the ground up to mid-off, and there is no run as it goes straight to Filer. Mandana on strike. Give you the field. She's got a leg slip, forward short leg. No slip. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep backward square leg. And she comes again. Eccleston, defender on the front foot, no run. Back to the bowler. I thought that wasn't enough fielders, and indeed there is a deep mid-wicket. As Eccleston into her 5th over before lunch on the first day of a test match. She's in again. It's just pushed into the offside. No discernible turn off the back foot and picked up from the square on the offside. Again, no run.
Smriti happens to be the most experienced test player in this Indian squad, playing her 9th test. Harman has played 1 game fewer.
Eccleston in again forward in defence, stroking the ball to short extra cover where Capsey does the fielding.
India have gone on to break so many personal records over the course of this England tour, which is into its 48th day, by the way.
Oh, wow. Of course, that's basically what we're doing. So again, she defends, this time a straighter ball on sort of middle and leg and just pushes it to short mid-wicket. And we're a dot ball away from a maiden.
Finally, at long last.
Is that going to be the first maiden?
Or are we jinxing it?
Yeah, well, we might be. But, I mean, that again is... OK, I don't know if this is fair on Phil. But you know what I'm going to ask. As Eccleston is in again, that's tucked away into the air and is not far away from a short leg. It bounces in front of Heather Knight, but straight enough to the fielder, so they could not get a run. It is a maiden over, 99 for 2, 18 overs have gone.
And I'm going to preempt your question with the answer of, I think it's highly unlikely.
That this is the latest there's been a maiden in a test match?
In a women's test match, I'd imagine.
But well, it feels like late for. I mean, in the early days of women's test matches, scoring rates were not that high. But I guess it might depend on who was batting first. When England was sort of playing New Zealand batting first in the very early days, runs were scoring it, going a little bit quicker, weren't they? The likes of Betty Snowball. How long's that taken? 12:31.
Take a lot.
Well, I had to say, because Alex Hartley's come and sat down next to me. I don't think it's reasonable to go through a whole session of Test cricket without mentioning Betty Snowball at some point.
I can't believe it's taken you 1 hour and 31 minutes.
Well, I've only been on for half an hour of that time, in fairness. As Wong starts a new over, that's defended around her pad by Rodriguez. She's going to get a single. They're going to come back for a second as it goes squirting down to deep backward square. Filer does the fielding, and the 100 is up. 101 for 2 in double quick. Well, I say double quick time. In double quick number of overs. 18.1 overs. They've taken an hour and a half to bowl them. 101 for 2. Rodriguez to 35. What have you made of Wong's bowling so far today, Alex?
A little bit wayward, hasn't it? It's not been ideal from Izzy Wong. That stayed very low, by the way. From Izzy Wong there, banged in short. And it just gets shin high.
Now then, that is interesting. As Wong is in again, gets up on her toes and pushes into the offside. There was a run there, but they haven't taken it as it's gone well in front of square. Capsey had a lot of ground to make from point to gather the ball, but they've decided against the run. Because we're sort of on the lookout for what happened in the men's test here at Lord's, where the uneven bounce did render it something of a lottery. The pace that women bowl it will be slightly less problematic to react. You know, if somebody's bowling at 85 miles an hour, it suddenly keeps very low. There's not a lot you can do. At 70 miles an hour, you've got a little bit more time to react as Wong is in. Rodriguez again gets up on her toes. The ball does bounce normally, just back of a length, pushes to short extra cover.
Well, you
no run.
say that, but we're obviously not used to facing 85 miles an hour. So when you're facing 75, it feels so quick.
Yeah, but I believe in the reaction times, you see. Yes, I think women are harder to get out.
Well, my fear is that the pitch starts to stay low and there's not enough pace in it, but it's then becomes hard to score runs when the ball's soft as well.
Yes.
But so far, runs are flowing.
They are. It's been a very, very entertaining first hour and a half as Wong comes in once again. Rodriguez drives into the onside, but straight to short mid-wicket where Beaumont does the fielding. Beaumont playing her last international match. The only woman to make a double 100 in a test match. She went past the great Betty Snowball, of course, at Trent Bridge when she scored that double 100.
Yeah, I'm gutted for Tammy for obviously retiring, but she obviously feels like it's the right time. And what a way to go out.
Well, I know. Yeah, first women's test at Lord's is not a bad swan song to have, is it?
You get 4 days of goodbyes.
Yes. Here comes Wong again. Forward comes Rodriguez, defends back to the bowler, no run. This is much better from Wong. Her last over and this over. She's just finding her lines, her lengths, her radar.
She's probably as well undercooked because obviously Wong and Filer in particular haven't played a game for a while.
Well, Filer did look on it, didn't she, I thought, her spell. But Wong's just been a bit wayward her first 3 overs, but she's coming back well here.
Only 20% of their balls are hitting the stumps.
In she comes once again. Oh, bowled her off the inside edge. Reaching for a wide ball. A bit of a gift, that wicket, but Izzy Wong is embraced by gleeful teammates. England really needed that wicket, and Rodriguez reaching for a ball wide of the off stump. Gets a thick inside edge and drags it back onto the stumps. And India lose their third wicket, 101 for 3.
How unlucky must you feel there for Jemimah Rodriguez? Full wide, outside the off stump, doesn't get up, tries to drive the ball through the covers, a thick inside edge, goes onto the stumps. Time and time again we see those miss the stumps. And that is a little bit of a gift for England and Izzy Wong, and Jemimah Rodriguez will feel really hard done by.
Well, it's a wicket that England desperately needed because that partnership was going along very nicely indeed. We weren't really sure a wicket was coming from, but sometimes they come from errors. And Izzy Wong, I would say that is a reward for her last 2 overs. They've been much more on the money, much more straight. And then Jemimah just sensing an opportunity, one thrown out wide outside the off stump, flung her bat at it, thinking here's the 4 ball that I want. Because, I mean, one of the aspects of women's cricket that's changed so much is, you look back at the history of women's cricket. I'm reading a brilliant book by Raf Nicholson on this, and you see, talked about the glacial pace of many games. How many games ended in draws? I mean, England have played 102 matches, 64 of them have been draws. Even Australia played 81 matches, 46 of their matches have been draws, and part of that was the pace of play and the fact there were 3-day games. Nowadays, I'm not going to say it's impatience, but the expectation is that you move the game along, you score at faster rates. And just Rodriguez, you just sensed she was just getting a bit annoyed after 2 overs of patting the ball back.
Well, you have to score at faster rates, and teams have learnt that because there's just been far too many draws. We had 5-day games for a while, and then for some reason we've gone back to 4 days. But you can't play the way, you can't just keep passing the ball back, so you've got to try and be a little bit more aggressive to try and get a result in 4 days.
Eccleston starts a new over, forward comes Marden, defends to point straight to the fielder. Well, absolutely. And it makes for a lot more exciting a spectacle. Now, the issue over 4 days and 5 days, it seems clear-cut, doesn't it? Obviously, there should be 5-day tests, and men's tests are 5 days. Eccleston then once again defended on the front foot back to the bowler. But the idea was that there are 100 over days, so you get 400 overs, which, let's face it, a men's test is often, realistically, about 400 overs because they bowl about 80 overs in a day. But if the women are only going to bowl at 11.5 overs an hour, then they really are going to need a 5th day. In comes Eccleston once again, tossed up, worked into the onside, straight to Knight though at short mid-wicket. England just applying the brakes a little bit. Phil, the last 4 or 5 overs feels to me like scoring rates just slowed down ever so slightly.
Yeah, just 2 runs from the last 18 deliveries.
Thank you. Here comes Eccleston once again. This is push, check driven up to mid-on, but to the right of Izzy Wong, so she's got ground to make. They're able to saunter through for an easy single. 102 for 3. Mandana 51. What do we make of Wing Commander Long's moustache alongside us?
I can't say what I think on air.
So it's slightly militaristic, isn't it? It's a little bit like our producer Jack's former moustache.
Well, he's got rid of it, and
He
yesterday
has.
he's had a haircut. I said, you look so much more handsome.
Yeah, although he's wearing a suit and a tie today, so he looks like a fish completely out of water, bless him.
Looks well cute, doesn't he?
Tossed up once again. Forward comes Harmanpreet to the first delivery she's faced and just guides it straight to point along the ground.
A few people pointed out I look like Danny Dyer's character in, is it Riders or Rivals?
Oh, Rivals, you do a bit. Yeah, you do.
Which was good, but recently more people have said I look like Ned Flanders from The Simpsons.
Which is also true. Forward comes Harmanpreet, defends the last ball of the over, straight to Heather Knight along the ground. Just the 1 run from it. Eccleston none for 29 in 6, but only 1 run from her last 2 overs. Mandana 51. Harmanpreet yet to score after England made that breakthrough, getting rid of Jemima Rodriguez. More thoughts from Alex Hartley then. To take you through to the lunch break, it's going to be Melissa Story.
Yeah, England have just started to bowl slightly tighter, slightly better in the last 3 or 4 overs. You do feel sort of gotten used to having to bowl that line and length and not play white ball cricket or T20 cricket where you've got to bowl different lines, different lengths, be consistently inconsistent. Whereas, you know, test match cricket is all about trying to hit the top of off time and time again.
It's almost that being content with being a little bit boring.
Yep.
Because in T20 cricket, as you say, you want to mix it up, keep it fresh, keep the batters guessing. But here, you don't need to slide into that temptation. You can just let yourself bowl your stock delivery, your best ball every time. Plug away, work hard, and that's what England have been doing, in particular Izzy Wong, who's in now for her 6th over. Bowls to Mandana, leaning on the ball towards short third for no run.
Yeah, that Indian strike rate, the 12 overs before drinks, 77 runs in those 12 overs. That's 6.41 an over, and the 8 overs since then, 25 runs. That's just 3.1 an over.
And that's the ebb and flow of Test cricket, which these players will be having to get used to. A format played so little, these two teams having played each other 16 times in Tests across history, 11 draws within that, 3 wins for India, 1 for England as Wong to Mandana down the leg side, taken nicely by Jones, diving to her right. And sometimes you're going to have those periods of play where a partnership's rebuilding. This is what India need to look to do now, with Harmanpreet Kaur yet to get off the mark. She's got the set Mandana next to her, and she'll be hoping to go on and get that big score which anchors the innings. And of course the prize of getting your name on the honours board at Lord's.
Pretty cool. I thought of that.
Wong. Mandana short wide, cut away. The crunch off the bat there. It was there to be hit. And the score with that boundary moves to 106 for 3.
Yeah, I feel like Wong got a little bit lucky with that wicket as well. It was full, really full. And then this one, really short. Bit of a nothing ball from Izzy Wong. Can't quite get her lines and lengths right here. But you can kind of understand why. She's not been playing cricket for such a, what feels like a long time.
As Wong this time down the leg side, takes a bit of pad, which slows down the ball, bursting through the gloves of Jones. Siva Brunt retrieves, single to the total. And that is a bye, so in the end, it's just shooting through the crease. 107 for 3. Well, I think the same with Lauren Filer, of course, as well, because domestic cricket, Lauren Filer, I think, has played 4 games in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. whilst Izzy Wong, she's played 3 games this season.
But what they are going to do is play more domestic cricket.
Wong into Harmanpreet, goes back in the crease, punches the ball into the covers for an easy single. 108 for 3. Well, it's all a bit strange, isn't it, as well, because you've got Charlie Dean being released from this test match. England's frontline off spinner cited with the reason she needs to rest, and then she's playing for Somerset in the T20, which
I really understand. It's T20, she's going to bowl 4 overs, she'll bat at 6, 7, and she'll have the weekend off. Somerset can still qualify for Blast finals as well.
In terms of the players they choose to have a rest then, because there have been a number of changes from that T20 World Cup squad, of course, given the fact it's a different format, worked off the pads to Boucher, short mid-wicket, no run, 108 for 3 after 21 overs, but Danny Gibson, Freya Kemp, they've both been rested as well as Charlie Dean. Where do you think that decision comes in to have rested Charlie Dean over, let's say, a Sophie Ecclestone? Do you think that added burden of captaincy maybe?
No, she's been injured. She's had a bad back. So all 3 of them have had bad backs, stress reactions. Charlie Dean was obviously meant to miss that ODI series. At the start of the summer, Nat Siver-Brunt got injured, so then Dino came in and captained. And then it was almost like, okay, well, that was meant to be her rest. She probably would have played this test match if she hadn't have played those ODIs, but she needs a rest for her back to recover at some stage. She's probably gutted that she's missing out on this opportunity, but this won't be the first and the last test match here at Lord's. It's definitely the first, but it won't be the last. And if it is, I'll be mad.
We'll get the kind of pitchforks and torches outside the grounds maybe as Ecclestone is driven to extra cover, fielded by Heather Knight.
So you can understand all 3 of those, why they're rested. I'm so surprised Nat Siver-Brunt is playing in this game, given the extent of what her injury has been and what it was.
As Ecclestone into Harmanpreet, lunging forwards, defending.
But then if she wasn't to play, who's captaining?
Tammy Beaumont, potentially.
Are you going back to Heather Knight? Are you doing an England men? And Joe, save us. Heather, save us.
As Ecclestone in towards Harmanpreet, driving wider on this occasion, but will find mid-off. 108 for 3.
England haven't even named a vice-captain for this, have they?
I reckon put all the names in a hat, pick one out, see if they fancy it. Or some kind of like sports day to the side. Whoever wins the tug of war gets to be vice-captain. Ecclestone angled down the leg side. Harmanpreet there looking at umpire Sue Redfern.
Not in test matches, Harman. He looked down and go, oh yeah, I'm in my whites.
Nice buzz here of the crowd at Lord's. Stands filling up nicely to our right, the pavilion full. It's prodding again, defensively, Harmanpreet.
Such a better plan this from Sophie Ecclestone, attacking the stumps. She first came on to bowl, first couple of overs, she's bowling wide outside the off stump.
She's in now, angled straighter, playing cautiously round the front pad as Harmanpreet will take a single into square leg. I think it's certainly a better line, but we've still got Tammy Beaumont in that silly point position on the offside, and you think if you just could put her into a short leg on the leg side, she would be plugging that gap ever so slightly more. 22 overs gone, 109 for 3. Ecclestone, after her first 2 overs, went for 19. She's gone for 30 runs now off 7, so really settling into this spell now. And a reminder, you can watch clips of the action today on the BBC Sport website and app. You can see the wickets that have fallen and the best of India's batting. And we also have our highlight show today at the Test on BBC 4 and BBC iPlayer tonight from 7 p.m. The dismissals so far mentioned. Shafali Verma caught behind off the bowling of Lauren Filer for a 4-ball duck. And Yastika Bhatia bowled by Lauren Bell. Lovely delivery, played all the way down the wrong line And then Jemima Rodriguez going along nicely, 35 off 38 balls, bowled by Izzy Wong. Inside edge onto the stumps.
You two haven't noticed, but I've just turned around. It feels like we're being pranked. It's like when you're in a class and everybody leaves. There was about 15 of us in this box 4 minutes ago, and now there's just the 3 of us that are left.
You know what it is? I smelt wafts of food from downstairs.
Ah, that's what it is. We're not being pranked. Everyone's hungry.
They run to it like rats. As Filer from the pavilion end. It's back in for her second spell. Harmanpreet.
Good sniff of that one, wasn't it? Have a sniff of that, Harman.
It's because the food smells wafted up here now.
It would have been so good if it was a short ball. Oh.
Have a sniff of that one, Harmanpreet. They call it chin music, but we can think of a different word.
How's that cricket ball smell?
Nice and leathery. So, Filer injecting a bit of pace into the attack before the lunch break. Comes in again now, angled down the leg side. She gets that sharp, jagging movement back towards the right-hander. And Harman here, who will want to step up as India captain.
There's been a lot of questions about her captaincy, haven't they? She'd been backed by the coach saying yes, she should absolutely captain this side. I mean, somebody asked her before the World Cup if she was going to retire, and I loved her answer saying, "You think I should? You think I'm done?" Never seen a journalist go into their shell so much.
It's Filer bowls full, driven by Harmanpreet. Doesn't quite have the legs on it to get to the boundary, but they will return for 2 runs. Score to 111 for 3. Of all the players I would fancy suggesting that to, I think Harmanpreet Kaur I would be looking to avoid. She can certainly be intimidating.
I'll never have a bad word said about Harmanpreet. Even though I said I think she, maybe on the retirement bus.
But there's still a few more stops before it gets to its final destination.
Yeah, we'll pick her up last.
And it's a party bus anyway, so don't mind. Bit of ABBA in the background. Fuller jams her back down on it, does Harmanpreet. She was looking to drive, just held back in the end on that shot, not quite there.
There has been a lot less retirements during or after the T20 World Cup than I thought there'd be. We've obviously had the 3 from New Zealand. Now we've got Tammy Beaumont. But I named about 12 pre-tournament, and we're only up to 4.
Do we think New Zealand maybe sent out the memo and it didn't quite arrive to the other teams? They were like, guys, we'll all go together, 12 of us. And then the others didn't quite go through with it. Guided nicely in the gap between second slip and gully. Goes away for 4 runs. Filer there with a frustrated smile on her face as she walks back to the top of her mark.
There's a really nice ball from Lauren Filer. Nips back down the hill. Little bit of extra pace, back of a length. Big nip back towards Harman, who just opens the face and guides it between backward point, gully and slip. Oh, backward point, gully, that's 3 of them. Slip and gully.
The ball zigzagged.
It did.
Did a few loop-de-loops before going down to deep third.
Really nicely played from Harman.
Straighter line, tucked up, but gets on top of it, working the ball towards Beaumont at mid-wicket. So Filer's over, goes for 6 runs, 115 for 3. As we reflect on this first test here at Lord's, came across a story from that one-day international, the first women's game here held at Lord's, where when Rachel Hayhoe-Flint, she led her England team out of the dressing room at Lord's for the first time on the 4th of August 1976. She reached the bottom of the stairs and then at the time was unsure whether England was allowed to walk through the long room. So rather than causing a scandal, she elected to go through the door beside the committee room, and they edged along the back of the pavilion concourse and squeezed their way out of the pavilion as Eccleston, his short arm jabbed out towards deep mid-wicket by Mandela for 116 for 3. So
yeah, me and Ali were talking about this earlier, and I just said that really surprises me because Hayhoe-Flint was like, no, we will cause upsets, otherwise nothing will change. I'm really surprised she didn't go, we're walking through the long room.
Maybe there was a few stewards lining it up and they thought,
We shall not pass.
We've worked so hard to get here, let's not get carried off the pitch.
We've worked so hard for women not to be allowed in here, you're not coming through.
Driven into the gap in the offside. There was cover, there was extra. But Harmanpreet places it perfectly. She moves to 12. India 120 for 3.
It's just beautifully driven. A little bit too full from Sophie Eccleston. Really nicely played from Harmanpreet. The ball obviously going down the slope a little bit and driven it past extra cover, and it just races down the hill for 4.
Eccleston then comes in again. And it's poked past Silly Point. I really would like, you see those graphics of the different shapes of cricket grounds in England and Wales. The bird's eye view of Lords being a bit more square, beating the outside edge. Jones whips off the bails behind. And then you have, the Utilita Bowl down in Hampshire, which is a perfect circle. I would essentially like an equivalent of that, demonstrating every ground in the country which has some kind of slope.
Okay.
Because, as Eccleston, straighter, tentatively worked around the front pad to a vacant short fine leg region. Fielder in from the boundary, single to the total, 121 for 3. The only reason being that it took me until this T20 World Cup to work out that Bristol had a slope.
Has it?
Yeah, apparently.
How big?
Significant enough to be mentioned a lot.
I always think Headingley feels like you're bowling uphill from one end.
See, we need some kind of graphic as defending as Mandana. Back towards Eccleston. One end of the over. 24 gone, 121 for 3.
I'll put you in charge of it then. Next summer, you come back. Your dad will do it. Is he listening?
Of course he is.
Yeah, he's on it now. He's crunching those slopes.
I'm sure he thought that retirement was going to be a peaceful time for him, actually, but instead it just means that
stats.
He gets a message from me saying, can you go with a piece of string and a ruler to every single first-class ground in England and Wales and let me know where there's a slope? It's like a geography trip.
Phil.
Sorry, yes. Harmanpreet Kaur, 13 not out. That means she's reached 9,000 international runs. She's the 6th player to do so and the 3rd Indian woman to reach that milestone.
9,000 runs.
Can you take us through the players sat above her?
Mitali Raj, absolutely one of them.
Yep, correct, top.
Of all time?
All time, Charlotte
Edwards.
Yep, she's in 4th place.
Susie Bates.
She's 2nd.
Now we're talking. Filer. Angled down the leg side. Lets that one go through, does Harmanpreet.
Tammy Beaumont.
No. I'll give you quite a large clue. One of them is at the other end, batting now.
Already?
Smriti.
Mandana, already?
She's 3rd, yep. She had 10,584 international runs before today. Mitali Raj, 10,868. So the top.
I'm sorry.
Smriti Mandana is 29 years old.
Mitali played for like 45 years.
Filer to Harmanpreet. Jams her back down on that one into square leg. Fielder comes round from mid-wicket to collect their run.
I'll just double check and see if that's true, but...
And Mandana's been playing for 4 minutes.
And I'll treble check that.
Alex Hartley's concept of time never ceases to blow me away.
Mandana's just a baby.
Well, as I say, 29 years old, already achieved so much for India. You can see why there's those questions around her taking on the captaincy, the more permanent role she has before for India. Always lives up to the occasion, gets on top of the bounce from Filer. Harmanpreet dropping it dead by her feet on the leg side.
Yeah, another player in that 9,000 run club, Stefanie Taylor.
Of course, of course. That 11 ball 40 in the T20 World Cup would have helped as well. That was old Stefanie Taylor.
Another player you might think's only been playing 4 minutes, because it feels like it. Laura Wolfart,
Yeah, well, she's actually a child. She's like 24, isn't she?
She's just shy of 9,000 runs, 8,848.
These cricketers are just getting better and better, you know.
See, the reverse for me is always Deepti Sharma, forgetting that she's 28 years old.
Feels like she's been playing forever.
Feels like Deepti is in her mid-30s. She's so experienced. She's always given so much responsibility. There's a slight delay here as the ball was launched back to Lauren Filer, missed and collected from the boundary in front of the pavilion. And now she's just run in again and pulled out of her action. So we're ready to go now. Halfway through this 25th over, 121 for 3. Harmanpreet defending.
It was 2014 Mandana's debut, wasn't it? So it feels like, for me, it feels like she's only been playing for 2 minutes, but it's been 12 years already. She was so young when she first made her debut. She's always older now than I think she is, because you see her as a young player, a little bit like Laura Woolfart, so young when she started. Sophie Eccleston, 16 when she made her debut. She'll be 25 now, but still feels like a really young player.
Filer over the wicket, outside the off stump. Lets that one go through to the keeper. Maybe all these players are just trapped in some kind of time warp, where time moves quicker for some.
I really wish I was in that time warp. I got booted out of it.
Be quite a niche episode of Doctor Who, wouldn't it? 30 female cricketers pulled into a time loop. Which ones escape, which ones don't? Clipped off the pads, and she'll get through for 1, bisecting mid-wicket and mid-on.
I think the sad truth is, Al, we're just older than we think we are, aren't we? That's that's the most depressing thing about that whole discussion.
25 overs gone, 122 for 3, and that will be the morning session as umpire Harris and umpire Redfern take the bails off the stumps, and the players make their way back towards the pavilion for what I can imagine will be a lovely bit of food there on this historic day at Lord's, the first women's test match to be hosted here. And so far, Alex Hartley 122 for 3, Smriti Mandana on 56 not out, Harmanpreet Kaur 14. It feels quite even at this stage.
It feels really well poised, doesn't it? I think India got off to a flyer. England haven't bowled as well as they would have liked. They haven't created the pressure. Nobody's really backed Sophie Eccleston up, who's bowled nicely from the media end. You just feel like you want one of the seamers to come out and just hammer that line and length, create a couple of chances. Lauren Filer has been good. Izzy Wong, a little bit of licorice also, same as Lauren Bell, who just bowled slightly too full. But you'd say with a run rate of just under 5 runs per over, India will be very happy with that. But you do feel like with what's to come for Harmanpreet, this is a really important for Harmanpreet, for India. This partnership with Harmanpreet and Mandana is really important.
So to take you through the wickets of this morning's session, Shafali Verma dismissed for a 4-ball duck by Lauren Filer, getting a tickle through to Amy Jones behind the stumps, and that was followed by Yastika Bhatia. And at 3 for India, she was bowled by Lauren Bell, using the slope nicely, just played along the wrong line of the ball, looking to work it towards mid-wicket. Saw her off stump dislodged, and then Jemima Rodrigues, who came out firing, almost as if she'd forgotten that this was a test match and not the T20 World Cup, continued, because we saw the run rate for India shoot up in that period, in the end chopping onto her stumps for 35 from 38. Smriti Mandana 56 not out so far, 9 fours in that innings, 1-6. Big slog sweep off Sophie Eccleston. And then Harmanpreet Kaur, India's captain, 14 not out at lunch. Just the 4 bowlers used for England so far. Lauren Bell, 5 overs, 1 wicket for 35 runs. Lauren Filer, 6 overs, 1 wicket for 19. Sophie Eccleston already bowled 8 overs. She's going to have a big role to play with the ball in hand this test match. Wicketless so far, gone for 36 runs. And Izzy Wong, 6 overs, 1 wicket for 29 runs. So we can expect to see the likes of Maddie Villiers with the ball in hand a little later on in today's play. Potentially Alice Capsey as well those off-spin options. So, Alex, so far the conditions as well, have they been what you expected at the start of the day?
Yeah, it's not done as much as I thought it might. We've had a couple of balls that have stayed low, but I don't think England have necessarily bowled well enough on it to extract the best out of these conditions. Obviously, winning the toss and bowling, I think, was the right thing to do. And they've managed to obviously take a couple of wickets, well, 3 wickets so far. So it's very evenly poised, but the wicket hasn't done as much as I thought it might.
And in terms of adjusting from playing in the T20 World Cup, which of course only came to an end on Sunday when Australia beat England in that historic final here at Lord's, to move from the shortest format of the game to the longest. Of course, India have had a bit more time to prepare, having been knocked out in the group stages, but nonetheless, how would you say that these teams have adapted so far?
I mean, it's really impossible to judge, isn't it? You know, it's one of those where we just don't play enough Test match cricket to, you know, yes, India have been, you know, early on flashing outside the off stump. England didn't necessarily bowl all that well with the red ball, didn't create enough pressure, so it's so hard to adapt. England had a 2-day camp leading into this Test match, so they train Wednesday, Thursday, play Friday through to Monday. So look, it's pretty hard. You've just got to then go back to your basics and trust your game. I think for a batting side, I always think it's harder to adjust than a bowling side, because you can sort of get into a bowling spell and there's a little bit more leeway or margin for error. But with a batter, as soon as you flash at one outside the off stump and you nick it behind, or you don't quite get behind the ball, you know, your day and your game is over.
Well, it's a glorious day here at Lord's, and I've been told that Alison Mitchell is out and about.
I am, thank you, Melissa. I've left the media centre, the large spaceship building opposite the Grand Victorian Pavilion, made our way around the ground, and we are now in front of the bowler's bar, which is just to the side and beneath the away dressing room here at Lord's. The Grand Old Bell is back in its position. Earlier at the start of play, it had been taken onto the outfield in a wooden frame, and there it was surrounded by all the past players of the England women's team who are here at Lord's today as invited guests, and it was a fabulous photo opportunity. Our own Alex Hartley was there amongst them for that 5-minute bell to be rung to signify the start of this historic occasion. I can tell you, down at the front here, down at ground level, right in front of the pavilion, there's a real sort of festival feel, really, a very summery feel to what's going on at Lord's here today. The pavilion has a real mix of men and lots of women in with bright coloured dresses. The dress code has been relaxed today, so the men are in their caps, their sunglasses, short sleeves, there's shorts, women here, lovely bright red dress, stripy blue and white dress in front of me, sunglasses on, everyone looking very stylish but relaxed, and I think that's a key theme of the day. It's about welcoming the women to Lord's, and the England women's team in particular. But everyone here seems to be soaking up the atmosphere, just looking up to the away dressing room balcony, and the Indian support staff have come to the edge of the balcony. They're just leaning over the railings, looking down below them, taking it all in. It's a lovely vibe. Fionn Wynne is with me from the BBC Sport website. Fionn, just remind us of the context here. 50 years since 1976, but women's Test history has an even richer history than that, doesn't it?
Absolutely, and you know, we've spoken so much about the occasion and soaking in how much it means, and you're right, it's like a festival kind of vibe, just in terms of how friendly and how welcoming everything feels. And when you consider, like, even in my lifetime, women weren't allowed to be members of this particular pavilion and this iconic venue. And yet now it's packed with so many, you know, it's so diverse, different ages. You really get the sense of the occasion and how much it means, not only to the players and past players, but to everyone, all the fans included.
I feel like I want to chat to these ladies who have come down to the front of the pavilion. Emma John is actually here. I'll come to you in a moment, Emma, because Emma's been responsible for the portraits that have been unveiled in the long room today, which have, I believe she'll tell us, but tripled the number of women represented on the walls of this famous pavilion. Now, I know a couple of these ladies. I'm going to get you all to introduce yourselves, actually, because I don't know you all. So let me go down the line here. Just tell us your name and tell me a bit about yourself, your involvement in cricket.
Hi, I'm Charlotte, and I play with these girls at Blackheath Cricket Club, or used to. I'm Lucy, I'm a member here. We played Blackheath, we played softball for 3 years, and now we're playing hardball for our first year.
And Lucy, you used to be involved in Chance to Shine, didn't you? So you've actually been around cricket for a long, long time and seen this evolution.
I have done, I love it.
I'm Joy and I play with these ladies, but I also am a probationary member of the MCC.
Probationary, that sounds a bit stern, doesn't it? Is that a technical term? Associate, is that right?
I'm on trial. Basically, I'm on trial.
There's a lot going on, isn't there?
50 declared in her match last week for MCC.
Well, for MCC, well done, good work.
I'm Ellie and I also play for Blackheath as well.
I'm Anne-Marie, play for Blackheath too.
What does this mean to all of you to be here to witness this? You know, tell us what it's meant and what's your day been like?
It's amazing, yeah. We've been able to come up to the pavilion because of Lucy and it's been a really good day out, so having a great time.
It's groundbreaking.
It was so special, seeing the players walk down through the long room, and when I saw Harmanpreet Kaur, I started to cry. So.
Were you in the long room as well then when those players came out?
Yeah, just as we got here, they were all coming out to go out onto the pitch, and you know, we've got one of our teammates is Australian, and for her, she was crying too when she saw the new portrait of the Australian as well. Just incredible for everyone. Dreams come true.
Yeah, it was Belinda Clark whose portrait has been unveiled. One Australian amongst a number of English players who have been unveiled here today as well. No one better to tell us about that in detail than Emma John. Emma, many people might know you as a writer for The Guardian, amongst others, and an author, but tell us about your role at MCC.
Thanks, Ali. Well, yes, I am the chair of the Heritage and Collections Committee at MCC. Our job is to look after the museum, the artworks, the incredible, enormous kind of collection of memorabilia, but also just to make this place, this home of cricket, the home of the heritage of cricket, and to really tell the story of the history of cricket in the most exciting ways we can.
So at the start of the day today, Charlotte Edwards' portrait hanging proudly in the long room, Rachel Hayhoe-Flint portrait hanging proudly in the long room. Tell us what's been added to that this morning in front of a number of women, about 50, 60 or so, wasn't there, past players to witness this unveiling.
Yeah, and do you know what? Having seen that bell ringing, you know, that was a moment of high emotion for me watching that bell ringing. But there was this previous moment that was really special in the long room. We know that women have been historically underrepresented in the artwork, in the long room, and there's a good reason for that, which is that, you know, traditionally the people who get honoured and go on the walls at Lord's and get painted are people who've achieved great things, often in Test matches here. So this is a historic kind of imbalance that has been a big part of our journey to change. The thing that we did today was we commissioned some retrospective artworks, which are very unusual for us. You may remember the Martin Crowe that got unveiled earlier during the New Zealand test, the men's test. That was really unusual, you know, one of our first posthumous portraits. We're really going for this, so we commissioned the amazing Ange Bell, who is here today, to immortalise some greats from women's Test cricket through the ages. People like Myrtle McLagan, who scored the first century in a women's Test match. She played in the very first women's Test match, which was the Ashes series of 34-35. We got Mary Duggan, another really important player and captain. Jan Britton, the iconic Jan Britton. If you see her portrait, you'll see that she actually is. It's a play on a passport photo, because she spent so much time travelling at a time when women had to fund their own travel, get themselves around, and she was actually a stewardess. She worked in the aviation industry, so that's how she was able to do that. Enid Bakewell, obviously also absolute legend, one of Wisden's 5 greatest women's players of all time. She was here to unveil her own portrait. And then there's also a fantastic portrait by Christian Evju of the 1993 World Cup winning team, and that one is really special because Christian works in this kind of mythical kind of realm. If you look at any of his paintings, they reference classical mythology. You see these kind of like Piranesi style kind of arches, what it does is it kind of really immortalizes the women of that team and puts them, you know, at this place that is both, you know, looking into the past, but was also at the time kind of looking forward for this incredible future of cricket that we have.
There's some fabulous portraits in there as well. And you mentioned, I don't know whether you knew that Mary Duggan is a relation of Jonathan Agnew. Did you know that?
Do you know, I discovered that very late in the day. Aggers, I'm so sorry that I didn't know this before, because obviously we would have had you there. We would have had you there unveiling your cousin's portrait. But yeah, Mary's a special person. They all are, and obviously there's so many women who could have got on that wall. The great thing about this is it's both quality and quantity, because we have gone from, like you said, there were 2 women in the long room, Lottie Edwards and Rachel Hayhoe.
And Claire Taylor also elsewhere in the pavilion at the moment.
Exactly, Claire Taylor up on the England dressing room staircase, which is where a lot of the kind of great England players sit. So there were 3 women in the pavilion, 2 of them in the long room. We now have, multiple. We've got these 5 extra portraits. I don't think I mentioned the Belinda Clark one, which you mentioned earlier, but obviously, that's another important one. So she's actually at the away end of the long room, because obviously she's representing those overseas greats, and she is. When we were looking for who is the first overseas female player who's going to go in the long room at Lord's, it was just so obvious. The woman had achieved so much, not just as a player, not just as a World Cup winning captain, but as the chief executive of Women's Cricket Australia, famously, the first person, man or woman, to score a double century in an ODI. I mean, there was nothing that Belinda, didn't tick off her list. And, she, like Enid, an honorary life member of MCC, and just a very, very important person to us.
And anybody who comes on a tour of Lord's, which is quite a tourist attraction, isn't it, for anybody who can come along and do a tour. The thing is of these portraits is that they will now start conversations. They will be part of the education for people to understand the rich history that women's cricket has, both those who have played and then gone on to be administrators. And it's that visibility which is so important, isn't it?
It's about representing cricket as it has been in the past. The history of the game, as someone like Raf Nicholson has made so clear with her writing and her brilliant books, it's always been there. There's always been a women's cricketing history. We just haven't told it well enough, and we haven't represented it well enough. So it's partly about getting people educated about the history, but it's also about representing the present and representing what is going to be an incredible future. We already know that the women's cricket is the biggest growth area of the game. We already know that women and girls come in their actual thousands to watch, whether it's a women's test, a women's World Cup final last weekend, 100 matches. They are here en masse. It's a beautiful thing during the 100, actually, to see the pavilion full of kids, who traditionally were not really would never have had access to the pavilion. So that's another reason why, for example, we're actually commissioning. We're not stopping here. We're commissioning a sculpture. It's going to be the first major installation of a female in a sculpture form, in an installation form. That's coming.
Where's that going to go? Because you've got the W.G. Grace is famously out the back, isn't he? There are two statues that were put in quite relatively recently behind the media centre, but both depicting males. Neither of them are any particular male cricketer, are they? So what's the plan then for this sculpture? Will it be anyone in particular?
That's exactly right. So the Fielder sculpture.
Should just tell everyone what we're doing at the moment. I feel like I'm doing some sort of grid walk here. We're now walking across the front of the pavilion. Emma is picking her way across rows of people. Oh, hold on, we've just overshot our mark, which is the great Enid Bakewell. One second. Emma's just telling us about a female sculpture of a cricketer which is going to be installed. So have a listen to this, Enid.
Yeah, that's right, Enid, yes. Enid, by the way, for listeners, just gave a little curtsy when she saw Ali. So, Ali is clearly royalty.
Enid, I am curtsying back doubly to you.
Exactly right. I'm glad you picked out the batsman and the bowler. So at the Compton Edrich end of the ground, the nursery end of the ground, we have had for the last quarter of a century these 2 incredible bronze sculptures of a batsman, a bowler. These are symbolic. They are anonymous. The sculpture did work from different references from life, but they're symbolic of all of us. It's brilliant. It's not saying, hey, here's Dennis Compton, you'll never be able to bat like him, wasn't he wonderful? It's saying this is a game for all of us. Now, we've been thinking about it, and what would be better, we thought, than completing that trilogy with some kind of installation, sculpture. I'm being vague about it because we don't know exactly what it's going to be yet, so I'm being purposefully vague, sorry about that, but we are going to have some kind of figure that evokes the athleticism of female fielding, that evokes all of our fielding. But it's going to be. We don't know exactly where it's going to be. We've got ideas, but we don't want to kind of like narrow it down and pin it down. But the whole point of it is, it will be the first female sort of sculpture or piece of major installation here at the ground, and it will be for all of us, because it will be something that we can all look at and go, yeah, that's what I think about when I think about great fielding.
Emma, just wait here for a moment. Enid Bakewell, then, legend of the game. Lovely to
see you
and you
again.
as well. Tell me, Enid, do you like your portraits in the long room?
It is a good one, isn't it? Yes, nice smiling one. That's wonderful.
So was that done, did you sit for that, or was that done from photographs?
I don't know where it's come from, but the one that I do like as well is JB's, because she was a real character.
Jan Britton, late Jan Britton, yeah.
And she was so talented, she really was.
And this is where conversation started, isn't it, and education, because we're mentioning Jan Britton's name. We need to tell people who don't know about her. She had a 19-year international career. She's still the world's leading run scorer in Test cricket, but she was the absolute premier batter of her day, playing 27 tests between 1979 and 1998. And she sadly died of cancer in 2017 at the age of 58 in the September, so she was still alive when England won the 50-over World Cup here.
Yeah, she was a tremendous character. She was a wonderful fielder as well, and she supported Rachel. She was very friendly with Rachel, and Rachel needed some support as well.
Who else have you been bumping into here, Enid, that you haven't seen for
lots
ages?
of people. It's amazing, because you see a face and you think, oh, I know that name. Which name goes with it?
You can remember them all.
Great, yeah, it's great.
We know you've still got all your agility, because you've practically gone viral on the BBC Sport Instagram pages for your little hurdle over the rope to get to the unveiling of your portrait. You've still got it, haven't you?
Yes, yeah. Well, got to prove, because I've got two false knees, you see. So normally I don't go up and down steps. I live in a bungalow.
Right, but can I just say, I have to say that I was there when Enid hurdled that boundary. I've never that rope. I was never been so nervous. I told you, I said no, Enid, because I was thinking of Jordan Henderson. I said, we've already lost one great sportsman from a major tournament this week from an advertising hoarding. So but she's very supple. She's very supple.
No worries.
Enid, tell us what this day means to you. You were a World Cup winner in 1973. You've still been playing at the way up to, I won't ask you what your exact age is, you'll probably tell us, but
it's wonderful that they're allowing it here, and we're actually maintaining, and it's going to be a good game. Unfortunately, I have to leave on Sunday, because my eldest daughter, I left for 2.5 months with my parents, because they'd lost somebody before me, and so they loved having her during the week. Yeah.
Well, it's such a special day, and we're delighted that you are here, and you will now be visible to everybody forever, because your portrait is in the long room. Incredible, isn't it?
Wonderful, thank you. And it's lovely to see you again, yeah.
And you, Enid.
Time, isn't it, yeah.
Enjoy the rest of the day, won't
Thank you very much.
Legend that is Enid Bakewell. Right, standing right behind me, Rosalie Birch, Rosalie Fairburn now, 2005 player, and gosh, Rosalie, what does this mean to you? You've been part of incredible days, Ashes wins and Trafalgar Square parades and all of that in 2005 era. What does this mean to you, and what's it been like so far?
Oh, it's been an amazing day. I mean, we've been treated to lovely weather, but I mean, I can't believe it was 21 years ago that we were playing here in the Ashes, but there were so few people watching, and now we're here at Lord's. These girls are getting to play in a historic day, and it's just incredible to see so many people coming out to enjoy the cricket. And the game came on a lot before me, but the game has come on so much since I finished playing just slightly less than 20 years ago. And being in the committee room today with all the former players of all different generations, it's been great with loads of stories being shared and just appreciating kind of the part of history that we are, we're privileged to be a part of.
Who have you chatted to that you wouldn't have seen for a long, long time?
I had a brief chat with Jane Powell, who she just revealed to me that she's now coaching Sweden, the Sweden women's national team.
That's a sign of growth in cricket in Europe, isn't it? We have the Swedish team.
Indeed. All sorts, kind of players of my generation like Catherine Sciver-Brunt and Isha Guha and Lauren Griffiths, players that I've not seen for a while that I used to play with, and then just chatting to a few of the older players and hearing some of their stories.
Have you spoken to any of those that were here in 1976 for that first women's ODI on this ground?
I haven't yet because there's so many of us, which is obviously wonderful. We're actually in 2 different rooms and we're just moving into the other room. So I intend to spend some time hearing their stories and how they're finding today, because I'm sure it's extra special for them.
Yeah. What before today, and I suppose in the years where there hasn't been a Test match here at Lords, what were always your impressions of this ground? When you were growing up as a player, but with women not, there were so few Test matches anyway, but not playing tests on this ground. What did that symbolise, and what does this now symbolise?
I think for me, this just felt kind of a place that we didn't really come to very often. I think I maybe played one game here. It was the game when Claire Taylor scored her 156 or whatever it was, not out. So that was my experience of playing there. But it just didn't feel like a place that we were ever really going to play. It didn't even almost cross my mind that playing a Test at Lords would ever be something we did. So it's just an incredible thing to be part of this occasion. I played a few Tests actually, because we played more Tests when I was part of the team. But we'd have played at smaller grounds. But incredible to be at such kind of a historic venue, and obviously the home of cricket, and to have so many people watching as well.
Great to see you, Rosalie. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, lovely to be part of it.
Let's bring in Jane Powell, who's coming in. Rosie's just name-checked you, Jane. What's a coach of Sweden we now here?
Yes, that's right, yes. I'm coaching Sweden women's cricket team.
Yeah, fabulous. What's your day been like, though, since you've arrived here at Lords? What does this mean to you, with your history and connection with the game? Tell us.
To be honest, it's as a little girl, I had a dream of playing for England, playing at Lords, being a professional cricketer, and that was never to be. But this is just fantastic to see my dream being lived out in the players of today.
What do you reckon of the morning's play so far?
Yeah, it's a little bit slow, overs rate. But there's been some good stuff and there's been some not so good stuff. But it's nice to, I think it's evenly poised at the moment. I think with another couple of early wickets in the afternoon session, then you'd say that it was a good toss to win, although I can't help but think my dad always used to say, win the toss, think about putting them in and then bat yourself.
And another Yorkshireman would have said, wait till the other team's batted as well to see how good the total is. Right, well, I wanted to ask you a serious question about the cricket, but I really just want to know, what has it been like in the pavilion? Who are you with? Who are you meeting up with? Are there some names and faces here that you haven't seen for a long, long time?
Yeah, there's a few of the 1976 people that used to scare me a little bit. And they were my heroines, and it was lovely to be able to see them. Chris Watmow, Lynn Thomas, Enid Bakewell, those people. But then it was great to see, my teammates from '88, the '88 World Cup final, Jill Smith, Lisa Nye. It's just lovely being around them again and just reminiscing about those games and those tournaments.
Yeah. What sort of stories have they got, or have they been sharing any of their experience of being at Lords?
They've all been sharing a few stories. Some are repeatable and some are not so repeatable. But, just different ones, about looking after kids before they came. All the sort of things that you had to do in those days of making sure you did your work and then go to play cricket. But, fantastic memories. There's one when we were at Lillishall and training and somebody suddenly got the idea you needed to be fitter, so the physio would met us in the morning and we were about to run down the drive and she came in her car and said, every time I beat my horn, you go faster. And so it was like, you can imagine, it was great team building, but it was against the physio.
Was that like early editions of the bleep test?
I think it was, although bleeped out for language, I'm afraid.
Jane, awesome to see you.
Lovely to see you.
Stick around, I might come back to you because I want to bring in Claire Taylor, who is alongside you, part of the 1993 World Cup winning team. I met you in 2005 at the World Cup.
You did
in
indeed,
South
yes.
Africa.
Yeah.
What's this day mean to you, Claire?
It's unbelievable, absolutely. If you go back to, like Jane says, the early days, you wouldn't imagine this. And I think what's nice now is it's not women's cricket and men's cricket, it's just cricket. And that's what it should be about. We've all got the same skills, we all bat the same, field the same. They might be a bit stronger, but sometimes technically we're a lot more correct. But it's good to see it just as cricket. You shouldn't have to put a label on it apart from cricket. And I think that's the most amazing thing. And just to see so many people and smiling faces as well, it's amazing.
And lots of fans being waved as well. I'm just looking around to paint the picture. It's a warm, lovely, sultry day here in front of the pavilion. It's the lunch break on day one of this historic women's test match at Lord's, the first women's test to be staged on this ground. It's got a very summery feel to it. The dress code relaxed in the pavilion. There's a couple of kids down below me just tossing a little cricket ball between the two of them and bouncing it off the step, playing a little game of catch. There's a girl sheltering under a hat, with her headphones around her neck. It's really, really a wonderful scene, isn't it? Tell me about your memories, though, of 1993, because, again, so many of these matches don't get spoken about often because they're sort of not the platform. That's one of the great things about having a test match, is that we've actually got so much time to chat and allow stories to unfold and hear memories.
Yeah, and we were all saying earlier on, we're all just the next generation of the story of women's cricket evolving and evolving. I remember the evening before, we were all sewing sort of like England badges onto our shirts, and we all had mismatched shirts. It was whoever you were sponsored by at the time. And I also remember Grandstand were covering the Ashes, I think up at Headingley. England men had lost, so they switched straight away. I think it was Ralph Della came down here, so they had the last 10-15 overs, and that was just unheard of for us as well. And I think we didn't know how to take winning, if that made sense, because all of a sudden we're in all the newspapers, you were on TV a little bit, and it was for a week or so, it was a great feeling. And I don't think the realisation of what we'd done sunk in till about 2 or 3 weeks afterwards. You just get lost in the day, in the moment, which I remember. I was feeling up at the top by the Warner stand up there, and I think I took a catch. I don't think it was the last one. Turned around, there was a lot of Yorkshire girls in the back, and we were just sort of like celebrating together. So yeah, it was quite funny because I remember the other Claire Taylor, the imposter.
To remind people that there are two, of course, and some may remember.
I'm the original, she's the imposter, we know this.
Claire Taylor, nicknamed Romper, for those who might know you by nickname.
Yeah.
Here's the other one, just as you say, imposter. Hang on, we just needed to stay away for a minute. Stay away.
She can't stay away. I remember there was a pitch invasion, and Tails was part of the pitch invasion, and she brought this picture of her, like next to me, literally like that. We had a photograph, and she got big glasses on at the time, and you had to bring a memory to an England training camp, and Tails brought this. She said, and you were called Taylor, and you were Claire Taylor, and your middle name's Claire, so she changed it, obviously, to be more like me. And it was just little memories like that. Again, we probably inspired a generation, Tails' generation, even ones before that, on a lot lower level. There were 4,000 at that final, and for us that was nerve-wracking, because who are all these people? You usually knew where everyone was sat because you'd seen them come in. So we're just another step on the way. 93 was just another step on the way, because I don't think we had too much cricket after that, but that's just the way of the world, and you've just got to go with what you're given.
Claire Taylor, the other Claire Taylor. You've got the OG standing next to you here.
I'm the imposter. I am Claire Taylor, the younger, or the imposter, as they call me.
Is that right then? Tell us from your perspective of being in the stands for a 1993 World Cup final, seeing an England team win. How old were you then, and what cricket were you playing at that time?
So I'm on the England junior pathway. I've played against Holland in one of the warm-up games. I've been part of the fundraising with Ruth.
It's Ruth Prideaux, late Ruth Prideaux, who was coach of the 93 World Cup winning team.
Yeah, so we were playing some fundraising games before that, weren't we? So I've been in and around the squad, and of course there's this player called Claire Taylor that played football for England as well.
I know, we forgot to mention that, didn't we?
Yeah, and so I've been playing cricket and football growing up. And to be in the grandstand with my mum and one of my best friends, and to watch these girls play some great cricket. Susie Kitson took that amazing catch. Janet Britton took the catch to win the match, and we all ran on. And there was only one person I wanted a photo with. And then to be able to bring that in 2000 to the camp and say, this was a moment of inspiration for me. And we hear so many of those stories. So I think Nat Sciver-Brunt talks about coming to the 2009 World Cup. Alice Capsey talks about coming to the 2017 World Cup. And you can really see that. And not all of the girls and young boys who come to these games will play cricket for England, but if we can inspire them to love cricket in the same way that we have, and the joy that it's given us over the years, I mean, that's great, really good.
Back to 1993, were you in the dressing rooms as they are now?
Yes,
and
we
you
were
were
in the
all
home
fully
dressing room.
coming through the long room? Tell us
Yes,
about
we
how
were
that all
like-
works.
There's one story, I don't know if there's one player came down
Tell all the stories.
I won't name names, coming down the stairs and needed to go through the long room and was still smoking a cigarette at the time. So casually just asked one of the members if they wouldn't mind holding the cigarette butt for her while she went on the pitch. Again, they fade into one. You know, I remember Jo Chamberlain, she was our Ian Botham of the team, and really she'd done nothing up until the final. Then Jo was only Jo Cam, was star of the show kind of thing. Going back to Kitty's catch, it was amazing. First slip, she dived full length, and we got in the huddle and I said, "Kitty, amazing catch." She went, "I just thought, I'm not chasing that tip boundary." So she thought she better catch it instead. But yeah, little moments, Jo Chamberlain running out, direct hit, running out Debbie Hockley, and I was directly behind her. And her arms started going everywhere, and the only way I could celebrate was just to put my arms around her waist and just get my head out of the way because her arms are going everywhere. But yeah, just little moments. The build up to it was probably better because we'd lost to the Kiwis in the round robin. We needed to beat the Australians, which we'd never done. We decided to try a new tactic called hoiking, where we hit through cow-shot corner. So somebody like the late great Jan Britton, alien to Jan, alien to Carol Hodges, but they took it on board. We went down to the nets and we tried hoiking. Ruth didn't like that word, so it was called controlled aggression instead. And I remember Hodgie in the game down at Guildford, she scored a ton. They got a 7-2 field at the Aussies, thinking she's going to hit it there, and last minute she's knocking everything to cow shot. She scored a ton, almost like won us a game, and she brought up a century with a great drive straight back past the bowler, and it was that was unbelievable. That was a highlight for me, was just the way Hodgie embraced doing what she needed to do for the team.
Yeah, amazing. Claire, you have had some extraordinary moments on this ground. People will, of course, remember the incredible innings you played in the semi-final of the 2009 T20 World Cup final, which was quite a game-changing innings for those who witnessed it at the Oval. Sorry, what ground did I say there? T20 World Cup semi-final at the Oval. Before then the final here at Lord's. For you, and you're involved with the MCC as well, can you sum up, I guess, the trajectory of the game, but also where it's going to from now? Because this is the first occasion, but it shouldn't be the last. And famously in 1976, it was 11 years before the women came back and played their second international game on this ground.
Absolutely. So, I mean, I've been part of that lucky generation that's been able to play a number of international fixtures here. The current generation of players coming through are even luckier because they get to play their domestic cricket here. So for us, walking out at Lord's, when we got to play here perhaps once every 3 years or so, it was nerve-wracking. It was a huge privilege, and you wanted to play your best at Lord's, but almost, well, so did the opposition, and that fear almost warred with, this is the home of cricket. So for this generation of players to come and play a test match here, to have had the experiences as part of the 100, to already play at Lord's, hopefully they can bring their best cricket here, put on a real spectacle for us today.
And I know you're probably too self-effacing to say, so I'll perhaps just get Jane to pay tribute to Claire, because she was the first woman to be named as a Wisden Cricketer of the Year, which was an accolade that by no particular dint had just always gone to men, and an absolute game changer. Again, the visibility, the status to be up there and really stand out and to inspire others.
Yeah, I think, the accolades for Claire Taylor, both Claire Taylors, are not as well known as they should be. And, she deserved fully that Wisden Player of the Year. And she still deserves it for the work that she continues to do to promote women in the game as well. And Romper as well is completely immersed in cricket still, and both still fully doing the best for the game. And that's all that we can ask for, really, from anybody.
Jane, you've had your spell as president of Yorkshire. You've told us you're now Swedish coach. Claire, just tell us briefly again, you've got an involvement here at MCC.
Yes, I've been heavily involved with the MCC for probably 13, 14 years now on the board. I've been chair of cricket. I'm still a patron of the foundation and still really interested in pushing forward opportunities for girls here.
And Claire Taylor, Romper, you're keeping everyone safe in the game, aren't you?
Trying to, yeah. So my official title is I work for the cricket regulator domestically as an anti-corruption official, and I'm down at the test match working now. So same as anti-corruption. So yeah, it's about keeping the players safe and also watching some good cricket.
Well, let's hope we're going to watch some excellent cricket this afternoon. Claire Taylor's both. Thank you for being with us. Jane Powell as well. Legends all. Enjoy the rest of the day. We're going to have to sidle off to the side of the pavilion here, get off the pitch, because the players will soon be coming back out onto the outfield. I can already see a couple of the England players coming out ready to field as the afternoon session will get underway. Let's get back up to the commentary box, because up there we've got, Anisha is alongside Daniel Norcross.
Thank you, Alison. I think it's Claire's Taylor rather than Claire Taylor's, but only problem is that one's got an eye and one hasn't. So I don't know. Look, it's confusing. Right, we're about to start the second session of the first day, and I don't really know whose was the first session. It felt like India's for much of it in a way. 122 for 3 they closed on going into the lunch session. Having lost the early wicket of Shefali Verma, caught behind by Jones off Filer. A good ball. Didn't do a great deal, but it just turned Verma around a bit. She got a bit leg side of it and just angled a catch to the keeper for a duck. Then Yastika Bhatia was done by an absolute beauty from Bell, who bowled sort of both sides of the wicket, but she got one to swing in and then dart away and hit the off stump. It was a terrific delivery. It wasn't a great deal Bhatia could have done about it. Once she decided she was going to work it the onside, she went for 12, bowled by Bell. And then a bit of a gift. Jemima Rodriguez had looked in fabulous touch, just went after a wide one from Wong. She'd been just sort of held back a bit for a couple of overs as Wong had found her line and length after a rather erratic first few overs. And I don't know whether it was a mixture of frustration or just her eyes lit up at a slightly wider delivery. She went after it, dragged it back onto the stumps, went for 35, a key breakthrough for England. But on that point on, Smriti Mandana and Harmanpreet Kaur, the old firm if you like, held firm, added another 21. Harmanpreet will resume unbeaten on 14, Mandana on 56 as the umpires Sue Redfern and Anna Harris. I'm delighted that they're united here at Lord's. It seems very appropriate. I mean, some people may be saying, well, surely if men have neutral umpires, then so should the women, and I think there's a strong argument for that. But sentiment, which doesn't usually sit well with me, Anisha, I'm a hard-bitten old cynic. But to see these two trailblazers of, I just want to make sure you're on, to see these trailblazers of English women umpiring out there together, it just feels absolutely right somehow. It's a glorious sunny day, as it has been for much of this summer. Have you been surprised coming over to England and finding the conditions sweltering? Is that we don't normally serve up such conditions for you, Anisha?
Kind of. Well, I started out my T20 World Cup campaign with a couple of layers on.
Yes.
As the tournament progressed, the temperatures picked up as well. But I'm more than acclimatized to all of this, hailing from Calcutta, which, like Mumbai, is more often than not sweltering. So the Indian players wouldn't mind it, which makes me think, was it the best decision on the part of Nat Sivabran to put all the players of her team out on the park and then trying to contend with this onslaught from Jemima Rodriguez and Smriti Mandana, their 60-plus stand literally becoming the foundation of the solid start that India have gotten. So from a heat acclimatization perspective, perhaps not the wisest decision?
Well, I've been grappling with it, you know, because I'm a man who never really knows his own mind. I'm forever questioning myself. And I'm not quite sure. You see, that one part of me thinks you've only got 4 days in these test matches. That debate's for another day. Well, it might not be. It might be for today. But for now, it's a 4-day test match. You've got to take 20 wickets to win. And so you want to get out there and start getting those wickets as quickly as you can, possibly, especially when a lot of the time in English conditions, the most favourable time to bowl is right at the beginning of the match before it eases a bit.
Mm-hmm.
But then we have seen pitches this year actually deteriorate a touch. We saw it both at the Oval and Trent Bridge in the men's series against New Zealand. We've also seen that this pitch for the men's match against New Zealand presented something of a lottery. I don't think we've seen quite the same unevenness of bounce yet, but we have only had one session. On the other side of that ledger, as you quite rightly point out, the weather is due to, I say cool, to go down to sort of 28, 29, which is significantly different from sort of the 33 that we're expecting today.
Certainly.
So it is tough for players who are used to no more than 50 overs at a time to be out there and facing the very real possibility of a full day, a full 6.5 hour day in the heat, bowling many more overs than they would do normally. So I genuinely don't know, and I'm not sure it's been vindicated either way at the moment. 125 for 3, because there's some big wickets have been taken. The next session's always a big session. It's a cliche alert. But it sort of is a bit. You do tend to feel that here, refreshed after 40 minutes off, having experienced the Lord's lunch, which may be an issue, as Eccleston will start first ball after lunch, pushed into the offside, and they're going to get a single for it as it goes just past the right hand of Silly Point, if you like, and out to short extra cover. They'll take a single as it went to the left of the field, a 123 for 3. So look, there's a great opportunity here for India if they can re-establish this partnership. No loss in the first half an hour, 45 minutes could really make England pay. Similarly, for England, a couple of wickets in the first half hour to an hour after lunch, and they might not be bowling all day, and then it will have been a vindicated decision. We shall see as Mandana faces up to her first ball after lunch, clips it to short leg, bounces off Beaumont and rolls away to sort of the 45 where leg slip has to go and retrieve. We've got 2 fielders out there with helmets on, which is always good to see. One of those helmets is now being removed for the right-hander. 124 for 3. Nat Sciver-Brunt in at slip. Leg slip when the left-hander's on strike, slip when the right-hander's on strike. Tammy Beaumont's remaining at a sort of City Point just in front of square as in comes Eccleston. It's defended on the front foot. There is no run as it goes straight to Beaumont in that City Point position. Give you the field. There's a square leg, deep mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, backward point, deep cover, and the slip in the City Point. So 3 on the onside, 6 on the offside. As forward comes Harmanpreet, just defends back to the bowler on the front foot. Not seen a great deal of turn yet. But Eccleston has sort of got into her work. It was a bit untidy to begin with, and also Mandana went after her very early on. But
As did Rodrigues in a couple of overs.
But once it was clear she wasn't coming off, it was back into her crease. Kayes Harmanpreet nudges the ball into the onside. There might have been a single, but they decide against it. Sort of Eccleston's been allowed to just get into something of a rhythm. All the bowlers actually have started poorly and got better, with the exception of Filer, who was hit her strap straight away. But all the other England bowlers have struggled a bit to begin with. Haven't seen anything of Maddie Villiers. As forward comes Harmanpreet and pushes out to short extra cover straight to the fielder. 2 singles off that first over. 124 for 3. Harmanpreet has 15. Mandana has 57. And Anesha, we're talking a lot today about the occasion. Has it lived up to your expectations?
Yes, definitely. At least the prelude has, given the kind of acknowledgement that was attributed and accorded to some of the pioneers of women's cricket in England. Something that really stuck in my mind, and I'll carry that back home to India, is how Enid apparently jumped the hurdle and refused to sort of take an easier route. I'm not too sure if several of the pioneers of Indian women's cricket would have done that had they been invited. I'm not too sure if they were invited at all to begin with, or was it them declining because of travel concerns. So that is TBD at the moment. But yes, I think this has been a good game of cricket so far. Lots of ebbs and flows, as you rightly mentioned. Few wickets to fall, big wickets. Mandana's 50 in the first session, which I hope she goes on to convert into 3 digits.
Bell's going to start up from the pavilion end. Her first ball's a little short, pushed away nicely off the back foot out to the deep cover, so they'll take a single. 125 for 3. I'm interested though in the Indian pioneers. 1986, I believe, is the first test England played against India in England, wasn't
Correct, yes. It was in Wetherby.
Wetherby, can you believe it? Have you ever been to Wetherby?
Nope.
It's it's in the dark Northlands, and the ground is not quite as well appointed as this, or indeed many of the other grounds. Although English women's Test cricket has been played on a whole variety of grounds, so it's going to get Phil to take us through the most obscure. So we've got some strange entries in the ledger, but there's something about that 86 series as Bell is in. Forward comes Harmanpreet, pushes back to the bowler off the front foot, and there's no run. Because it was quite acrimonious, a series, wasn't it?
Yeah, lots
there were
of
accusations of slow play and I believe the Women's Cricket Association were very miffed
Yep.
by the Indian team. I have no idea whether that was reasonable or not, because the Women's Cricket Association in the 1980s, I've been reading a book about them, were quite a stiff bunch, let's say. Had lots of rules and regulations. Rather, playing from a crease is Harmanpreet pushing into the offside. But there's no run as Beaumont picks up. There are all sorts of things about decorum and lengths of skirts, and all these things were determined by the Women's Cricket Association, I want to point out. These weren't stipulations demanded by prudish men. And there was a sense that the Indian team
Weren't happy?
weren't happy.
And
They-
Captain Diana Aduljee, who led in the third and second tests, also did an interview.
Bell in, and she comes forward, does Harmanpreet, and just gets an inside edge onto that. It was close to thudding into the pad, goes into the onside, but straight to the fielder.
And that interview, if I'm not mistaken, I did have an opportunity to watch it on the BBC archives.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, recently. So, one of the things that England does, renovation of history through archival material, and I've been rummaging through a lot of them over the past 6 months for a project, and
I knew you would. You're
this project and some other project.
You're a definite rummager, you are, Anisha. I mean that in the nicest possible way. As Bell is in, pushed to short extra cover, and there's no run. I mean, if there's something to be found out, you will find it out.
Absolutely, and thanks for the propriety in mentioning that you mentioned rummager for all the right reasons. So yes, Diana Aduljee led in those second and third tests. First test was led by Shubhangi Kulkarni, who, as Ali Mitchell mentioned in one of the earlier sessions, in the first session, has also played a big part administratively for the growth of women's cricket in India.
Here's Bell. And Harmanpreet gets one on the pads and just works into short mid-wicket. End of the over, just the single from it. Bell pretty much on the money in that over, 125 for 3. Harmanpreet 15, Mandana 58.
And speaking of Shubhangi Kulkarni, one of the captains, trailblazers, and of course pillars of women's cricket in India, it was her brother-in-law, Mahendra Kumar Sharma, who actually began organized women's cricket in India by founding what was known as the Women's Cricket Association of India in the early 1970s. Went on to organize a lot of these domestic tournaments, including the first ever national competition, which was held in 1972-3. It was held twice in a year, and that guy, that man, whom we lost, I think 6 years ago, he's no longer with us, departed Mr. Mahendra Kumar Sharma, went about in a rickshaw asking for people to watch Kanya Ki cricket, which means girls' cricket, using a loudspeaker.
Eccleston starts a new over. His first ball is just defended back to her by Mandana, no run.
And a rickshaw is something I've seen aplenty on the streets of London on this tour,
Yeah?
bearing a lot of fur, feather, 20 quid a ride. Massively expensive.
Eccleston bowls a shorter ball, which is pulled out towards deep mid-wicket. It'll only be the singles. It's fielded out there on the boundary by Bouchier, 126 for 3.
I mean, if you visit the subcontinent, a rickshaw ride would cost you less than a quid.
Well, I'll tell you what it'll cost, because I'm next to a man who negotiates a hard bargain with a rickshaw ride.
That's Phil Long, of
It
course.
is Phil Long.
10-2 on the first day, Dan, and this story comes out again.
Again, I think it's only been done once or twice, and often it was in the middle of the night as Eccleston is pushed into the offside, finds a gap between extra cover and point, goes out towards Boucher, who does the fielding, takes a single. We were getting a rickshaw, I should say, in Ahmedabad, and Phil was absolutely adamant that it should be put on the meter.
Ooh.
Yes, I know.
Now that is stiff, like the Women's Cricket Association
Yes.
administrators.
Oh, it's very stiff. And the driver was unhappy about this. Eccleston is in. That's worked into the onside, just past the right hand of short leg Tammy Beaumont, but straight to ninth, so they can't get a run. And after some negotiation, the British driver had said it doesn't work, and Phil was having none of it. Because he's been in more rickshaws probably than you and I, actually, knowing Phil. As forward again comes Mandana, pushes back to the bowler, no run.
So Phil was practically in the driver's seat during that negotiation.
Pretty much, yeah. Anyway, went on the meter. We've been driven around for about 20 minutes. And the meter said 37 rupees, which is about 37p, or it was at the time. And back into a crease goes Mandana, pushes to short extra cover, there's no run. End of the over, 127 for 3. Because normally what happens when you're a tourist, if you're unaware, is that the rickshaw driver gets a little bit of a bonus. So, might have had £2 for that. Right. 200 rupees, and no one would bat an eyelid, but no, Phil wasn't having it. So it went on the meter, and then he handed over 40 rupees, and I thought, well, surely that's done now. And he waited for the 3 rupees change.
Oh my goodness,
I know.
is miserly by subcontinent standards. You'll be cancelled by all of the rickshaw pullers in the subcontinent. Cancel your rickshaw visa if there's one.
He waited for his 3p change.
As we walked away, that driver definitely gave me a nod of respect.
Is that what you thought that was? I think it was a curse.
I think you were more successful at the haggling that most of the subcontinent dwellers have ever been in their lifetimes, collectively.
Bell starts a new over from the pavilion end and played away from her body slightly by Harmanpreet. A back of a length ball outside the off stump, but she guides it nicely, but straight to point. There's no run.
In such a stark contrast, this per ride 20 quid equation. The other day I was at Leicester Square and almost ran into a Christopher Nolan world premiere of The Odyssey, which is just
I want to see that. I'm really looking forward to that. Yeah, other
releases
films
on
are available.
17th of July.
Is it 17th of July?
Yes.
Good to know.
It's all over on the double-decker buses here.
Oh,
one of my favourite filmmakers.
Big fan of The Odyssey. Here's Bell in again, driving beautifully is Harmanpreet with just the economy of movement, and she's going to get 4 for it, I think, as it just rolls into the boundary sponge at extra cover. That is a shot of pure delight and class. Check that out on the BBC Sport website and app later. We've got highlights at 7 o'clock on BBC 4 and the iPlayer at 7. And I'd be staggered if that doesn't feature, because that for me is the shot of the day. Absolute perfection. The cover drive played, well, with no risk whatsoever.
Such a paradox is her stroke play. She's got these monstrous slog sweeps, and there comes a piece of artistry in that cover drive. Face of the bat.
It's gorgeous, brings tear to your eye. That absolutely magnificent. As Bell is in, straighter ball nearly gets through, and it's tucked tentatively to short square leg straight to the fielder. 131 for 3.
Speaking of the slog sweep, she got out playing the slog sweep on 23rd July 2017 off the bowling of Alex Hartley. Is she here in the com box? No. And
she did.
Swept straight to Tammy Beaumont.
That's wonderful from you. On the 23rd of July 2017.
Landmark day, epic choking day for India, epic 6-wicket taking day for Ania Shopsole, who I'm given to understand will be joining us in the com box over the next few days.
Here's Bell. Dug out, a very full length ball, dug out well by Harmanpreet. She won't get a run for it, so it just plops down in front of her. I think, Ali Mitchell was on commentary during that. I was doing the World Service and I choked up when I had to say England won the World Cup. Wasn't quite prepared for it.
I was choking on my own tears, perhaps.
Yes.
Sat at a desk in Mumbai.
Well, the person who was the most composed of all of it was Mitali Raj.
Reading a book?
Sat on a bench reading a book, but well, we've lost.
There we go again, like 2005 in the final.
Bell in again. That's just played up on her toes. A shorter ball just pushed to point. Again, there's no run. 131 for 3. The score remains.
Well, Mithali's spikes got stuck, if I'm not mistaken, during that final.
Yeah, the run out.
Yes, and Harmanpreet Kaur is out there in the middle. Her bat got stuck in the semi-final Cape Town. Why does every Indian skipper's cricketing equipment get stuck, Dan?
I don't know,
What explains it?
but Mitali didn't quite run the bat in. In fairness. So whereas with Harmanpreet, bless her, I think she did try to run the bat in, but then it got completely jammed, didn't it? Down the leg side, taken by a diving Jones away to her left. It completes a decent probing over with that glorious 4 in it. 131 for 3. 29 overs bowled, Mandana 59. Harmanpreet has 20. Yeah, that was an amazing, because I think India would have gone on to beat
Yeah.
to beat
100%.
Australia in that game.
But even despite...
And then Jamima was out soon after, playing at a ball that would have been a wide. Do you remember Bouncer?
Right.
So India
Trying
were
to
on
uppercut.
top. They were on top against Australia. And, it was a tragic moment. That was a time when, for Indian cricket, they were getting so close. And as you say, just these tiny little things were just getting in the way of their progress. But all that's now surely forgotten after the wonder of Navi Mumbai.
The monkeys of the back.
Yep. What a day that was.
2nd of November 2025, at the stroke of midnight, making it 3rd of November.
Midnight's Children, as that's down the leg side, there's an appeal by Eccleston. She thinks that there was a bit of bat on that, as Amy Jones does well to take it. She's now having a chat because umpire said not out. Amy Jones, as she almost always does when she's asked her opinion on these matters, says, I don't know. And they're going to go upstairs. Well, I never. Well, let's take a look at this. And Eccleston's actually got her hand in her head going, I'm not sure, but I thought there was a bit of bat on this. This could be a key moment.
Smriti Mandhana's body language felt like she did feel a little guilty.
Who you think?
TV umpire to director. We have review for a catch. I've checked the feet, it's a fair delivery. Can we go through to ball tracking, please?
That's the voice of James Middlebrook, who's a TV umpire. Right. This could be a key moment. The ball was sliding down the leg side. Did Mandhana get a little tickle on it? Let's see.
Ultra edge, please.
It's be a horrible way to go. Now then. No, it looks like it's brushed the pad. Now, it doesn't mean to say...
Go through to ultra edge, please.
Hasn't brushed the inside edge as well.
Flat line. Satisfied there's no bat involved.
Well, it's not touched the bat, as you can hear.
Can we go back to Sue, please, on field? Sue, you're on field. Stay with your original decision. Not out.
So, if she did look guilty there, she's done a Joss Butler. And hats off to her. I think batters should do it more often, is when they know they're not out, look really, really guilty and induce the referral. Why not? It's part of the game.
She needs to stay put out there, Smriti Mandhana, on 59 of 75 deliveries.
Eccleston in again. Now, it's been skewed in the air, but up and over mid-off. Will it plug? It does ever so slightly, and it's not going to make it to the boundary. Running back is Filer from mid-off, and they'll come back for a couple. She didn't quite get hold of that properly, but I think she's felt a little tied down by Eccleston. When Eccleston first came on to bowl, there was a concerted effort to get after her, and then Eccleston's been allowed just to find her own rhythm. Mandhana wants to change the narrative here. So she's used her feet, advanced, but plinked it really off the bottom of the bat. The bat's turned ever so slightly. She goes back into a crease the next ball and plays a lovely back foot drive with a lot of control. It should just be another couple, though. It won't quite make it up to the grandstand boundary, but they do saunter back for two more. 135 for three, Mandhana to 63.
She's clearly trying to take the attack to Eccleston here. That lofted cover drive, use of the feet, trademark Smriti Mandhana versus Sophie Eccleston. Plenty of duels in the past between the two.
Eccleston in again, and this is nudged away behind square. There is a leg slit, but it was way to the right of her and rolls down to long leg, where it's picked up. They take a single. 136 for three, I beg your pardon. Mandhana to 64.
Yeah, she's finding her rhythm really well, finding her test match mojo after that dip in form in the latter half of the T20 World Cup. Started off with back-to-back half centuries in that tournament. Did Smriti Mandhana.
Eccleston comes in again. Reaching for this is Harmanpreet. She's slapped it away through backward point. Will just get the single. 137 for three. Interesting here the way Eccleston starts her approach from right in front of the stump. So she sends umpire Redfern behind her. So she stands right in front of her. When she's bowling to, well, let's see if she does it exactly the same thing. No, she's going to come in between, because she's going to go over the wicket to the left-hander, and it's driven up towards to mid-off rather, as Filer does the fielding. End of the over, 6 from it. India just starting to get a bit of rhythm back into their play as we come up to 2 o'clock. 137 for three, Mandhana 64, Harmanpreet has 21. More thoughts from you, Anesha, on this start after lunch, and then it's going to be Melissa's story.
Well, for someone playing their 300th international match for India, a week shy of a 30th birthday, a two-time Rachel Heyhoe Flint Trophy winner, I think this has been a good start on the grandest stage. 64 to the name of Smriti Mandhana, has gone on to pick awards and rewards, recognitions for fun over the past 4 or 5 years especially. And only Elise Perry, Melissa, has as many Rachel Heyhoe Flint awards, but maybe she'll go on to pick up one, Will Perry, thanks to her exploits at the Women's T20 World Cup.
Well, hopefully. Hello, Nesha. I mean, she's just become a player whose following has grown, her fan base as well for that glorious stroke play as Harmanpreet drives towards mid-on off the bowling of Bell. Ballooned off the turf. Maybe tricked a few members of the crowd into thinking that was a catching opportunity. 137 for 3. And to be able to see the way that Smriti is just effortlessly transformed from the shortest format of the game, where even there she plays in such a dominant way, but you wouldn't think it. She doesn't have to take unnecessary risks and has taken that form into this test. Harmanpreet getting on top of the bounce from Bell, dabbing the ball towards gully.
I was watching Smriti train at the nets the other day, and tell you what, the kind of sounds her bat was making, absolute auditory bliss. And she was taking throwdowns from all of the 3 training assistants of India's Naresh Mehtia, Sachin Mondal and Kranti, of whom Naresh happens to be a rapper and has 46,000 monthly listeners on Spotify. Throwdown specialist.
There's a lot to unpack there as driving, mistimed back towards Bell and her follow through.
And tell you what,
37 for 3. I mean, so throwdowns, and what's the genre of music here? DJing or?
he writes rap around Indian cricketers. He's got one on Virat, he's got one on Harman, Rohit, Surya Kumar Yadav. Remember the name, Naresh Mehtia. He's a training assistant, aka throwdown specialist, works with Harmanpreet Kaur and Rohit Sharma, Surya Kumar Yadav across the WPL and Women's Premier League and IPL.
Bell into Harmanpreet, carves this one away for 4 runs. Past the diving point. He was set back a little bit further within where you'd expect to see an inner ring. But Harmanpreet allows her hands to flow freely through the ball there. 141 for 3.
Perfect weight transfer from the India captain, an off-cutter from the bowler dispatched with disdain, and that back foot beauty raced away all the way to the rope. She's finding her own mojo, hey, is India skipper Harmanpreet Kaur. Was the Wisden Cricketer of the Year, one of the 5 players in 2023.
As Bell, and again to Harmanpreet, steps into the offside, pushes the ball past extra cover, takes a quick single. In the end, completes the run a bit more leisurely. As Eccleston moving round to her left, collected that one, 142 for 3. There's been quite a bit of talk, I've heard this before, about the specialist throwdowners within the India men and women's setup. How does one get scouted for that role? Do you have to put yourself forward and go, look, I do a great underarm full toss? I mean, I just think in terms of career path.
It's a well-paying job, and I'll give you the answer to your question.
As Bell fires one down the leg side, and it goes past Amy Jones, away to the boundary. And 5 wides there. Moves the score to 146 for 3. In fact, it was byes. In the end, it was quite wide. And I think probably a bit of a harsh call there for Amy Jones, who had to launch herself. I think the swing may be making it worse. By the time it pitched, it was just outside the leg stump. It just kept swinging away from Amy Jones there. It was a full-length dive.
Yeah, I agree with you. It was too difficult for even Jones to apprehend that one. Just to go back to that question of yours, Kranti Kumar Golla, one of this troika of Indian throwdown specialists, was scouted by the men's team throwdown legend Raghu during a South Africa home series, then subsequently was fast-tracked to the NCA.
Eccleston gets a bit of grip and turn from that delivery to Harmanpreet, straight defended.
And Raghu is a legend, absolute trailblazer on the throwdown circuit with the Indian men's team and globally as well. And NCA is now the centre of excellence under the BCCI.
Advancing and driving through extra. And Bouchier at deep cover keeps that down to 2. Score moves to 148 for 3, almost a run for an overthrow there as the ball fired into the bowler's end. Eccleston couldn't get a hand on it. And then it was almost fired over Amy Jones's head by Lauren Bell.
So there is a full-fledged setup at the BCCI Centre of Excellence that is constantly on the lookout for good arms, mostly men. I've not seen a female throwdown specialist yet, Melissa.
Well, you've got to see it to be it, haven't you? So
True that.
need someone to be the trailblazer in throwdowns. Goes back, does Harmanpreet in defence.
And most of these throwdown specialists start out as aspiring fast bowlers, as has been the case for Naresh, Kranti and Sachin Mondal. Sachin was named after Sachin Ramesh Tendulkar by his father, who worked in the Indian Army. And all of them had a big role to play in India Women's World Cup win last year.
Defending towards Beaumont. Silly point, gets a hand to it on the bounce. And goes back towards Eccleston for no run.
And I asked Sachin about how many throwdowns he does at a regular net session. Anywhere between 250 to 300. That's massive. All manual, by the way.
Eccleston into defending Harmanpreet. 148 for 3. I would love to know the warm-up routine that these throwdown specialists have to go through so that they can get themselves into a position to throw 300 balls in a row and still be able to move their shoulder the next morning.
Incredible effort, really.
Straighter line ball. It's just dropped into the onside, and there's no fielder tight in with a mid-wicket on the boundary and square leg, so it's an easy single for India. At the end of the 32nd over, 149 for 3. I reckon I do about 10 throwdowns, and the next day my hand's wobbling while I try and take a sip of tea.
Well, you being the cricketer, I think you're better positioned to answer that. But yes, they work out a lot at the gym. They do not quite get much time to warm up, as do players themselves while about to begin training. So they put in a lot of effort doing high-level lifting of weights at the gym. And yes, some of these Indian cricketers, like Smriti Mandhana, for example, she shares a great rapport with all of them, is very, very respectful, and they have specific demands. Harmanpreet Kaur's throwdown session will be starkly different to what a Jemima Rodrigues would ask of the throwdown specialist, or a Smriti Mandhana would ask for. Sometimes it gets challenging when the specialists are asked to bowl at a particular length and a particular line.
As Bell into a driving Harmanpreet. She'll just get a single though, as Capsey's on the deep cover boundary. Score moves to 150 for India in the 33rd over. Smriti Mandhana 64 not out, Harmanpreet Kaur 30. This has been the rebuild that India were hoping for after the dismissal of Jemmy Rodrigues for 35.
48-run unbeaten stand this for the 4th wicket of just 79 deliveries, so that has come at a good clip as well.
Mandhana waits for Bell, off drives, and an unfortunate bounce there to the fielder at mid-off means it's a small fumble. Izzy Wong there, in fact, probably didn't get her hands down to that, I think, from the expression on her face.
It's a bit of a giveaway, isn't it?
I think she fielded that one with her knee. I'm surprised we didn't hear the clunk from up here.
Don't do that, Izzy Wong. Pratika Rawal was ruled out because of a knee injury she suffered during the India A Tour. Would have been a definite shoe-in in this starting 11 of India's. Unfortunate to be missing out.
Bell into Mandhana, worked off the hip, square. And the fielder comes in from the boundary. Launches the ball over Amy Jones's head.
50 partnership has come up with that between Smriti Mandhana and Harmanpreet Kaur, known as #HerMandhana, a portmanteau of their names on social media, has a huge social media following. Just look it up on Instagram or Twitter. Plenty of posts under that hashtag.
Harmandana.
Correct.
Not the catchiest. Quite long.
True that.
Imagine if you get the spelling a bit wrong to get the hashtag right.
Indeed.
But
Agree.
I'm enjoying it. I think we should merge together more players' names. This Harmandana partnership continues as Harman gets on the tiptoes, dropping the ball dead by her feet on the offside.
And the fan base extends, thanks to Melissa now being part of it, of that hashtag. Well, they have been the poster girls of the current generation of Indian women's cricket. Captain, vice-captain, has shared the dressing room for close to 12 years now. Harmanpreet's played for 16 odd years. Smriti is into her 11th or 12th year. and has fed a lot of each other. There was a time when both of them felt they'd never win a World Cup, but thankfully they have now.
Isbell into Harmanpreet, takes a single into the covers as Beaumont sprints in, fires the ball at the non-striker's end, and there's going to be a chance for overthrows here as two fielders backing up. Bit of a gesture there to Beaumont as if to say, wasn't that really necessary to launch the ball in such as that? And you feel these last few overs since lunch, India on top, 153 for 3. Well, if these two continue to go the way they are, I'll be making compilations of their greatest moments. I'll create a fan account, stick a Taylor Swift song on top of the video, and there we go, it will go viral.
She's the toast of the season, but she's toast of the season every season.
Harmanpreet back on strike, drives, deep lunge into the ball, and it rolls slowly towards Capsey at deep cover. So there's 5 runs off that over, 154 for 3. And Lauren Bell's figures so far, 1 for 50 of her 9 overs. I just wonder here when we might see a new bowler introduced into the attack, Maddie Villiers, potentially. So we're going to have a change. Esha Ghosh with us for this test match, and Stephen Finn has just fallen on the floor. Gosh, just when you think this day couldn't get any better, Longy, we have a historic women's test match. There's past players here celebrating the event, and then Stephen Finn falls off his chair backwards. This really has been a blessing.
He looks like he might have been a bit of a bad way as well.
He fell down a hole, to be quite specific, as Eccleston bowls, pushed into the covers. 154 for 3. Finney, I know it's been a couple years now out of the game, but are you okay? Should we get you a stick to help so you don't fall over again?
I got cramp in my ab there. But I don't have any abs.
Defending towards backward point. Fielder comes in. Are you actually okay?
No, I'm fine. I was trying to switch off the microphone. I was trying to be a good bloke, and it's cost me. It's cost me. If that camera's caught that, I'll be looking for the delight in your face. And you're so Gen... What are you, Gen Z?
Yeah.
You're so Gen Z. The first thing you did...
Just take a photo of it. Push towards silly point. No run taken.
Well, put a Taylor Swift track over it, it'll go viral.
Well, I think Olivia Dean is more viral than Taylor at the moment, but it's just my view. As if that's just happened.
Do we need an ice pack brought in for the injured
My
ab?
I don't have any, that's the problem.
Dipping fuller ball from Eccleston. Gave it some flight. Harmanpreet pushes back to it. It's fortunate enough for you as well that nothing's happened this over so far. It's just been 3-dot balls. In fact, Eccleston's probably just received the news that you've fallen over.
She's howling with laughter as well, is she?
It was important I took the photo before checking you were okay. Because you could have got up quite quickly. I didn't know. Didn't realise you'd be down there for a minute. Deep in the crease. Straight back punched towards wide long on. Single to the total.
Well, I think it's a sad indictment of where society's got to, really. That I am technically your elder. We worked this out, 11 years older than you now. Well, have always been.
Did you knock your head as well when you fell? Whipped away past Beaumont. That short leg by Mandana. From the groans in the crowd. And the reaction of Beaumont there, whether that would have been a fleeting chance, she stuck her left hand out. And it feels like that might have been one which either stuck or didn't. She went deep in the crease. And it has gone past Beaumont's right. Was a chance.
He's definitely threw the shot a little bit early, so it was more of a leading edge. Tammy Beaumont was looking to move further down the leg side in order to try and catch it off the face of the bat, but because it stopped a bit in the pitch. Brilliant. Well, Melissa, I'm trying to make a serious point about cricket, and Melissa's showing me photos of me on the floor with the chair behind me. It's not a flattering angle. But half a chance for Tammy Beaumont. Less than half a chance, I'd say a fifth of a chance. but they've been few and far between, really, for England, haven't they? In between the three that have been that have been taken, 156 for 3. It does feel as though they're good batting conditions in general out there today. Why are you laughing?
I just keep replaying it in my mind. I'm
Brilliant.
so sorry.
Well, 3 minutes until you're out of here, so counting those down.
Izzy Wong from the pavilion end comes in for a second spell. She's driven back towards the stumps. Her first spell, quite inconsistent, really. Took her a while to find some rhythm. When she did, she looked like a threat, keeping the ball nice and full on the stumps. But early on, it was in that period of play where both herself and Eccleston on the first change gave away a few too many freebies to India, and with a proactive Jemima Rodriguez at the crease at that moment, sped along India's scoring rate. Wong to a defending Mandana. An opportunity here for England just to rein the game in slightly, get it within their control, because if they're not finding wickets, they'll just want to prioritise keeping scoring to a low. As we look at that chance from Beaumont there, it was high to her right in a crouched position, almost shoulder height, and there was a limit to how quickly she could swing her arms round to get them to the ball. Shorter from Wong, pulled away, straight to the fielder Alice Capsey, positioned on the boundary, deep square, 157 for 3.
They've just not really found a way to stop the scoring, have they? How many maidens have there been, Longy? 1 in the entire innings, yeah. And the field has been spread from quite early, with the fielder either side of the pitch, one at deep cover, one at deep backward square. It means that the batters can rotate the strike easier because the gap is there, but still you want to try and build pressure. And actually now to Harmanpreet, the cover has come up inside the ring, so there is a ring on the offside for Izzy Wong to bowl to here.
And I think with Harmanpreet, as Wong is into her, almost sneaking this one through, got her bat down to it late, chopped down by her feet. A few England fielders with hands on their head, but the nature Harmanpreet plays is getting that bottom hand through and being aggressive. It would be interesting for England, as you say, to keep that field up and tempt her into it. And the way we saw Jemima Rodriguez eventually dismissed, chopping on a filler ball from Wong because she was looking to replicate that drive she'd launched on so many occasions throughout her innings. Might just be the way England look to force a breakthrough here. This beats the edge, goes through to Amy Jones, who's up to the stumps. It's well taken. Keeper up to the stumps being a common theme, of course, of the men's test series against New Zealand, working out that that's the code to keeping Harry Brook.
It seems to be, doesn't it? I can't imagine that people are going to be able to ignore that either, with Pakistan coming later this year.
Wong into Harman, prods it towards cover. And another ball launched over Amy Jones's head, but not costly. So 35 overs gone. India 157 for 3. Harmanpreet on 34. Smriti Mandana on 67. Coming into the commentary box will be Ali Mitchell. A few more thoughts from you, Stephen Finn, and I'll try and depart here without falling over.
Thank you, Melissa. The first time I've seen Melissa this year, and I need to bring one of those Michelin Man suits in with me for the barbs that come my way. It's been a good partnership, this, for India. Now Ali's on my case.
Hello, Stephen.
It's one of the
Afternoon,
disadvantages of being 6'8" is that you're not always in control of your limbs.
You've had a few years to work on that, though, now, Fee.
That's true.
Eccleston in, over the wicket forward, pressing his man on a 67 not out. The crowd settled firmly back in their seats after the lunch break. Unlike Stephen. You're there now. You're steady.
I am, but I'm very conscious of these wheelie chairs we're sat on now.
157 for 3. Use of the feet. Lofted shot over extra cover for 4. What a glorious shot that is from Mandana. Little shimmy to Sophie Eccleston. And she moves on to 71. She looks very, very good out there.
Yeah, it really is a lovely shot. And actually, just checked it. It was a bit slower from Sophie Eccleston and just got to the top of her backswing and held it for a split second so that she could time it up and over the fielder at wide mid-off, who was Lauren Bell. No chance at all. Lovely piece of timing.
Eccleston goes again over the wicket, flights one in, tickled past, short leg. They'll take a single here as Heather Knight moves across to a left of field, mid-wicket, and throws the stumps back towards the bowler's end. Misses, and Mandana, Harmanpreet rather comfortably home. Mandana even, 162 for 3. Now sending a fielder back. Alice Capsey here with Harmanpreet on strike, goes back to deep mid-wicket, well in front of square, in front of the grandstand. It's well populated, that lower reaches of the grandstand. It's a fabulous sight. Eccleston around the wicket here, left arm spin to the right-hander, skews off the outer edge, out towards backward point, along the ground, and safe. Eccleston ball in hand once again. A bowler who was disconsolate, wasn't she, at the end of the Women's World Cup final, down on her haunches beyond the boundary at the end, consoled by one of the Aussies, one of those iconic sort of images, patted back up the pitch into the hands of Eccleston. Harmanpreet 34 off 68. You know, there is a frantic search going on in Salford at the moment for footage.
I know. Alex just left looking excited, so I'm concerned he's got it.
That's Alex Noble, who's in charge of our socials. Around the wicket again, going back. You might say sitting deep in the crease. End of the over. Harmanpreet 34, 162 for 3. This can't be drinks already, is it? Fielders coming on with towels and all sorts. Maybe just change your gloves for the batters. Sticky warm day here at Lord's. Resumed lunch 122 for 3. And Harmanpreet and Mandana have moved India on to 162 for 3 in that time. England want a wicket to break up this stand, and in particular, halt Smriti Mandana's progress.
Yeah, it just looks so smooth and easy. And I think because of the field being more up than it is in white ball cricket, she just looks to be enjoying having the freedom to come down as and when she sees fit and hit over the top, but in a controlled manner. And I think that the temptation sometimes in that situation is to come down and have a big thrash at it and try and hit it too hard. But a sign of her play has just been picking the right ball first and foremost, but then just timing it up and over the top. And the perfect example of that is in the previous over. Usually you would think it's a bit risky to hit what is against the spin and against the slope. So Sophie Eccleston bowling from the nursery end, a left arm spinner spinning it back into a left hander. Sometimes you can find yourself in trouble with it hitting the inside half of the bat or snatching at the opportunity, but just the way she held it at the top of her backswing and then checked the shot up over mid-off was really impressive. And at what stage does she then start thinking of being the first woman on the Test match honours board?
Possibly already, but Izzy Wong is in a new over. Forward she comes, very correct and stylish, even in defence, to show no sign of danger, really. It's very, very solid. The honours boards are interesting because they've been redone recently.
Yeah, and I don't like them.
Rooms. You don't like them?
No.
Can you describe them? I'm trying to think in my mind's eye. I'm trying
Yes.
to find a picture because I visited them not too long ago, and I'm sure I've got a picture which I'm going to try and bring up, but you can probably
So they're
describe them.
big, dark wood. So where the honours boards before were lighter wood and smaller.
As Wong moves in, right arm over with the pavilion behind. A little bit of width there to drive Mandana. Out through the covers. There's protection in the deep, though. It's just the one. Moves her on to 73, 163 for 3, India.
But to make it more of a feature, they've basically taken up the entirety of one wall in the dressing room, both home and away. They've taken away all the pegs so that the players who change in front of there have got nowhere to hang their clothes now.
What do they do with their kit?
Well, you have to fold it up on the bench. Yeah.
Wow, folding techniques are going to become a thing.
Well,
they're just not, right? It's just piles of laundry. Wong moves in, through to the gloves of Jones, who's standing up. No shot offered by Harmanpreet, outside the off stump.
But they've amalgamated all of the honours boards where you would have Test match hundreds, Test match fifers and Test match tenfers, as in across the match, had 3 separate honours boards, whereas now they're all on one big one. and half of it is dedicated to the batting, half of it to the bowling. And the reason I hate it, I think they're beautiful. The wood's nice, the way that the names are done are nice, but my one gripe with them.
Keeper standing up, one slip back as Wong is in, edge, but doesn't carry to Siva Brunt there, who's in that first slip position. And quite fine, but the healthy edge found off Harmanpreet's bat. Now you wonder there whether, well, it wouldn't have carried even if Amy Jones was standing back, but a thick edge.
It was like, because she opens her wrists, she's got a really wristy player, Harmanpreet, but she opens her wrists, and I think actually the fact that she's opened the wrist to try and guide it more through point has saved her by getting a thinner edge there and keeping it down towards first slip.
There's a big gap between first slip and then a gully as Wong is in again, offers a bit of width, left alone by Harmanpreet, shapes to play, thuds into the gloves of Jones. So what's your one gripe?
So on the bowling honours board, and this is only because I'm a bowler, I think, but so Gus Atkinson got 11 wickets in the match, I think, against the West Indies, was it? He took 6 and a 5.
So on his debut match?
On his debut, or his first match here at Lord's.
Yeah. That's right, yeah.
He got 6 and a 5. So on the old honours boards, he would have 2 entries on the 5.
Is this the new one, or is that photo
yeah,
the old one?
That's
the new one I've found. Okay.
So on the old honours boards,
as Wong moves in past the umpire, a little wider in the crease here to bowl, but Harmanpreet plays a very straight bat up towards mid-on, finds the field and no run.
He would have 2 entries on the 5 for honours board because he's taken 5 wickets in innings twice, and he would have 1 entry on the 10 for honours board. Whereas they've combined the 5-fers and 10-fers honours board into just one bowling honours board.
England Test bowling honours board.
Where Gus Atkinson's figures will be, there we go, it's 12. It says 12 for 106, but you don't know his analyses in each innings. So you don't. He took 7 and 5, I think it was, in the Test.
Okay, yes. It's just the match.
It's just the match figures, but you don't know the breakdown of how he performed in each innings.
But then below it, Atkinson against Sri Lanka, 5 for 62. That's a single innings.
That's a
isn't
single
it?
innings,
So,
yeah. But I just think it looks really odd if someone gets a 10-fer that it just says they took 11 or 10. Because Moeen Ali in 2017 took 10 for 112, but it's unclear. You could look at that and think he took 10 wickets in the innings, which is not the case. He took 2 5-ers.
I think the problem probably is they're just running out of room.
Running out of space, yeah.
To have all these honours boards.
I know,
because
that's just my gripe as a bowler, because
I
I think if I took 2 5-ers in a Test, I would want my name up there twice because you've taken 2 5-ers.
Because of now around the archway, when you look across at the pavilion, as we're going to have a change of bowling here with Maddie Villiers coming on for the first time from the nursery end. So it's her Test debut. So a little bit of off spin now to Smriti Mandana on 73. So this might just be an interesting passage of play to see if the tempo changes at all here. Mandana 73 off 91, 163 for 3. How will they treat Villiers, and how much control here can she offer, and can she even try and snaffle a wicket here? A slip and a short leg, flights one up, stroked out through the covers past the short extra cover catcher for a single. So 164 for 3. Now when you look across at the pavilion, you've got the balconies of the 2 dressing rooms with the arched window and door behind, and so above those arches on the inside is where the ODI honours boards now sit. They're slightly different, aren't they? They're sort of painted onto the wall. And that was brought in after the 2017 World Cup final, when Anya Shrubsole, of course, took 6 wickets here. And there was sort of nowhere as such for women's cricket because they weren't playing Tests at Lord's. And so an ODI honours board was there for both the men and the women. Villiers over the wicket here, left alone, padded away, deflecting off the keeper and then dribbling behind Siva Brunt, who scurries back to pick up a dot ball. Harmanpreet happy to let that one go, but a little bit of purchase, I fancy, from Villiers, tossing it up nicely, a bit of bounce as well.
Yeah, definitely a bit of grip there for Maddie Villiers. A different trajectory to Sophie Eccleston. The ball has to come out of Villiers' hand.
Villiers in again, flights a bit of width, skewed up in the air and over the top of backward point, away towards the boundary, slowing up a touch. They'll turn for 2. Harmanpreet comes back again, throw comes into the middle. So with the ODI, and I guess it's the same with the Tests, there's actually nothing to differentiate
different
between...
colours.
Are they different colours for men and women?
Women's ones... Oh no, they've changed them again. No, they're all the same. Before, the women's one was painted blue, just to denote that it was a women's honours board entry, but it's not. They're all the same.
They're all the same.
Yep.
Villiers goes in, flights it again full, thrashed out hard along the ground out to deep extra cover. Another single. India 167 for 3. I'd actually like to have a differentiation to know who are the male and female players, largely because simply a lot of the women's players are just not as well known as men's. And if you just see an initial, S. Taylor, around the wicket here, stroked along the ground to mid-off. Dot ball to Mandana, she stays on 74.
Yeah, the squares were definitely different colours for the men's and women's. The last time I saw it, that's been updated since.
So you've got S.C. Taylor, 2006 for India, 156 not out. And S.J. Taylor, stroked out along the ground to deep cover, single taken. Tidy enough over from Maddie Villiers to start with. Singles and a 2 off it, 168 for 3, Harmanpreet on 37. I mean, that's Claire Taylor, who's SC, but you need to have that knowledge to know that. I think it would fox people a little bit. SJ Taylor, Sarah Taylor, currently the England men's fielding wicketkeeper coach. And of course, at some point, there might be a female that's got the same initial and surname as a male player. So I don't think it would hurt to have a differentiation. But what you don't want is what might have happened in the olden days, which might have been, or let's put an asterisk to say which are the women.
Yes.
As if the men's are the norm and the women is the one we need to denote. I think just having an M or an F next to it, or I probably wouldn't advocate. Wimbledon would have been Mr. and Miss or Ms. or whatever it may be, give somebody a title, but just something to indicate male or female. I think would be useful.
Well, it'd be interesting to see. Hopefully someone makes it onto the honours board this week. I presume the plan is to just add it to the Test match ones that are there.
Wong moves in off an inside edge, squirting away into the ground down towards backwards square. Single taken. Harmanpreet keen for a second if it was there, but it wasn't. A loopy throw comes in and taken over the head by Jones.
Because does it at the top of the wooden honours board denote whether it's a men's Test match or a women's Test match?
I'll tell you what it does demarcate. I think there's an asterisk against ones which are neutral tests, because we've had the World Test Championship final here, and I think we're South Africa in the home dressing room.
Yes.
So therefore,
Kugisa Rabada is the latest entry on it. It says England Test bowling, England Test batting.
Yeah. But you've actually got some international names there by dint of neutral Test matches. Deflected into the ground towards the gully, fielded, and there's no run. So, I mean, it's difficult, isn't it? There's only so much wall space in these dressing rooms, and the history of cricket just keeps growing and growing and growing in the number of matches.
As long as they don't scratch mine off it, I'll be happy.
I don't think anyone's got plans for that, have they?
My one biggest disappointment, I think I took 4 or 5 forfers in Test match cricket here and only 1 5-fer. It's disappointing.
Here's Wong moving in. Bright sunshine, warm day at Lord's. Jones continues to stand up here and into the gloves it goes. Harmanpreet leaving it alone outside the off stump. Did you go up to see your name? Did you put a little sticker on the board and write your own name?
Yeah, there was a sticker. I think the massage therapist Mark Saxby was the guy who did it. So when you walked in from doing whatever you'd done, your name would already be on the honours board. So you didn't do it yourself. It was up there for you. But I didn't come back in and watch someone doing the calligraphy. Would that be the right?
Yeah, the gold lettering.
Yeah.
Inscribing. Into the gloves of the keeper, and Jones whips off the bails. Harmanpreet stretching forward defensively, was beaten by Wong, but her back foot planted firmly behind the crease. But this is the impact of having the keeper standing up, that Harmanpreet can't stray forward.
And the ring field. I like how the deep point isn't on the boundary, so it means that gap between extra cover and the gully is plugged, so Harmanpreet can't just knock it into the offside and rotate the strike. This actually builds some degree of pressure on her.
Wong moves in past the umpire there, bowls, looking to drive, and quite finding the middle of the bat here. It comes off the inside half up towards Heather Knight at mid-wicket. And where was your chair in the dressing room, Finny?
I was first inside the door on the right.
Did it have 4 wheels?
Luckily, they're all benches in the dressing room. I could be found sleeping there from time to time, but I was the first in on the right, but that was only because when I made my Middlesex debut here, the guy whose place I took, that's where he sat in the dressing room.
Oh,
so then I just kind of made that my own from there. Yeah.
You could have upset someone a lot by just claiming that. Wong moves in, skewing away again to the offside. Harmanpreet's desperate to get off strike. Shy at the stumps has Mandana diving, and she's made her ground. As Amy Jones then went to demolish the stumps and whipped off the bails with her arm full stretch. But she's home, but that single felt like a single of somebody who didn't want to be facing for much longer. Harmanpreet just struggling to find the middle of the bat here.
Yeah, so Issy Wong's bowling scrambled seam. Earlier in the day she was looking to swing it, and she was a bit more erratic, I think, whilst looking to swing it. When you bowl with a scrambled seam, it really simplifies your plan. It means you can choose the line that you're going to bowl the ball and just commit to that. And with the keeper up to the stumps and a ring field, it just simplifies her game plan in this situation. And she's bowled a really good couple of overs of pressure there. Harmanpreet looking to force the ball through the offside and inside edging it, and they're conversely looking to work it into the onside and leading edging it towards mid-off. But it just means that it adds that bit of pressure of the scoreboard not going anywhere, and especially with two teams that don't play a lot of longer format cricket, that patience and that want to, or that willingness, and we see it in the men's game as well, the willingness to just absorb pressure for 15 or 20 minutes or so isn't there. So it's a really good game plan by England here, one they could have potentially gone to sooner, but you feel as though if they can build these overs together here, something will give.
It's a real tribute to the mentality, isn't it, to be able to switch tactically, as a bowling unit into this long form game. But then, and for the batters as well, everything sort of needs to be seen in context, doesn't it, of these players just not playing red ball cricket, or not being brought up playing red ball cricket. Yes, there is a tournament in India domestically now, and remarkably there's one in Bangladesh which has been going a couple of years. They've got a regular, I think their matches are 3 days in the trophy, but they're just
sooner, but you feel as though if they can build these overs together here, something will give.
It's a real tribute to the mentality, isn't it, to be able to switch tactically, as a bowling unit into this long form game. But then, and for the batters as well, everything sort of needs to be seen in context, doesn't it, of these players just not playing red ball cricket, or not being brought up playing red ball cricket. Yes, there is a tournament in India domestically now, and remarkably there's one in Bangladesh which has been going a couple of years. They've got a regular, I think their matches are 3 days in the trophy. But they're just, these players are not accustomed.
No, and that's why I think we have
mentality.
to enjoy this test match for what it is. Like we enjoy this as a test match, and like the first hour, like you're here as an opening bowler, and I can completely sympathise with people who 5 days ago were. I mean, I never played in the World Cup final, so I don't know what that feels like. But you've spent this whole year building up to a T20 World Cup at home, all the added pressure of that, like wanting to make sure that your plans and everything are completely nailed on. And then, but with the carrot of this amazing occasion of a Lord's Test match 5 days after that final, and wanting to make the most of this opportunity, but not. Do you know that it's that like
you can't take your eyes off that big T20 World Cup prize.
No.
But
So then to come and see the bowlers a little bit erratic at the very top this morning is completely understandable, and it's unavoidable, I think. And it's hard enough flipping formats when you play those formats all the time. It's even harder when you don't.
Yeah, I think it makes me full of admiration for the players who are able to come on and absorb periods of pressure with the bat and work your way into an innings, and for the bowlers to come back for a third spell.
Yeah, it makes me sympathise for what Filer, Wong and Bell are going to feel like tomorrow morning, because if they get through something close to 18 or 20 overs each today, which is completely feasible, in 35-degree heat, I'd like to speak to them tomorrow morning to see what their first hour of the day was like.
I suspect the physio or the masseuse, if they've got one in the team, will be busy.
Yes,
overnight.
there's nothing like, you always talk about when you're building up to a 4-day game or a test match, you need to get your 4-day legs on or get your test match legs on, and after you've done it once, it then becomes easier. This will be the first time they do it today, they'll feel it tomorrow for sure.
Drinks are being taken. Hot day here. What do we call these? A hydration break if we were at the Football World Cup at the moment. But yeah, it's a glorious scene at Lord's. Blue sky, some high white wispy clouds. Stephen Finn is still solidly in his chair. I'm carefully getting out of mine. Going to allow lots of room for Daniel Norcross to come and sit down. Has Phil Long got something for us? And then Dan's coming in.
Yeah, I have. They're currently under an umbrella at the moment, but Smriti Mandhana and Harmanpreet Kaur have just done a quick bit of maths, Dan. Between them,
oh yes,
they've now scored 19,685 international runs in women's cricket. Therefore, there's never been a partnership like this in the game. 19,685 runs between them. Enjoy it while you can.
Well, I shall. Also, I got an answer to a question that I asked you earlier, and it was rather intriguing. You remember me asking what was the latest that a maiden had been bowled in a women's test match? And answer came there from Hypercourse. For matches where over-by-over scores are available, this was the second most overs bowled before the first maiden in a women's test match. The most is 19 overs. That was Ashes game in 2023, women's Ashes game. And then this one, after 18 overs. We haven't had a maiden since then, so I think we can say this is the most maidenless start to a test match after 3 hours. And it's reflected in the score, 170 for 3 after 39 overs.
Yeah, that mini session, that half session, I suppose, up until drinks, 14 overs, 48 runs, no wicket, and just 3 boundaries.
Maddie Villiers is going to continue in the second over. Back into a crease goes Harmanpreet, pushes the ball into the onside, picked up at short leg. Alex Hartley's alongside me. Hello there.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
It's Harmanpreet has slowed down post-lunch, hasn't she, out there in the middle? She was basically a runner ball heading into lunch.
Yep, she's digging in, and why not? As forward she comes and pokes slightly awkwardly at a full ball and pushes it into the offside, but it's picked up by the advancing short extra cover Heather Knight. So they cannot take a run. England wicketless in this session so far. Finney was talking about how unused the bowlers will be to bowling 18, 20 overs in a day, especially the quicker bowlers, as that goes down the leg side and comes off a bit of thigh pad, maybe a touch of inside edge, but it lands in front of Tammy Beaumont, going to her right at short leg, forward short leg. 170 for 3, the score remains. So yeah, there will be some conditioning issues, you would imagine. It was a brave call to decide to bowl first.
I think it was the right call, though.
Yeah, might be. It might yet prove to be, but defending is Harmanpreet, just slightly French crickety, going back into a crease and pushes the ball back along the ground to the bowler.
But England didn't bowl too well with the new ball.
No.
Did we hear what Harman would have done at the toss?
I didn't hear it. As ball back into a crease goes Harmanpreet, and she manages to sort of play that ball almost off stump, off the back foot, and guide it through point out towards the sweeper and take a single. 171 for 3. It's sort of fairly normal for captains to say, if they've been put into bat, well, that's what we would have done anyway. It's always a psychological move as a general rule. Well, I would have batted. Thank you very much.
I got what we wanted.
Exactly. Round the wicket to the left-handed Mandhana. Slow delivery, just pushed back up the wicket to the bowler. 49 miles an hour. She's got a bit slower than that before. She went 45, 46, end of the over. Just a single from it, 171 for 3. Mandhana, 76. She's batted beautifully. She's occasionally used her feet just to upset Sophie Ecclestone's rhythm. Harmanpreet's rather digging in at the other end on 39 from 86 balls. And the over rate has been criticised. People have been getting in touch, but we have managed 15 overs in the hour if you take out the drinks break since lunch. The expected over rate is over 16, which we're not going to see. So we're not going to get anything like the 100 overs in today.
No.
It is hot, so we can, I think,
It's not that hot,
give them
though.
a bit. Yeah, it's not as hot as it was yesterday or various other days. The Trent Bridge Test, goodness me, that was sweltering as Wong starts a new over, and this is driven off a thick outside edge down through deep backward point for 4, just past the diving gully, and Harmanpreet gets a streaky boundary. Villiers there couldn't quite reach the ball, diving away to her left, but an error has been induced from Wong, who's bowled pretty well with the keeper standing up in this spell. She started rather erratically today, but she certainly found her lines and legs. A little sort of a floaty away swinger. It's driven at it. Was not far from a diving Villiers. She's a very good fielder, is Maddie Villiers.
I was going to say, if anyone's taken a specky like that, it is Maddie.
Here's Wong again. Waits for this. It plays the most sort of casual dab of a Yorker length ball you wish to see, almost like she was in a net there. Like, don't fancy that ball, give us another one. And just plunks it down on the ground in front of her.
The accidental Yorker.
Yeah. Is it time for a full toss? You always say that full tosses take wickets. I mean, didn't look like that when I was watching Surrey against Warwickshire the other day in the women's game.
That was a brutal of a game.
Was brutal, wasn't it? Laura Harris to the fore as this is wide-ish outside the off-stump, shouldering arms through to keeper.
Yeah, but at the halfway stage, it was like, oh, okay, Caris Pavley's won them the game here for Warwickshire with her.
7 overs later, Surrey were 100 for 1 or something.
They chased 180 in 15 overs.
Yeah, so it was slightly fewer. They got the just a ball under, wasn't it? They got the bonus point, which is, I mean, that's got to be the highest total chased to get a bonus point.
Yeah.
Because you've got to do it within 16 overs, haven't you, I think?
Oh, I don't know.
I think so, yes. 20%, something like that. Here comes Wong again. This is clipped into the onside, past the diving mid-wicket. They'll take one. They've sauntered that one. They should be able to, yeah, they can saunter a second as well. The game's sort of slowing down in a way in terms of like the urgency of the players. 177 for 3.
The whole game is sauntering.
It is a bit. It feels a bit sauntery. Sweltery. Sauntery.
I need to go outside to thaw out.
Well, you get quite a nice warm breeze to our open window. You got goosebumps?
Yeah, I'm cold.
You're cold.
It's the aircon.
It's no pleasing some people.
I'd like to be outside.
Wong in again, just defended from the crease into the ground, picked up by Maddie Villiers, walking in from a deep gully or backward point, if you like.
Bring back and outside on days like this.
Oh, I've had some good ones there doing that. We commentated outside at the Grange when there was a one-off one-day international, which Scotland won.
Yeah.
We used to commentate outside at Northampton. Did you ever do that?
No, Karachi.
Karachi was a good one. Yes.
It was cold though, wasn't it?
I got serenaded by the Barmy Army.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. Which was an experience. Wong in, driving. It is Harmanpreet, but straight to short extra cover where Beaumont can field. 6 off the over, 177 for 3. Harmanpreet 45, Mandana 76.
But spare a thought for the scorer, because at Northampton there was no desk, was there? So I had to sort of score on my knee with bits of paper here and there and bits flying off.
Did you get one of those like grandma trays for the next
That's what
day?
I needed. Yeah, that's what I needed. And a few bulldog clips.
I mean, Phil, I think it's fair to say that we always spare a thought for the scorers, don't we? I mean, I received a message from a scorer the other day demanding that Stephen Finn stop saying hasn't troubled the scorer when someone's out for a duck, because I'm reliably informed by scorers that when someone gets a duck, it's normally way more trouble.
Yeah,
it often happens.
It's a complete
after.
opposite.
Yeah.
Oh, why?
Well, let's get Phil to explain. As Maddie Villiers bowls forward in defence, comes Mandana back to the bowler.
So had that ball there been hit for 1, I would have just marked 1 on the scorebook. Simple as that, and we move on to the next ball.
Villiers in again, round the wicket, back into a crease goes Mandana, finds a gap, but there's a sweeper out in the offside, coming in down the slope.
When someone is out, no matter what the score,
yes,
you need to record how they were out, the score they made, the number of balls they faced, maybe, the partnership,
the time,
etc., etc., etc. So there's a lot. So you're doing a lot of bothering with the scorers.
And if someone gets a duck, as Villiers bowls again, short and pulled away, you wouldn't want to be short leg in that situation, and it's run off to the boundary for 4. That was not far away from Tabby Beaumont, who is wearing a helmet, but not a great ball from M.A. de Villiers. 182 for 3 as Harmanpreet moves to 49. And of course, if someone gets a duck, frequently it's quite soon after they've come in. So you've only just finished doing the last wicket, when lo and behold, you've got to do another one. So the scorers get very, very troubled by ducks as a rule. Villiers in again, short again, and hit this time to mid-wicket, straight to mid-wicket along the ground. As it bounces
I'm excited.
fielder's hands. I'm excited.
We're about to be joined by royalty.
We are. Or as I'll do a bit of Alison Mitchell if you like, the same as Villiers is in wide of the off stump, left alone through to the keeper, no run. It's 6 wickets for Anya Shrubsole, England's hero. She is in the box.
And she'll have hated every second of that. Hello, Anya.
Hello, thanks for having me.
Well, 9 of those wickets have been reunited in one commentary stint, which is quite amazing, as this is a horrible swipe from Harmanpreet. She's lucky to get away with it as it rolls rather flaccidly to short mid-wicket, and there is no
That's
run.
a run out, so actually all 10.
Yeah.
All 10, who got the run out? You got the run out.
Yeah, one of the worst throws you've ever seen in your life, but it worked.
All 10 wickets.
Yeah, I
within
tell
2
you what,
people.
if it wasn't for me, we might not have won that World Cup. Not Anya's 6 for and a run out.
The other 9 players were completely incidental to that game, weren't they?
I mean, we might not have got any runs between the two of us. I guess that's the only downfall.
I can't. Did you not?
Well, no, we're at 10 and 11,
Yeah,
so
no.
we're not required.
We're not required.
DMB.
But you were required the previous game, the semi-final.
Unfortunately so. And thankfully for Alex, she didn't have to. Was the thigh pad off at that point, ready to run fast?
Thigh pad was off, helmet was off. Heather was saying take your gloves off, pads off, anything. Just let the ball hit you, I think she said.
Let the ball hit you. Well, why not? That's a method. Wong comes in around the wicket to the left-handed Marden, who gets up on her toes, defends up the wicket, up to mid-off. There is no run. We are, of course, chatting about the semi-final of the World Cup in 2017, 50-over World Cup, where England looked nailed on certain to win, then had a clatter of wickets. In the end, won by 2 wickets thanks to Anya Shrubsole's hoofed 4 through extra cover. But Alex Hartley was waiting, desperately nervous, that she might have to go out
opportunity
to
in the
bat.
spotlight. Bat in hand.
That's not how she's described it to us. This is defended again, a foolish ball out to the offside. There is no run. Every time you come here, Anya, do you get that kind of, do the memories come flooding back, or
It's just a great place to come and watch cricket. It was great to play, but it's certainly good to come and watch. And I think I'm not allowed to forget it every time I come here. I think it's always asked.
Well, it'd be a bit
nearly
weird.
10 years.
It'd be a bit
Cut
weird
the
if we
cord,
didn't.
will you?
Yeah. Oh, we got Anya Shrubsole
Trying.
in. Absolutely nothing to say to her about a World Cup final in 2017. That would be weird, wouldn't it? Now, the big appeal for LBW, and she likes that, does Wong. Is it going down the leg side? I don't know. They might want to look at this because she's come round the wicket. Marden didn't get a stride in. That Civil Brunt is slightly slow to approach her. Amy Jones will, as usual, say, I don't know. And well, she's talking it through with Wong. Jones has got not a great deal to add to the conversation, and they're not going to refer it.
Felt a little leg side-ish for me there.
With the angle,
Yeah.
you think? Let's take another look at this. Well, do you know, unless that's hit the inside edge, that looks like a very good shout to me.
Inside edge.
There is an inside edge, yes. That's the little tickle. That's the second time that's happened today. So good referring so far from the England captain, or rather lack of referring. As Wong comes in once again to the left-handed Marden, who drives, gets a thick inside edge. It squirts down to Bell at long leg. They'll take the single. Another over will pass without a maiden. 183 for 3. What have you made of it so far, Anya?
I'm going to be honest with you. I wouldn't say I've watched every single ball that has gone down. I just said to Adam when I came in, it's a very brave move to ask someone to come and join commentary at 3 o'clock when they've been
Corporate hospitality.
looked after.
Looked after,
Let's
you've
say,
been looked after.
for the day.
I was about
lucky
to
for him,
say.
I'm a sensible lady.
News to me as Wong is in, and that's defended into the offside, picked up.
He's a brave man, is
cover.
Adam.
He is a brave man, yeah.
I think, obviously, England picked up those couple early wickets. They were probably a tad wayward at times. Quite a lot of boundary balls, and the pitch has done which I think everyone suspected, which is flatten out under this sun. I'll be really honest, I was really surprised they bowled. Really surprised they bowled.
I don't think you or anybody else would have fancied it particularly, would you, in this weather as Wong is in. That's defended crisply by Harmanpreet, but straight to Beaumont at short cover. There's no run. One off the over. 183 for 3. Harmanpreet 49. Mandana has 78.
So have you been sat upstairs with all the previous players, all the past players?
Yeah, so in the pavilion, kind of between the committee room and the writing room, is split between the two is a number of kind of between 50 and 60 former England women's cricketers of various generations. They've split it by era, so the committee room is the younger half, and in the writing room is the less younger half.
There's Bill the Beans, who's already really messy.
Everyone's quite well behaved. I heard some rumours that in the writing room, I wasn't in the writing room, I heard some rumours that the red wine was cracked quite early in the writing room.
Right.
So,
Yeah, Enid rang the bell and went, right then.
Off we go.
Off we pop.
So they could be, we've just had lunch, so there might be a few people having an afternoon siesta, I don't know.
I need to pop over and come.
You should, I think you should, yeah.
The problem is if I go over,
you'll have to leave.
I'll have to be on a very short leash because I might not come back.
Maybe send someone with her, Adam. Send a bodyguard.
I wish I'd brought a tie now, because then I could have gone, as this is defended back up the wicket.
Let's go via the shop.
Villiers. Over.
Via the shop.
Could do.
There must be a tie in there.
They have relaxed the rules today. You don't
Really?
have to wear shirt and tie in the
I've got
lodge.
trainers on though. Am I allowed to do that as well? I don't know. Do I have to speak in Latin as this ball's swept away down to fine leg? It should make it all the way to the boundary. It does. 4 more to Smriti Mandana. Just straying onto the pads and well worked away for 4. 187 for 3. Mandana now to 82, and this partnership, Phil, is up to a lot. 80 something.
86.
86, thank you.
But no, it's been an amazing day to have so many former cricketers that span a number of generations. It's just been lovely to see lots of people who I've not seen for years and years and years and years. So it's been a great day so far.
Here comes Villiers around the wicket to Martin, who pushes forward, but can only pick out Eccleston with her forward defence at short extra cover.
This morning was so wholesome as well, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Like everybody coming through the long room, down the stairs. A bit awkward, don't get me wrong, standing there ringing the bell and then going, do we stir for the national anthem or not?
Well, yes. Driving again is Martin. This time she gets it to the right of Eccleston at extra cover, out towards the sweeper Capsey, who comes in from the boundary in front of the grandstand. They take a single, 188 for 3.
We did the hokey, you weren't there, we did the hokey cokey for a while. We all got summoned out of our rooms onto the pitch, stood by the boundary, and then promptly got told to go back inside. and then I thought we were going to go back to our rooms. They were like, no, don't go back to your rooms, wait there. It's like herding cats.
Yeah, I can't imagine that would have been a very smooth operation, really.
Was there a moment where you thought Enid wasn't going to stop ringing the bell?
Yes, I was at the back going, stop ringing, stop it. It's a test match to play, Enid.
Not until she's finished. Villiers in once again, and propping forward is Harmanpreet, takes an easy single and brings up her half century off 99 balls. It's been a very controlled innings. She's not been in trouble through much of it. And after the loss of the 3rd wicket, things could have got a bit sticky for India, but instead the skipper Harmanpreet alongside Smriti Mandana, 2 such experienced players, are combining together for a really damaging partnership from an England point of view, and giving India the hope, even the expectation they can bat out the day, put themselves in a really strong position. There's still a way to go yet though. 189 for 3. As Villiers comes in to complete the over. Forward in defence is Mandana, pushes it up to Lauren Bell. There will be no run. We've had 44 overs. I've got to ask you, Anya, before I make way for Melissa Story. They were talking earlier about bowling 18 to 20 overs in this kind of heat when your body's not particularly conditioned to it. Can you, as a seamer, give us an insight into what that feels like, and most importantly, how you feel the next day? And then I shall bring in Melissa.
I was going to say, in lots of ways, it's not the day itself. You can kind of find your way through that, bit of adrenaline, all of that sort of stuff. It's when you wake up the next morning. I remember when I made my test debut, obviously having never played test cricket before, not being used to it at all. I couldn't lift my arms above my head. I was like, I don't know how on earth I'm going to bowl again, because my arms don't go above my head at this point in time. It was possibly the sorest I've ever been.
Izzy Wong then runs in over the wicket, wide outside the off stump, and chipped uppish, where Alice Capsey is stationed at a backward point.
Yeah, more details on that Harmanpreet Kaur 50, come from 99 balls, 6 fours. Only the second time she's passed 50 in Test cricket, in her first against England.
I was going to say it'll mean a lot to her, Harmanpreet. There's been a lot of chat around her over the last couple of weeks, and is she the right person to take this India team forward? Should she carry on being captain? She's been backed up by the coach, as we were talking earlier, and also just showing that she is still good enough. There's been a lot of chat of, is she kind of past it?
As she waits, open stance, lets that one go through to Amy Jones behind the stumps.
Which always feels like a harsh conversation, but naturally when you are 37, 38, is she 30? She feels like she is 37 years old. Those conversations do come in. You know, they've always been around Tammy Beaumont, and when she'll give it a rest, and she is after this Test match. Heather Knight is somebody we've been speaking about. So it's not that people think she's not good enough to play, it's that is it time for the team to move on? And she's come back fighting.
Yeah, 35 years old Harmanpreet. So you aged her by 2 years there, Alex. There we go. She'll be delighted to hear that as Wong. That was a good length outside the off stump. I mean, I wonder whether a large part of it as well is that because historically, before we had the professional domestic system we did, in order to break into the system, players often got in quite young.
She is 37, by the way.
She is 37? Yeah. Never mind. I'll go. Someone online was being a lot more complimentary about her age, so you know what? I'm going to go for 35, Harmanpreet. You're welcome. But I mean, as I say, players tend to get into the setup a lot earlier because there wasn't that professional backing to go back into. As we've got just a pause here, Harmanpreet looks like she's hurt her hand. They're calling on the physio. And I believe players will take a few drinks here. We'll get a quick eye on what that is. It certainly is that India's physio running out towards Harmanpreet here. I've completely lost my trail of thought here.
I'm going to just pretend I know what you're talking about, and I think the people that are coming through now, we've just seen like Smriti Mandana breaking records already at 29 years old. I think because the game is professional and kids are coming, not going to school or whatever, or not going to university, being professional athletes from a lot younger, the standard of cricket has improved so much, and there's going to be all these records that have been held for many, many years, from Charlotte Edwards right through to, we were talking about Betty Snowball earlier, and those records, they are all going to be broken because of the likes of Harmanpreet, Mandana. Mitali Raj played for what we were joking about 20 odd years, highest run scorer for India, but she's going to be overtaken.
Anya, your career spanned across so many developments in the women's game. To be sat here now watching a Test match at Lord's, what does that mean to you? And where do you see the game going in the next few years? Because it feels as if it's just been growing exponentially.
Yeah, absolutely. I think obviously to have a Test match here at Lord's, the first one ever, I guess there's lots of arguments to say probably should have happened before now. But it hasn't, but we're here. I guess all you can do is make changes where appropriate moving forwards, and they've done that. And the game has grown massively. Obviously in this country, I guess the big thing for me, and I've said it a few times, that I'd love to see is the game kind of keep growing around the world. Obviously there's the England girls and the domestic setup get a huge amount of kind of backing financially. I'm talking primarily here in this country, the same in Australia. India are getting there slowly. There's probably more that they could do. It's South Africa. You see how good South Africa have been. We think how good they could be if they had more support, financial support, more backing, more all of that sort of stuff in their country, how good they could be. I guess the same with New Zealand. And I think then you get a kind of truly global game. I think you look at a lot of the World Cups and stuff like that. Obviously Australia have won a huge amount. England are always, generally speaking, there or thereabouts. India much more so now. Wouldn't it be great if you kind of went into a tournament genuinely not knowing who was going to win?
And we heard that frustrated plea from Hayley Matthews after the semi-final between the West Indies and Australia, saying we are not getting funded enough to be able to create this depth in our domestic system. If you compare a player in the domestic setup in the West Indies compared to England, the frequency of games is absolutely such a stark contrast, and only through that experience, as you say, are we going to eventually and ultimately create a better product which will be watched by more, because there will be that element of surprise, as you say, of what team is going to get through here.
Absolutely, and I think that's one of the great things about sport, and it's what makes sport so watchable, is the most enjoyable sport to watch is when you watch it and you don't know who is going to win. if you know who's going to win before you start watching it, it's why by and large you don't tend to watch things on repeat, because you know who's going to win. That like, I would never, unless I didn't know the result, I wouldn't watch I would watch highlights knowing the result, but I wouldn't watch an entire game knowing who was going to win, because that's not why you watch sport. You watch it because it's the game starts, you've got no idea who's going to win. As soon as you are pretty confident who's going to, I think it takes away an element of fun, enjoyment of watching that game.
So play resumes now after that short injury break as an inside edge from Wong. Squeezed out towards square for a single, 190 for 3, and there's almost then that global responsibility for the ICC and those larger nations to think, how can we support this growth of the game and make sure that there's a better contest which we can sell to these larger crowds who have a genuine interest in the women's game and watching these really skilled players compete. But as you say, you want a game which isn't too one-sided, and even the World Cup final on Sunday between Australia and England still felt incredibly one-sided towards Australia from the first over. Wong around the wicket, beats Mandana, and they've gone up for a caught behind, and she's gone for 83. Izzy Wong's second wicket. And the way she was looking out there, you were utterly convinced she was going to seamlessly go towards her third Test century, but no, instead Smriti Mandana has the slow walk back off to the pavilion. 83 off 108 balls, and India 190 for 4.
Well, you can see her replaying and rethinking that shot on her way off, just prodding outside the off stump, a wide ball she could have left. It was far too wide to be playing at in a test match. You can understand why you would in a one-day game, but you'd actually go harder at the ball and you'd flash at it outside the off stump. This is just a little poke from Smriti Mandana, a poor shot, and a thin outside edge goes through to Amy Jones, who takes a very good catch. But a decent knock from Mandana with disappointing end.
So India 190 for 4. Anya?
I think it's really good reward for Izzy Wong for this has been a really good spell. I think I thought she looked a bit rusty earlier on. She's obviously been in the squad but not playing a lot of cricket. But I wonder whether that earlier spell started to kind of remove some of that rust. I think she's bowled a great spell here. Whether that was deliberate or not, Izzy Wong's been getting a bit of shape there, round the wicket, back into Mandana. Whether it was deliberate or not, I don't know, but that one just looked like she held it just to kind of hold its line. It's a poor shot, don't get me wrong, but I think credit to Izzy Wong for what's been a cracking spell here.
And actually credit to Amy Jones as well, because we almost look beyond the great work that keepers do when they're up to the stumps, but she made what was quite a difficult dismissal there look relatively easy, just that small deviation and a strong position. A new batter for India, Deepti Sharma.
Yeah, Amy Jones often makes the chances like that look easy behind the stumps. And Izzy Wong's actually bowled so much better since Amy Jones has come up to the stumps.
So Deepti Sharma, average of 47 in her Test career, as Wong bowls wide outside the off stump.
God, you're not going to get away with it twice, Wongy.
Little tempter, I like it.
So end of the 45th over. India 190 for 4. Of course, this Test match being the final England appearance for England's Tammy Beaumont. And Anya, a player you've played with lots across your playing career, moving on now to new pastures. I mean, could you reflect on, when you came to that decision yourself about when it was time to step away from international cricket and how that was for you?
It was relatively straightforward for me, to be honest with you. I kind of had some kind of injury issues and things like that, and I think I'd just basically decided I'd had enough.
Didn't fancy bowling in 35
Didn't fancy
degrees.
bowling anymore, no. And I think for me it wasn't so much about just the playing. If someone said you can just go and play, I'd be like, wonderful, thank you very much. It's everything else that goes with it. I just didn't have it in me to do anymore.
Maddie Villiers then will bowl in towards Harmanpreet. Pushes the ball towards cover for no run.
It is really funny because you do get, everyone says you'll wake up one day and you'll know you're done. And you go, oh yeah, whatever. You wake up one day and go, I don't want to do this again tomorrow.
I don't want to get on the team bus and go up to Durham.
It's the I don't want to do another warm-up, another hamstring thing. Yeah.
Villiers. That was a good length, and Harmanpreet setting up to pull that one in the end, just changes her shot, pushes the ball straight back into the onside.
I found myself getting so cross if we warmed up and then we won the toss and we batted first. I was like, well, waste of my time. Unnecessarily cross, it's not that bad.
If it rains and you have to do it all over again. Villiers down the leg side, bit of turn there for the off spinner.
Did you say meetings, Anya?
Oh, yeah.
Why were they so?
It's always just hit the top of off.
Yeah, exactly. You go through all of these things and the ultimate is hit the top of off. Yeah, okay, Paul, I'll try and do that.
That's 2 hours gone. Could have been an email. Outside the off stump, driving without timing to extra cover.
As I'm listening at where like an off spinner's going to set their field, I'm like, how is this relevant?
Yeah, where do you want me to stand? Mid off, perfect.
45, please, perfect. See you there.
I was there.
Although that's not, you can't hide there anymore, can you?
No.
Over the wicket then, flighted past the fielder at extra cover, driven away for 4 runs. It was a tempter there from Villiers. I think she would have preferred a straighter line, and Harmanpreet's not going to miss out on that one. Just waited for it and dismissed away to the boundary, 194 for 4.
It's one thing she's done so well today, Harmanpreet. Any time the ball has been full, she's capitalised on that, and Villiers has bowled so nicely today, getting the ball to turn from outside the off stump down the leg side at times, but this time a little bit greedy.
As the spun down the leg side, left alone by Harmanpreet. And since retiring, of course, you've got immersed in, of course, welcoming a new family member, so congratulations for that, and your financial advisory work. You haven't quite stepped away from cricket entirely, being involved in the 100 as well.
Yeah, I did for a while, and kind of had a couple of years not around cricket at all, for kind of various reasons. Smriti had asked me when the year I was retiring, she said, would you come and coach at RCB? And I said no, I had something else on. Then she asked me the next year, and I said no, I've got a child coming. And then she asked me again, and I was like, well, if I say no a third time, I think that's going to be it. So it kind of worked out with everything. So went out to India in January to coach in the WPL for RCB, which was really good fun. And then I think kind of almost as soon as it was announced that I was going out there, Adam Carty down at Southampton said, I see you back coaching, can we have a chat about the Southern Brave? And obviously I loved my time playing there at Southern Brave, so heading down there in the summer, well soon actually, next weekend, to join up for the 100.
And in terms of players in this England lineup as well, who you've worked closely with, of course Lauren Bell, you would have been bowling partners with for a few years down in Southampton, but Izzy Wong as well, in terms of having that impact. As Lauren Filer, another fast bowler, charging in, change of bowling, deep, dabbing the ball towards Gully.
Yeah, we've got a cracking bowling attack, to be honest with you, which obviously as a bowler and as the bowling coach fills me with great joy. Obviously got Lauren, Izzy, got Tilly, Courtine Coleman, Sophie Molyneux, Sarah Glenn, probably as our 5 frontline bowlers. So pretty happy with those 5.
I think the other 100 teams probably listening to that slightly quivering in their boots. I mean, it's fantastic to be able to pass on your experience from your playing career, but also get that perspective as a coach. As Filer bowls, left alone through to the keeper by Deepti Sharma. And how has your perspective changed from going from a player to a coach? Do you still find that the meetings a bit tenuous, or have you had to realise you have to commit to them a bit more?
Well, in some ways, I'm in control of them, not all of them. I'm obviously not the head coach. So as a bowling coach, I try and do a lot. I guess I try and do a lot more on a kind of one-to-one basis, because I think how everyone bowls and what everyone wants is so different.
Filer at the top of her mark. 2 slips and a gully. So the left-handed Deepti Sharma edge short of first slip. And whilst Filer, the quickest of England's bowlers, sends that one down at 71 miles per hour, it was well short of Siva Brunt there at first slip. Just one of the concerns with this surface would be, how does the bounce and carry go? But I think there, with the way Deepti played the ball, it's probably more the reason it didn't carry. Very soft hands. She's yet to get off the mark, and 3 dot balls from Filer. She storms in now. Short and pulled, bottom edge in the end, just evades the stumps and trickles down towards fine leg. Lauren Bell collects. They're coming back for a second run. Deepti Sharma there being hurried through by her captain, telling her to get a move on as the score moves to 196 for 4.
Yeah, so try and do a lot of the work kind of almost one-to-one with the players around training and things like that. I guess it depends a bit what the captain wants. So Smriti at RCB was kind of really on top of things, so kind of meet with the bowlers one-to-one, meet with Smriti one-to-one, and then we'd have a meeting that would have been no longer than 15 minutes before we left on the game, just to reinforce key messages.
Violet fired down the leg side, left well alone by Deepti. And for Lauren Bell, for example, who over the last few years we've watched as she's emerged as a young, exciting prospect to a fully established, one of the best bowlers in the world now. And you would have been involved as she went through that process of remodelling her action and her run-up, introducing that away swinger into her game, which was primarily in swing. What role did you have in that process or insight for us? Because it's always so interesting to see how a fast bowler does choose to remodel their action, push towards extra cover, and also, of course, the fact that a remodelling can cause its issues as well.
I had absolutely zero part to play in any of it at all. I was very much just a spectator at that point in view. I guess the main thing, credit to Lauren in some ways for the kind of bravery and commitment towards doing it. She did it because she thought, and it has made her a better bowler. But I don't think anyone who saw her bowl in that period of time, I think everyone would admit, and she will say this as well, it was a tough old time. She had plenty of games where she didn't bowl particularly well because she was still kind of transitioning, and to do that whilst also playing international cricket it takes some guts to A, do it in the first place, and B, stick at it when it's not going very well. And there's probably people sat in the media doing all of this going, what is she doing? She's bowling really badly. But what you've seen come out the end of that kind of 18 months, 2 years, I mean, the way she bowled in the WPL in January was unbelievable. And I'm not just saying this because she's English. Without her and how she bowled, I absolutely am convinced we would never have won.
Villiers continues. It's tucked into the onside for a single by Harmanpreet. Moves to 56. A role for the Indian captain now with Smriti Mandhana dismissed, to make sure she can be the one now to go on to get that big score, make the most of getting the first opportunity to bat on this surface. England winning the toss, electing to bowl. Surprisingly, quite a few cheers from the England camp when that decision came through, because I'm not sure as a fast bowler I'd be cheering too much if the captain went, don't worry, it's only 34 degrees. I don't know what you're on about. Get out there. Put your spikes on. Villiers coming around to Deepti. Rocks back and slaps the ball to a sprawl dive. That extra cover at Sophie Eccleston there, who certainly stopped a boundary. It was struck with some power. And it's that element of Test cricket as well, of staying alert in the field. You're out there for a long time. It's warm conditions. Nicely bowled by Villiers. Inside the off stump, pushed into for no run. How did you kind of keep yourself alert in the field for these longer innings, or potentially even in white ball cricket, the tougher innings?
You've just got to work out how to switch on and off. You can't be on for the whole time.
It's Villiers in, flatter. Deepti Sharma down on one knee, looking to sweep that one behind square. Doesn't make contact, and Beaumont, anticipating that one well, moves around to cut it off.
Yeah, so how can you switch off in between balls, switch back on, all of that sort of stuff? I think it helps when you're bowling as well.
Villiers punched to Eccleston again, who this time diving to her right. Stops that from going for any runs.
I think it helps if you're a bowler, and obviously there's periods of time where you're bowling, but you're kind of, well, I always found I was kind of switched on to the game, because you never know when captain might toss you the ball, and you want to be ready and raring to go.
Villiers back of the length, nicely nudged into the onside. She's settling into her spell well here. Just the one run off that over. She's bowled 6 for 22. India 197 for 4. Anya, I think we're letting you go back to your hospitality.
Lovely, thank you very much. I was just setting myself in here. I was warned about the chair by Finney. I saw Finney I saw Finney at the bottom, and I assumed he'd just dropped off because he fell off his chair, and it's all on camera and everything. I said, "Are you done for the day?"
I haven't seen him since, in fact. I think he's hiding somewhere in the corner so we can stop tormenting him. But I reckon get in the writing room where the red wine's flowing. That seems the place to be.
Make sure they're all still watching. They haven't nodded off this afternoon. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Anya, for joining us. So, Anya Shrubsole there. Fantastic memories at this ground. 6 for 46, her figures in the 2017 World Cup final. And Ali Mitchell is going to join us to pick up the commentary.
Thank you. Great to see Anya. Fab to have her in the commentary box with us for this match. Always brings back memories of 2017. She's just become synonymous with the climax of that match and that World Cup win. But so many other World Cup winners here on this ground today celebrating this occasion, bringing all these different women together who've played so many different roles in the game. 197 for 4, India, having been put into bat by England. And Lauren Filer from the pavilion end, racing in here, ball that sits up for Harman to try and squeeze it, but backward point. It's well fielded in the gully. Not been much protection behind Maddie Villiers there, but she did well to save the run. Anusha Ghosh is back with us again. Well, what do you make of the partnership between Harman and Mandan are broken, but that's a brilliant flying piece of fielding, one-handed leap as the ball was on the bounce by Maddie Villiers. That's what got the crowd excited.
Yeah, but Tammy Beaumont-esque, that fielding effort, a bit of gymnastics on display, acrobatic from Villiers.
There's one slip in place. Filer into Harmanpreet, down the leg side though, a tumbling take from Jones. Harmanpreet 56 not out. The innings from Smriti Mandana. Anusha, how did you enjoy that? And a little bit of a disappointing way to be dismissed, but a really well-worked 83 and an important and impressive partnership with Harmanpreet.
Yeah, somebody tweeted saying it reminded, the moment she got out or the moment she was in her 80s, it reminded them of my interview with Smriti 3 years ago after that dismal performance in the inaugural season of WPL where she rued how she would throw away her wickets.
Filer in, knocked into the ground on the leg side. Mid-wicket is there to field, no run.
And the shot she played reminded me of that very honest conversation, not something you hear from elite athletes, right? Them owning up to their mistakes. Something she had worked on, over the course of the past 24 to 36 months, not squandering starts, because at this rate, her tally of hundreds, had she gone on to convert, her 60-plus scores would have been well close to 20.
I think she would have become a standout world leader. This one sits up and it's pulled, but deep square leg is there to field, and Harmanpreet goes through for 1. I think, right, I'm going to get Phil to double check. Is she sitting level at the moment in terms of overall hundreds with Lanning and Wolfart? Yep, so 1 a century today, and what a platform and an occasion to have made it on. Would have then set her apart from the others in terms of number of international hundreds scored in her career.
And also because it's a 300 T20, 300 overall. International overall appearance, and 100% agree with that analysis. Sure, she's the Indian woman with more centuries internationally, going past Mithali Raj just a few months ago.
2 slips in a gully for Sharma, who's the new batter, who's replaced Mandan. She strokes it to extra cover, setting off quickly for a single. Picked up one-handed, and through they go for the 1.
A bit of a Cavalier shot that was. Perhaps lapse in concentration.
Mandana.
Yeah,
she could have left it alone.
100%. It reminded me of that injudicious lap shot she played, I think it was at Old Trafford, in that all-important game against South Africa during the group stages, which eventually cost India their ticket to the semi-finals and led to their early exit at this very ground in the virtual quarter-final 13 days ago.
Harmanpreet awaits as Filer races in its full high front elbow, works it along the ground up to mid-on. 199 for 4 at the end of the over from Filer. Just the 2 singles coming from it then. Harmanpreet 57 from the 115 balls she's faced. And Deepti Sharma, the new batter, on 3. The partnership between Smriti Mandana and Harmanpreet was worth 89, and that was off the back of a 3rd wicket stand of 64 between Mandana and Rodrigues. But then Izzy Wong removing Mandana. She had Amy Jones standing up, as she has been doing a lot throughout this innings. And Mandana just poked at one outside the off stump, and Jones with a smart catch standing up. So 83 from 108 balls. Mandana, she was just looking so sublime, wasn't she?
Absolutely, would have been her third Test 100. Well, got out on a historic number, 83, historic in Indian cricketing contest. 83 is when an Indian cricket team lifted a World Cup for the first time at this very hallowed ground, no less, led by Kapil Dev and his Devils, of course, scripting that win over West Indies, a much fancied West Indies. And that remains all the more topical, Ali, because during that tournament, Kapil Dev played one of the blinders. And much like Kapil, Harmanpreet played a blinder at Derby on July 20th, 2017.
Against Australia.
And so much of the parallels that have been drawn between those two knocks still hold true.
Yeah, that was an innings which really awakened, let's say, the mainstream Indian cricket audience, which is, let's be honest, the majority of the country, to women's cricket in that sense of true quality.
Absolutely. Awoke a nation. And if you look at Harmanpreet's trajectory ever since that 171 not out against Australia in the 2017 ODI World Cup final, she's only gone from strength to strength, is now perhaps considering getting to that first Test 100 of hers. She became the first Indian woman to score a T20 100 during the 2018 T20 World Cup in the Caribbean, and has gone on to strike several sublime ODI centuries, led India to their first ever women's world title after a wait of over 52 years since the start of organised women's cricket in the country, and has been a role model herself. And I remember asking her during the Vizag home series late last year against Sri Lanka as to what remains on her to-do list, and she said perhaps an ODI double 100 and a Test 100. And the kind of start she's gotten today, she will really back herself to get that 3-digit score under her belt. And with that, we see Akanksha Satyavanshi, the physio of the Indian women's cricket team, having scampered onto the field perhaps to do some running repairs.
Yeah, Harmanpreet's down on her back, getting is it cramp perhaps?
It's the second time in 20 minutes that the physio's been out to Harmanpreet. Yeah, so the sort of second time we've stopped for almost a full drinks break, but both times it's been because the physios need to come out and deal with Harmanpreet.
Well, Suf Redfern is now wandering over to the little Indian huddle there, where the physio and Harmanpreet on the ground, and Deepti there, and the two substitutes also. And I think that was just a little right. I think your time's up. With that, Harmanpreet's rolled over onto her side and back onto her feet. Physio is still there at the moment, though.
In a 17-year international career, Ali, she has contended with a lot of injuries, including during that 2017 epochal 171 not out in Derby we were talking about. But she's been carrying a knee injury for the best part of the last 3 years, which is why you would often see her sitting out in tournament openers or, well, in bilateral series openers, as she did during the bilateral series that India played and went on to lose in the T20I format at the start of their 48-day tour. Yes, losing that series 2-1. Smriti Mandana was captaining, and that is in part to manage her injuries, because that right knee is in a bit of an iffy situation and has been so for the best part of the past 3 years.
Yeah, and she's 37 years old. We should not forget that. She's the oldest player across these two teams. You've got Heather Knight at 35, Tammy Beaumont retiring at 35. So she's keeping that body together in whatever way that she can, but she would not have wanted to miss this match in any way. She's the captain of this Indian side. Yes, huge disappointment at the end of the T20 World Cup, and the inevitable questions around the side. Should there be changes? Is Harmanpreet's time up? Is it time for a refresh? But she picked up, didn't she, at a time in 2016 after India had a group stage exit after a T20 World Cup. She's got an awful lot in the bank as leader. You imagine that she will choose her own time of exit. But she's back on her feet. We're about ready to resume. She's at the non-striker's end. Deepti Sharma is on 3, and Maddie Villiers into her 7th over from the nursery end. A sweep and a miss now. An appeal here. Well, Amy Jones from behind the stumps went up very, very quickly. And Villiers is now coming forward to speak to Nat Sivabrunt. Will there be a DRS review here? She says, let's have a look at it. Well, Deepti Sharma went for a big sweep shot It's 199 for 4. Is this going to be 199 for 5?
TV
First
umpire to
ball
director.
after the drinks
we have
break.
Player review for a catch.
Bit of a bread and
Check the
butter
feet,
stroke
fair
that
delivery.
for
Can we go through
Deepti
to the
Sharma.
edge, please?
Blunders plenty of runs in that fine leg region, deploying that shot.
So what did it come off? Catch being
Front on, please.
claimed by England, or at least being reviewed by England. Big sweep. Was there some
Ball
glove?
up
Was it any
close to the
bottom
bat.
edge?
Can we just have it ultra edge, please?
Down the leg side it goes to the keeper. I mean, good take by Jones, because you're unsighted down that leg side.
Flat line, flat line.
This is James Middlebrook, the TV umpire.
In the bat. Flat line.
Nothing yet as the ball passes the gloves.
Just play it back through, please.
Yeah, nothing showing on Snicko. Checking to see
Yeah,
if there
play
was
from
any
there, please.
bottom edge or any glove.
None
She went
whatsoever.
for that sweep.
Keep rolling through, keep rolling through, keep rolling through.
I think Deepsy's
Satisfied
going to be able
there's
to
no
breathe
ball
easy.
involved, bat involved. We go back to Sue on field.
Well, we can't blame perhaps Amy Jones for going up. It's a decent take down that leg side, but that will mean that England lose one of their reviews for an unsuccessful DRS.
The previous one was also an unsuccessful one.
Umpire's call, wasn't it? The
Yes.
LBW you're thinking of?
Correct.
Yeah.
In the
so
first session.
Yastika Bhatia?
That's right.
It was I'll say clipping leg, about a third of the ball. It was hitting leg stump, but not enough to overturn the umpire's decision. Villiers is in again here, stroking out through the covers. Fielded by Capsey, and no run. Villiers has gone for 22 from her 6.2 overs so far.
For some of the women's teams, Ali, the DRS has been more of a desperation review system, especially for India.
Villiers in again. Here's another attempt at a sweep, a bit of bottom edge onto body this time. The ball dribbles out onto the pitch in front of Deepti, and it's left for Jones to pick up. And Villiers giving the ball a good rub. I mean, part of, I mean, they play with DRS in white ball cricket, you know, all the time. They should be used to it. Villiers tosses one up outside the off stump on the drive. Doesn't quite time it. Out to extra cover, and again no run.
Harman has historically been adjudged a culprit in that desperation review system storyline.
Around the wicket, Villiers scything out behind point this time. Again, can't find the gap. Another dot ball. Villiers looking to keep things tight. His first over after drinks. Deepti is now 3 from 18.
She'll have a big role to play with the ball in hand. Is the leading wicket taker across formats globally. Took that 356 strike during the T20 World Cup.
Tossed up again, defence. So a maiden over from Maddie Villiers. Thought they might have had a caught behind down the leg side, but not to be. 199 for 4. India stay on. Phil.
Lots to tell you all of a sudden. Second maiden of the day there. Yes, England have
Sound
lost.
the klaxon.
Sound the klaxon. England have lost 2 reviews. There was for a catch behind off Smriti.
Oh, that's right.
For Amy Jones. So England down to 1 review left. With the various injuries and DRS coming into play, we've bowled 6 overs since 3 o'clock, and it's now 3:33. So painfully slow half an hour's play. And actually, that's the end of the 50th over, which should be halfway through the day, but we've gone a little bit beyond that.
Is it mainly because of these drinks breaks or slash sort of cramps breaks?
Yeah, we had a very slow first hour. There were only 12 overs there. And it's just generally been not, it's just been a hot day.
Yeah.
DRS breaks, you have a drinks break. It all just slows it down. I think 100 overs was always very optimistic.
Always. There's no particular reason why, if men can't get through 90 overs, why are women going to get through 100 overs? I mean, it's the regs because it's a 4-day game, but...
It's a little bit like a throwback to women's cricket, maybe 20, 30 years ago, when they would get through the overs very quickly. Yeah. But as we know, the game has changed beyond all recognition, and 100 overs always seem very unlikely.
Yeah. One slip and a short leg here. Eccleston returning, replacing Filer at the pavilion end, and Harmanpreet is drawn forward, looking to stroke it through extra cover. Fielded securely and no run. Eccleston starts her run-up directly in front of the umpire at the non-striker's end, completely blocking the view, and then moves out around to the side of the stumps, going back deep into the crease, defends out into the offside again. It does feel like it's at the moment, a go-slow period with the bat for India. We had a little bit of a flurry in a couple of periods where there was an acceleration and then a real drawback or retreating again. And England tightening the bowling. Spin from both ends right now. Eccleston is in a little bit quicker this time. Harmanpreet strokes it away again from off the stumps up to mid-off. Not able to pierce the infield. How many boundaries have we had today, Phil, so far? Certainly more towards in that first half of the first session, it felt like. Angled in around the wicket again. Clipped past short leg this time. Harmanpreet's able to take one. Heather Knight picking up to bring up the 200 for India in the 51st over of the innings, and the crowd just waking up to that fact. It's been a slightly snoozy period, this post-lunch session so far.
Part of that 225 fours and 1 6, 18 of those fours, and the 6 came before lunch, so it's been a quieter period since.
So more than 50% of these runs have come in boundaries. Excellent stuff from India, having lost the toss and being sent in to bat first.
The 6 from Smriti Mandana, that was that period of acceleration, wasn't it, in the morning session. Deepti on strike again, the left-hander with Nat Sivabrunt at slip and Beaumont at short leg over the wicket here for the left-hander. She does make a good connection with the sweep this time. It's a fine leg, chases on, can it be cut off? Slide inside the rope and Villiers picks it up and saves a couple because they're back for 2. Good piece of fielding by Villiers. She had to make up quite a bit of ground there from deep backward square. But Deepti's been looking to get that sweep away.
Absolutely, but credit to Villiers here. I think she's already made an impact with her out cricket as a fielder, and also the way she's dived around, throwing her body, trying to intercept anything that has come her way inside the 25-yard circle.
Eccleston fires one in a bit quicker, a little bit fuller, and Sharma defends right in front of the stumps. Picked up, and just 3 runs from that over from Eccleston. So Deepti on 5, Harmanpreet on 58, 202 for 4. We're 5 minutes away from the tea break. We'll be chatting to Rachel Heyhoe-Flint's son Ben during the tea interval. He was here on the outfield representing Rachel during the bell ringing at the start of the day. Rachel Heyhoe-Flint's portrait is very prominent in the long room. It's one of the bigger portraits as well in the long room here at Lord's, and her gates are on the St John's Wood Road, which is wholly appropriate that it's a set of gates under her name that welcome you to Lord's, because she was a big part in the drive for female membership here at the MCC. Villiers in again, going back, tapping it into the ground, Harman. Making sure they don't lose a wicket going into the tea break here. They want this partnership to be intact and to be able to build on this score into the evening session. And they could really make England tire, having opted to field on this hot day, as Villiers is in a little more air this time. She's bowled her! Wow, it's almost gone through the gate, past that inside edge. And Maddie Villiers celebrates the big wicket of the Indian captain on the stroke of tea. 202 for 5. Harmanpreet is gone for 58.
Excellent delivery from Villiers. Completely foxed the India skipper. She had no answers whatsoever. Through the gate and into the castle it went. Plenty of revs on that from Villiers, and that brings the curtains down on Harmanpreet Kaur's innings today. Falls short by 11 runs of her highest test score of 69, but she has done well enough to lay the platform down here for India. But England would be delighted with that breakthrough.
Yeah, and I said the stroke of tea, it will be tea with the fall of that wicket. So Harmanpreet Kaur departs. Really beautiful delivery from the off spinner. Pitching outside off, turning back and through the gate between bat and pad. And the Indian captain walking back through the long room now. We're getting images of that. She'll have the tea break and the rest of the evening session to think about that innings. But she has played her role with a half century, but yeah, it's the worst possible time, isn't it, to lose a wicket. And England then smiles on their faces as they file back up those famous steps into the long room at Lord's, and plenty of people inside that long room now giving them applause to welcome them back in, having got India 5 down. So a session there then, Anesha Ghosh, when India moved from 122 for 3 to 202 for 5, so 2 wickets for
for England versus 80 runs for India. A sort of slow-moving session, really.
Indeed, and two big wickets, both the set batters, both the half-centurions and superstars in Harmanpreet Kaur and Smriti Mandhana back in the pavilion. But India will still feel they are ahead in this race, having clocked as many as 200 runs inside 52 odd overs, brought on those runs at a quick pace as the spotlight now shifts to one of the batters who's kind of tailor-made for this format. Deepti Sharma loves digging her heels in, has a few very gritty and dogged half-centuries in this format, including one against England that she brought on during the Test match in 2023 at the D.Y. Patil Stadium. So she'll have a role to play if India to accelerate and compile some quick runs after the tea break.
Yeah, indeed. Deepti Sharma also put in a vital half-century to save a test in Bristol as well in England in 2021. So England know that she can certainly do a dangerous job with the bats, but 202 for 5. Then India going into tea, having lost the toss, been put into bat by England. Our guest will move in very shortly for a chat during our tea break, but I'll run you through the scorecard. Thank you, Anesha, for the moment. Anesha Ghosh, cricket journalist and broadcaster from India, with us for this historic test match. But as far as the scorecard goes then, on day one of what is a 4-day game, to keep reminding you of this match, with over 38,000 tickets sold before the start of this day. The first wickets fall was Shafali Verma, who was caught behind by a ripper of a delivery from Lauren Filer, a 4-ball duck. Second down was Yastika Bhatia, bowled by Lauren Bell for 12. Jemima Rodrigues played on to Izzy Wong for 35. At lunch, India were 122 for 3. A partnership of 89 for the fourth wicket between Smriti Mandhana and Harmanpreet Kaur was what took India to 190 for 4. Mandhana caught behind with Jones standing up off Izzy Wong for 83. And then to take us to the tea break, Harmanpreet Kaur dismissed for 58. So 5 down then, a lot of the hard work done by the bowlers. They've got a chance now to get in amongst that middle and lower order in the evening session. Lauren Bell, 9 overs, 1 for 50. Lauren Filer, 8 overs, 1 for 23. Sophie Eccleston, 15 overs, 1 maiden, none for 59. Izzy Wong, 12 overs, 2 for 41. And Maddie Villiers, 7.2 overs, just the second maiden in the innings so far, 1 for 21 with that wicket of Harmanpreet Kaur. Right, well, it is an historic day at Lord's with this first women's test match being staged at this ground, and so many people have played a part to the women's game getting to this point. One of those who's done more than most is sadly not here to enjoy the occasion. Baroness Rachel Hayhoe-Flint was the former England captain who campaigned tirelessly for the women's game, including being the inspiration for the first ever Women's World Cup and fighting for female membership of the MCC. And sadly, Hayhoe-Flint passed away in 2017, but her son Ben is here watching today and was part of the ceremonies at the start with the bell ringing as well. Ben, welcome to the box. Welcome to TMS.
Thank you, Alison. Great to be here.
How has your day been so far then?
Bonkers, as you might imagine. I felt sticking out a little bit like a sore thumb as I was on the pitch with the girls. It's like, hang on, there's no one else here with a beard. But it was, oh, wow, what an honour to be out there. So moving.
Which room have you been watching from? Because we gather there's a bit of a split of generations here between the writing room and the committee room.
So I'm in the writing room. I haven't been over to... It looks like there's a party going on in the committee room. If you can see them through the sash windows. I think I'm going back there afterwards.
You can probably pick which
exactly.
box you go.
No, it's fun. It's so much fun hanging out with Mum's old teammates.
I mean, how many of them have you known over the years? Are you meeting some of them for the first time?
So it's funny, mingling around, I kind of see a face and go, oh, I know that face, but I can't place it. And then, oh, that's Wendy. And that's Kathy Mowat. And then BB Daniels, who was my babysitter.
Barbara, yeah.
Really? And she was christened BB by Mum. I had no idea about that. And she crashed my mum's car.
Really?
So, there's all sorts of amazing little stories coming out as I mingle with them. Love it.
When did you first become aware of your mum's status in cricket?
God, that's a really good question. I have no idea because, for a lot of it, your early years, she's just Mum.
Yeah.
She's making a hash of the family dinner. She's scrambling out to do this. She's then rushing off to do a cricket match, and you go, okay, yeah, Mum just plays cricket. And it just seemed normal. And there was a lovely thing that Barbara Daniels actually did say as we were doing a little bit of a fireside chat in the writing room at lunchtime. You know, for the girls who are watching today, this is just normal. And for me, mum rushing off to do a cricket match was just normal and was just part of my upbringing. So it's a really hard question to answer. But I knew, you know, you always sense that something's a little bit unusual here in this household, as you know, Dad's the one looking after me and doing most of the coaching on the front lawn and so on. So
were you taken around many matches when Rachel was playing?
Allegedly, no.
Not
So
that you remember, but...
and again, one of the girls showed me a clipping from 1976 of me in my pushchair by the nursery ground, and I've never seen the photo.
Right.
And Mum was practicing in the nets, and she'd parked me in a pram, probably with someone looking after me, I hope. And and she's given me this little newspaper clipping from the Mirror from 1976, which is just so kind. And so there's bits like that. I also remember Mum used to organise all these charity matches and matches against men's sides as outreach, basically.
Should be raising funds for the women's game.
So it was outreach, but there was absolutely fundraising for the WCA. And I remember going around the boundary edges with a blanket, a tartan picnic blanket, and we'd ask the crowd to toss in their spare change. And so I was definitely part of that process. And then I'd go along and score at some of the games. I started to get a bit nerdy and used to go and sit in the score box with the scorers and would score some of the matches. I remember doing it at Canterbury very clearly. So, yes, I mean, in some ways, and obviously had school and other more boring things to do as well. But no, I definitely kind of love to muck in and come and be dragged around the country.
Yeah. How old were you then in the 1976 match? You're in a pushchair at this stage.
I don't mind telling you my age. I was 2. I was just 2, and yeah, apparently I was heard at some point as Mum went out to bat, fall of the second wicket. Mum, I can see you. So apparently, maybe apocryphal. I don't know, but sounds like fun.
Yeah. Speaking of memorabilia, you have found, haven't you? I say found, but there's an auction that's going to take place
yes.
for a lot of your mum's old things.
Yeah, absolutely.
Memorabilia. First of all, are these things that you've had for a long time, or are these things that you have recently discovered? Tell us about them.
So yeah, I mean it's a real smorgasbord of stuff that I've unearthed, and some was obviously more obvious in my home. But I lived overseas in Singapore for 20 odd years, so much of this stuff when Mum passed away in 2017 has just been stuck in boxes. It's so sad to say it, but I moved back to England a few years ago, 2023, and so stuff started coming out, and then I think it was David Gower last year who ran an auction, and I'd heard him say, well, I would like to do an auction before people forget who I am. I mean, how do you forget David Gower in cricketing circles? And so that kind of went off in my brain, and then I knew the MCC were planning some celebrations of women's cricket, and then obviously scheduling the matches here. So I thought, well, maybe if there's any time to do it, let's do it. So yeah, it's a wrench, but I'm keeping some stuff back. There's definitely some stuff I'm cherishing and treasuring and would love to pass on to my 2 boys, Ollie and Giles. But for now, there's about 50 odd lots of all sorts that are coming up for grabs on August the 2nd. So we're doing it here at Lord's in Pelham's, the restaurant. And there's Middlesex versus Yorkshire on the pitch, so people can come along and make a day of it. And the auctioneers are Buds, and they're launching the catalogue on Sunday, the 12th, this Sunday. And yeah, God, but I mean, there's her blazer, which she had to pay for herself. There is her MCC application form, which kind of stopped the 211 years of men-only membership.
So this was when she's in a way sort of had the audacity to say, well, I'm going to just fill in a membership form. This was before women were actually allowed to fill in membership forms. She sent one in.
That's it. She sent it in as R. Flint and didn't really declare the first name. And Brian Johnston and Sir Jack Hayward, Johners, and Sir Jack, her main kind of benefactor that sponsored the women's team for years, and Colin Cowdrey all endorsed it. So I've got all the little personal letters from them endorsing it. Loads of original cartoons from Giles, Matt, Jack, The Telegraph, and Daily Mail cartoonists, with some real, completely anachronistic stuff on those cartoons. Completely out of kilter with today's, gender diversity and political correctness. They are quite politically incorrect, but
they're also pointers, aren't they, as to where the game has come and actually where society has come from.
Totally. They have charted that from back in the 70s and 60s, 70s, and 80s. So those are fun. What else? Her wedding dress.
Right.
My sister unearthed this from a wardrobe, so the wedding dress is coming out. I don't know if it's going to sell, but
I'm going to ask you what kind of style is the wedding dress?
It's very chic. It's quite simplistic. It's quite finely detailed. You'll just have to log on and register for the auction and find out.
If you can't be here in person, people can join the auction online as
Absolutely.
well. And MCC Foundation is a beneficiary?
Yes, absolutely. That's the exclusive charity for the day. So it was great the MCC have been brilliant to secure the space for me. We're working with the foundation. We're going to work out what we do with the proceeds afterwards, but we're going to have a lot of fun on the day. And yeah, absolutely, you can dial in from anywhere online.
One thing that caught my eye, is there a cricket bat that was crafted from a willow tree in her or your family garden?
Yeah, that's right. So a willow tree met its natural demise, came down and just...
It didn't go, because I had memories of... I had images in my head of Rachel going at this tree with her own axe.
Well, she was quite strident, She was
exactly.
quite determined. But no, this one came down in old age, and Gray Nichols kindly took the trunk and crafted it into a bat. So it's pristine. Mum has signed it. It's never been seen, really. It's been sitting in a locker at home.
Amazing.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah, amazing. Did you walk through your mum's gates when you arrived today? The Rachel Hay.
Can I say no?
Gates?
I was asked not to. I was asked to come in a different gate, so we could just come for the art preview of all the unveilings of the new artwork in the pavilion. So I didn't come through there, but every time I come past, I kind of doff the cap and give Mum a little kiss on the bas relief that sits outside the gate. So it's charming.
And you mentioned Sir Jack Hayward. Did you know him?
He was my godfather.
Right, yes.
So what a godfather. Oh my goodness. He was...
Tell us, for people that aren't familiar with who he was, they had a particular bond through Wolverhampton Wanderers Football Club, didn't they?
Sure. Yes. So Jack was second generation of hard-earned money. His father was an industrialist in the Midlands, and Jack was sent off to the colonies in the 60s to go forth and find interesting things to invest the family money in. And he basically landed on the Bahamas and the deep water port for cruise ships, and ended up developing, quote unquote, the Bahamas, and that's where he made his money. And my mum pitched to his dad for sponsorship in the 70s. The mum's letter got thrown in the bin. Again, slightly apocryphal, but and Jack, son of Charles, his assistant, pulled it out of the bin and put it in front of Jack, and that was how the relationship started with Mum, and they created the World Cup. Again,
haven't still got that letter, have you?
I don't know. I don't think that's it. There's a whole batch of stuff. Her speeches at the House of Lords, here, all her cue cards. Some fun stuff. Anyway, Jack then became the owner of Wolverhampton Wanderers, the chair of Wolverhampton Wanderers, and Mum worked for him and was on the board there for some time. So their friendship was lifelong and incredibly deep. They were best buddies.
Yeah, I had the chance to interview her at the House of Lords.
Yes.
I think it was around 2013
Okay.
it was, but she related the story of coming up with the idea of a Women's World Cup, and in her words, she just said, well, he said, I like women's cricket, I like women, I like cricket, let's do a World Cup.
There you go.
And she said, well, yes, let's do it. Have another brandy. And it was a Women's World Cup forged over a bottle of brandy. And
anything
all good ideas were.
Well, absolutely. All great ideas are conquered by a glass of brandy. And I think the other thing was to try and beat the men to it as well.
Well, yes.
So she got a little one up there as well.
Yeah, true pioneer in so many ways. When you go about and you're meeting people here, so you've already sort of heard them swapping stories, and are they keen to get stories from you as well? People that...
Yeah, totally. I mean, I don't... My memories are, from 2-year-old to whatever, but not very old. But so I'm usually ears wide open listening to them, and there's so much fun stuff coming out. So I just found out about this cricket match she organised in New York in 1983, and she wrote to all the players. Jackie Court was just telling me, and she wrote to all the players saying, "I've got another game before the end of the season. Do you want to come?" "Yeah, sure. Where is it?" "I'll tell you later." And then the letter came, "Turn up at Heathrow." What? So they turned up at Heathrow in their red, white and blue tracksuits, and they said, "No, don't check in here, go down there." Well, that's Concorde. And a benefactor in the West Indies had had stumped up the airfare for all of them to fly on Concorde in 1983. Christopher Reeve Superman was on there. Then Paul McCartney and Linda McCartney walked on, and they're all of a titter. And so these stories are coming out, and
all these stories sort of almost need documenting, don't they? And writing down.
They do. We had this lovely panel yesterday with the girls of 76, the pioneers. With the Cricket Society, and all these stories are coming out, but the camaraderie and the sparkle and the twinkle in their eyes, it's so much fun to be a part of. And just hear and the banter between them is hilarious. And then they start singing songs because there's no TikTok in those days. So Mum used to get the ukulele out after a game and entertain the crowds and sing. And they all start bursting into song in the middle of this function room in a club in Whitehall with the Cricket Society. It's just utterly charming. And these stories need to be surfaced. That was a small, little, intimate audience, but I'd love to see these come out. They're so fun.
I'm sure that more and more will be documented. I mean, Raf Nicholson, who helped to organise that event for the Cricket Society, she's obviously got her fabulous book out, The Women in Whites, the charting the history of women's Test cricket.
I read it on the way home on the tube, and I learned so much. Again, it's utterly brilliant, the book.
And she found, I think, a lot of that WCA archive was in a box in a cowshed somewhere on a farm. So I'm glad you've kept Rachel's archive in a somewhat more sealed box in a slightly safer place.
Well, yes, I'll agree with that. But scorecards and brochures and pamphlets and sponsorship letters, and it's just a trove of stuff. It's going to be fun.
Yeah. Ben, so good to see you. Thank you for coming up to us in the media centre here to share your memories, and enjoy the rest of the day. So you're which writing room or committee
writing room on the right,
left or the right? I think you're opting for a very different experience depending whether you go left or right when you walk in the pavilion.
I don't know. I'll just try both and see which is where the champagne is colder.
Enjoy. Ben Hayhoe-Flint, the son of Rachel, here with us in the commentary box at Lords, with the players about to come back out under the sunshine and increasingly warm skies here, blue skies and warm sunshine. The grandstand a little bit more in shade now, offering a little bit more respite to all those that are there. But a vital wicket on the stroke of tea, meaning India will resume 5 down. Harmanpreet Kaur was dismissed by Maddie Villiers. A ball that turned back through the gate. She was out for 58. So a new batter will come out to the middle. And Melissa Story is here behind the mic to tell you about it.
Thank you, Ali. So 202 for 5. And as you say, interesting to see that spin from Maddie Villiers, dismissing Harmanpreet Kaur. There were some very noticeable footmarks after the lunch break on the pitch, Alex Hartley, which you don't tend to see come through quite as dark in the surface until a later stage in the test. And just wondered about, with the weather we've been having, how dry this surface might be. But all the bowlers will be looking on with some intrigue if we continue to see a bit of turn here.
Yeah, they definitely will. And Maddie Villiers, brilliant. She had the ball to turn basically from ball 1.
She's in now, turns this one past the edge of Richa Ghosh's bat, wicketkeeper for India. So 2 relatively new batters in the middle now for India, with Deepti Sharma, Richa Ghosh. In fact, that one beating the inside edge. With that prominent turn, Maddie Villiers on test debut flights this one up. It's been driven out towards deep cover. Single to the total, 203 for 5. Did you see the story about Maddie Villiers receiving her test call-up and where she was?
No, I haven't seen that.
She was in a bus toilet, travelling back to Durham after a game. Received a text from Charlotte Edwards saying, "Do you have time for a call?" And she was trying to find a quiet place on the team bus where she could go.
So she sat in the loo.
So she climbed in the loo.
I love that. Said, yeah, I can have a call, and just sat in the loo.
Don't worry, I've got time. She's into Deepti, who's sweeping hard for 4. There was a fielder at deep backward square, but in front of square the ball flew. Score to 207 for 5. The most funny thing being about it is that she just said she kind of burst out crying. So for her teammates, she just went into a toilet, was there for about 10 minutes and came out crying.
Oh, bless.
They probably were thinking, goodness, I hope I didn't have the same thing she ate. Strikes her on the pad. Shout for leg before. Shake of the head from umpire Sue Redfern.
A bat, maybe?
Either bat or I thought it was sliding down the leg side just a little bit. Nat Sciver-Brunt seems more focused on polishing the ball than she is on sending this one upstairs. But a few more wickets now for England, and well, they'll be in prime position. Phil, might want to turn your mic on.
I'm on, I'm back. Yeah, just a very quick reminder, just the one review left for England.
So they've got a
thick inside edge.
There we go, make the right decisions, and they have on that occasion. So end of the over, 52 gone, 207 for 5. Conversation taking place there between Maddie Villiers and Heather Knight in terms of how she's going to continue this spell. She's been effective, and if there is signs of turn, well, the Indian bowling lineup are going to be licking their lips at that, the likes of Sneh Rana, Sri Charani on Test debut, Deepti Sharma, of course, as well.
Yeah, we've seen the off-spin spinner get more turn than the left-arm spinner for England. Maddie Villiers has bowled really nicely. I mean, the ball to get Harmanpreet out, we're just seeing it again on the TV, was such a good delivery.
Bowled her right through the gate. So, Lauren Filer.
Why are you drinking a green malty drink?
It's matcha.
Oh, God, you're not one of them, are you?
Filer into Ghosh, tucks it off the hip down towards fine leg. Single taken, scored to 208 for 5. Producer Jack there gave the little chef's kiss.
No, I'm sorry, nobody likes matcha. It tastes like grass and soil combined into a coffee with ice, and people drink it because it's fashionable.
What's fashionable about that? It looks
exactly.
like snot.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. You're the one drinking it.
Because I like the taste.
Grow up.
I never thought I'd say this, but I agree with Al.
This is devastating.
Look at the state of that in that cup.
Right, this is the dregs of it, okay? It looked a lot nicer at the start.
I'm judging you. Well, you're better than that.
Violet to Deepti. Pulls it down the leg side and away for 4 runs. Just straying off the line there to the left-hander is Violet. That extra pace on the ball. All she needed was a tickle. And Alice Capsey can't cut that one off. Score to 212 for 5.
Yeah, nicely pulled around the corner from Deepti Sharma, but not a great delivery from Lauren Filer. Bit of extra pace on the ball. Just tickled around the corner.
Now, what if you said matcha tastes of grass? They had a specific Lord's one here, which tastes like the hallowed turf. Maybe it would taste different. More historic, more classy.
Oh, here we go.
That should be marketing. Good length, defended by Deepti. Into the offside. Cheers from the crowd there. As those huddled in the shade of the grandstand to our right, starting to venture lower and lower down the stand as the sun comes around. At the start of the test, pretty much everyone was huddled right at the back, so on first glance you're thinking, where's the crowd? But they're slowly poking their heads out. Filer past the umpire now. Back of a length, pulled away. Bit of work to do on the boundary and does well. Tammy Beaumont loses her trousers in the process. What a humbling act in your final game for England.
Quite the skill there from Beaumont to be able to full length dive, lose your trousers, stand up, pick them up and get the ball.
And all whilst wearing pads, because she has been in a short leg. It's the key thing of wearing shorts under your trousers.
Oh yeah, everybody does. Surely you wear skins.
There's some members of the team, Gloucestershire women, who I play for, who don't wear anything under the trousers. This feels like TMI to be shared, but I think it's insane.
That is.
Because that might happen. Left alone, through to the keeper for no run.
Just to clarify, they wear knickers. You said they wear nothing.
I can confirm that.
Yeah.
There we go. Sure, they'll be really delighted I've shared that. 214 for 5.
Sarah, Chloe and Hannah. I don't know, they're just random names that are quite popular.
You didn't even get a single one of those, no?
No. Shame.
Follow tier 2 Bella next time, Al. Disgraceful. Violet to Deepti. Nudged off the hip. Down towards fine leg. Capsey in the game again. Returns to Amy Jones. And Filer has bowled 9 overs now. 1 for 31 her figures. 215 for 5.
Just a little bit leg side there from Lauren Filer. Too easy to be knocked into that onside region. Maddie Villiers bowling from the media end will be thinking, I've just got to keep going all day here, getting the ball to turn sideways to the right-hander. She's not quite got it to go as big to the lefty yet.
And for Villiers as well, this being her, call up to the England side for the first time since that Irish series back in 2024. I mean, yeah, she'll be keen not to completely bowl her shoulder off before the start of the 100 and the rest of the domestic season, but certainly this is her chance to stand up and impress, and particularly show Charlotte Edwards what she saw in her. She's put in good performances across the domestic season so far, as pushing this one is Deepti Sharma towards Beaumont, who's now in at Silly Point. She's really doing the boundary to batter fielding options there.
Yeah, and it'll be a strange one for Maddie Villiers, just thinking, will I ever play for England again after this Island series?
This one's floated up, struck the pad, caught by Beaumont at Silly Point, but just makes contact with the pad. The shake of the head from umpire Sue Redfern, and Deepti Sharma makes the point of remarking middle stump, having zero interest in that one. But again, Villiers making the ball talk here, that one just going on with the arm. Swept without much timing, but gets it out to Boucher at deep square. 216 for 5. Well, for Villiers, she got her central contract for 2021 and 2022, but didn't play a single game. And then, whilst she was at the Sunrisers, made that move towards Durham. Marcus North and Danny Hazel there. And really seems to have transformed her career again since going up north. Worked towards mid-wicket, finds Eccleston. Similar to Lauren Filer, who of course has now made the move up north as well. Our colleague Emily Windsor, who was down at Hampshire, and I guess the formation of that more northern side when the Tier 1 teams were allocated and Durham got through rather than Yorkshire. Saw a few players restarting their journeys up there. Driven towards mid-off, but it burst through Izzy Wong. Scampering round to her right, allows India through for a single. 217 for 5.
They recruited really well at the time, didn't they? Durham signed some big players.
It was just really refreshing to see as well, in a system where previously players not being fully professional meant they had to stay where, of course, they had their accommodation, where they could stay with family, and they had their part-time jobs. So the ball's cut away by Deepti Sharma out towards Capsey at deep cover. 218 for 5, end of the over, 54 gone. Whilst once those contracts were introduced, players had that freedom and flexibility to go, well, I'm not performing the role I want to here, I can completely restart things.
And that's exactly what's going to happen with Glamorgan being brought in next year as well. I'm pretty sure they'll have made or are making some good signings as well. I'm looking forward to seeing who they sign and when that can all get announced. But yeah, I think that's the beauty of it now. If you're not playing the role you want to within your domestic team, there's actually incentive to go elsewhere.
And take control of your career path as well. It's within players' hands a lot more now, as well as pursuing those opportunities across the winter to go abroad. You mentioned Glamorgan there, who are in Tier 2 finals day for the T20 Blast on Sunday. They're in the top spot at the end of the table, so just have the one game to play as Deepti Sharma pulls away. And then a cheeky little plug for the semi-final, Kent against Gloucestershire.
Oh, are you playing?
For anti-gambling purposes,
oh yeah,
can't say a thing.
Are you here?
No.
Nice.
And that's not to say I'm even in the squad, because I would go regardless to go support the team. Up the Shire. Deepti Sharma.
Good luck.
Thank you. On strike. Back of a length, guided to gully. And well stopped by Maddie Villiers. But I mean, the fact that there is even as well this finals day, which is going to be streamed as well and have that coverage for Tier 2, which is technically a semi-professional level where players aren't paid, but they're getting the coaching resources, hotels, coaching, coaches to games.
Is that how they class it as semi-professional? You don't get paid, but you can get on a coach.
You can get on a coach and you can take a call from Charlotte Edwards in the toilet if you want.
Your coaches get paid.
Coaches, paid coaches, you don't have to pay for your kit anymore, because that was until a couple of years ago. Players were cashing out about 150 quid at the start of the season to pay for all your kit. Slash outside the off stump from Deepti Sharma. Goes through to Amy Jones.
I wouldn't call that semi-professional.
No.
I'd call that
amateur.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but that's a conversation for another day.
We'll get you in the boardroom next time. Maybe if we just negotiate for about £1.50 per game.
If you get paid at all, then yeah, that would be semi-professional.
Filer at the top of her mark. It's her 10th over now. 2 slips and a gully. Into the left-handed Deepti Sharma. Wild delivery. Swinging off the cut strip. No movement there from umpire Anna Harris. And a few of the bowlers will be enjoying, at least today, the leniency of Test cricketing's wide system, because there's been some much wider deliveries bowled today, which in one-day cricket would have received harsher punishment.
Yeah, but Lauren Filer keeping her pace up. The last 2 deliveries, 74 and 72 miles an hour.
And she's in now to Deepti. Inside the off stump again. Good carry. And I've noticed today, in fact, Al, that Lauren Filer hasn't hit the ground as much as she normally does.
No, she hasn't at all, really, has she? I've not seen her hit the floor.
The only person who's hit the floor has been Stephen Finn, so... But there is, I mean, a sign there of that control, which is... Because often we see her hitting the deck because she has just got that licence to charge in and try and bowl as quick as possible. But suggests to me if she's not falling as much in her follow-through, there's been some active move to try and prevent that, keep that momentum going forward as a shorter ball swayed out of the way by Deepti Sharma.
Yeah, because she was going to hurt herself, wasn't she? She'd have ended up doing a knee or an ankle or something, and I know she was constantly having grazed elbows and grazed knees, but the risk of actually hurting yourself a little bit more if you do keep hitting the deck. So there was always going to have to be something that they had to change.
I always see it when watching Marchant de Lange, who plays for Gloucestershire men, bowls around over 90 miles per hour, but so often in his follow-through will go absolutely flying because he's just launching himself into the ball to bowl as fast as possible. So this one left alone, through to Amy Jones, and 55 overs gone, 218 for 5. Things just feel as if they've slowed down ever so slightly. Phil, when was...
Well, that was a lesser spotted maiden, just our 3rd of the day.
3. Yeah, it wasn't a great over from Filer either. Like you say, it was one of those where benefiting from not having those wide lines as a bowler.
And a type of over as a batter as well, where you're thinking, I really don't want to get out to this one. The dismissal of Smriti Mandana in particular as well, she'll be watching back and thinking, I could have left that one alone. Hang on.
The one in the previous over from Maddie Villiers where it hit the pad of Deepti Sharma. Was it Deepti Sharma? Yeah, Deepti Sharma and taken by Tammy Beaumont. There was an inside edge onto the pad first.
So that one would have been given out as Villiers outside the off stump. Richa Ghosh has a long stride into that one. And an umpire review for a stumping hit as Amy Jones quick to respond. Richa Ghosh doesn't look too concerned. She does that hand gesture to Deepti Sharma at the other end as if to calm down. But we'll have a look at this one. But either way, as you say, Alex Hartley, 2 overs ago, there was an inside edge onto pad, which was taken at City Point. So Ghosh, in this stumping review, that is firmly planted just
back again, please.
Within the line. But my goodness, she was in
back again.
A full lunge.
Thank you very much.
The voice of James Middlebrook you're hearing here.
Decision on the big screen.
Yeah, she's not dragged her foot out the crease there. It's a fantastic lunge from Richa Ghosh.
Bet that one hurts the groin a bit on the way up. So the decision of not out will be shortly displayed on the big screen here at Lord's. Pleased England supporters, or India supporters I should say, in the crowd. who won't want their side to lose another one here, with the opportunity to bat on this surface first, and a surface which has already shown signs of turn. Just think down the line what that third and fourth innings might look like. Some skilled spin options, backing away, cutting the ball out towards the Tavern stand. They'll come back for 2. As that one kept in by Maya Bouchier. 220 for 5.
Yeah, you don't want them to play that replay on the big screen of that little nick onto the pad, and brilliantly caught by Beaumont.
Villiers getting a lot more turn than Eccleston so far today, but this one's been short, pulled away by Richa Ghosh. She's not going to rein in that more attacking side of her play. See, she sees a ball to hit away to the boundary. She's going to pounce on it, and she certainly did. 224 for 5 now. Ghosh to 9. Deepti Sharma on 18.
And that's been a bad ball today from Villiers, just a little bit too short. Obviously the spin as well, batters are wanting to hang back in the crease. There's a fine line of trying to push the batter forward.
Low full toss, smacked past a tumbling extra cover away for 4. Consecutive boundaries, just that overcorrection from Maddie Villiers. From rushing her action the previous delivery, dragging it down this time. She didn't quite have that snap of the action required for the off-spinner. So it's been floated up and easy pickings for Richa Ghosh.
Yeah, as you say, overcorrection from Villiers.
5th ball of the over is defended by Ghosh, who for a moment there looked like she wanted to break her wrists on that one, turn it into the onside.
And then you remember, no, there's a short leg.
There's a short leg and it's a test match. I'm okay to defend the ball. Sometimes it's okay. Villiers into a defending Ghosh a lot more confidently this time. So good last deliveries after those boundaries from Villiers. 1 for 40 her figures so far off 10 overs. India 228 for 5. Seen the 5 bowling options so far from England in terms of other options. You've got the off-spin of Alice Capsey, who
not bowled much this summer.
No. Well, there was talk at the start of the summer whether she was going to be a wicket-keeping option, and England pursued the route of no Amy Jones. She was having one of her drier run spells, but it's versatile when you're being discussed as a bowler, batter and a wicket-keeper.
Yeah.
Try and drop me now. I'll fit any role you want me to.
It's a funny one, that, isn't it? I can do it all.
Well, she's opened the batting. She's batting at 5 today.
Very good player, is Alice Capsey.
She's been running around on the boundary for most of the day today. Lauren Filer continues to charge in, and we've jinxed it slightly because she's fired one wide, almost off the pitch, and tumbled to the ground in her follow-through. Just wonder here whether, in her efforts to keep her pace up, she's just pushing things for a bit too much and losing that direction, which she's had really nicely for her first couple spells.
Yeah, just pushing the ball right across Deepti Sharma. Not quite got that radar right. Yes, you want to angle the ball across her, but she's been far too wide. She's not had to play at any deliveries, really.
Deepti.
That's wide, sure.
Leaves it. Another delivery, which, by the time it's reached Amy Jones, is almost on the pitch next to this one. I mean, I appreciate there's a bit more leniency in Test match cricket.
Don't know what's going on behind us.
Bit of commotion at the back of the box.
They're all in tears from laughing, I must say.
Everyone's...
Do you get? I've got a bit of FOMO.
I know.
What are they all laughing about?
Can someone let us in on the joke, please?
But no one's listening to us.
Never mind. Apart from all the people listening to us.
Yes.
We just can't see them. Better ball from Filer on target. And Deepti setting off for a single. Sent back by Richa Ghosh. I wonder here whether she could come around the wicket to the left-hander. I appreciate that angle she's trying to push across, particularly with that bounce she's getting off the pitch. But you don't want to waste too many deliveries at this stage whilst you have batters who are, I mean, Richa Ghosh relatively new at the crease, but Deepti, she's faced 41 balls now. She's really locking in there in the crease, but
yeah, she just needs to bowl slightly straighter, doesn't she, if she's going to carry on bowling over the wicket.
just make her play a few more at this stage. When the sun's beating down, she's got to concentrate to rebuild for her team. Filer, shorter ball, sways out the way. Deepti Sharma there, barely having to sway, to be honest, or duck that delivery, which really rose on her. And while she isn't going for too many runs, Lauren Filer, now, do we think they're rewatching the video of Stephen Finn falling
No,
off?
no, it's definitely something
else.
different, yeah.
This is horrible.
Well, you're off in 2 balls.
Get it.
Text me what it is, will you?
I will. I'll give you a fantastic description.
Yeah, thanks.
It's probably not even that fun.
No, it won't be.
Full toss, which Deepti punches into a vacant cover region. Bouchier off the boundary. Covers the ball. Fires it into Jones. 229 for 5.
Just a little bit of licorice all sorts here from Lauren Filer. A full toss there. We've been wide outside the off stump. Now the right-hander on strike. We've only got 1 ball to get her radar right.
It's almost more threatening sometimes as a batter when you have no idea what's going to come down. At the moment, it's either a ball barely landing on the surface, a bouncer, or a full toss.
Yeah.
And all of them are at 71, 72 miles per hour. So to stay focused and make sure that the full straight one doesn't get you here. Richa Ghosh, she's got 1 ball left in this 57th over. And she's picked it up off the hip, straight down to fine leg and is caught. Well, there we have it. The licorice all sorts does the job. Lauren Filer with her 2nd wicket. Richa Ghosh will look back on that one and think, what on earth was I doing? Picking out Izzy Wong. It was a 1-legged flamingo shot. And India, they lose their 6th wicket, 229 for 6. Drinks being brought on. Alex Hartley, your thoughts on that dismissal? And you'll be joined by Daniel Norcross.
Well, Filer with a hand over her mouth, almost like, oh, that was a little bit of a freebie. Short ball. And it was just tried to be shoveled from Richa Ghosh into the leg side, but a thick outside edge flies to fine leg. Izzy Wong diving forward. A very good catch from Wong at fine leg. And India have given England another one there. And Richa Ghosh, it wasn't a great shot, but she got a little bit unlucky with the thick top edge there.
There have been a couple of gifts today, haven't there? That was another one. But England will certainly take it. 229 for 6. Feel at various points in today that it could have been, well, 240 for 3 by this stage of the day, but 229 for 6. There's still a bit of batting to come. Sneh Rana's down at 9, and we know that she can do some pretty serious damage with the bat. But
yeah, but then
after
Charity
that,
and Goud.
Sweet Charity and Kranti Goud down at 10 and 11. Both young, inexperienced, and not the very best with the bat. But Sayali Satgare is going to come out at number 8. Have you been a little bit surprised, or maybe it's just me, Al, that as this pitch has started to take a fair bit of turn, we haven't seen Ecclestone again? I thought we might have had a little... What are you pointing at, Phil?
Well, we've had the left-hander.
Yeah.
I also
one
think
of them's right.
Maddie Villiers is turning the ball more than Sophie Ecclestone was by quite a considerable distance.
It's just it started to happen, didn't it, at the back end of that session? I just wondered if they might have had a little look at spin at both ends. But it is Sneh Rana who's going to come in ahead of Satgare at number 8, which I don't think is a bad move. As start of a new over, Maddie Villiers to bowl it short, slapped away out towards the sweeper. Alice Capsey coming in off the grandstand to field. They take 1, which will bring Sneh Rana on to strike. Yeah, that was a bit of a soft dismissal, that last one. It was a good catch by Wong, though. She had to make a bit of ground. She had to judge it well, dive forward, take it 6 inches or so off the ground. And it's just the breakthrough England needed, their first since the tea break. Villiers now into the new batter. Comes forward and beats the outside edge. It's dropped by Amy Jones. I don't think there was an edge on it, but that's gone past the outside edge this time. She can beat both edges. She could be a handful here. 230 for 6. A lot of flight on that, bit of drift. Have you... well, I'll come back to that in a moment as Villiers is in again. Played off the back foot, just pushed a short extra cover. There won't be a run. You've seen the video of Stephen Finn, have you?
No.
Well, I'm a bit concerned because the old fella's due on quite shortly. And it might be that a couple of you might need to escort him to his chair. So he's driven at, missed, and bounces down in front of slip. It comes to them all eventually.
What, falling off a chair?
Falling off a chair, yeah.
You falling off one, getting on it?
No, not yet.
Oh,
but,
right.
you know, it's just
You've been doing it longer than Finn.
young and spry, but it's the old cricketers. You know, the knees go, hips go. Never quite as nimble. Short. And played away nicely off the back foot. That's going to roll down through deep backward point. They'll get a couple of runs. Sneh Rana is underway with those. 232 for 6. It's just that when he falls on a floor, you know about it. There's a fair bit of him to fall.
Yeah, there is. I'm looking forward to seeing said video.
Yeah, if I were you, when you make the handover, just get out quick.
Well, I'll give him the chair with armrests either side.
Yeah.
Like a Zimmer frame.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, exactly. Exactly right. As Villiers is in again, she's got a forward short leg and a slip. And that's played from the crease and stabbed into the ground. It bounces up and into the hands of Tammy Beaumont. Short leg, end of the over, 3 from it, 232 for 6, India. Dipti Sharma still there on 20, Sneh Rana with 2. These are the two that, well, I say that, Sakare can bat as well, but England will be thinking if they can break this partnership, the tail is very much in sight. New ball not available for another 22 overs, but they might not be needing it at the moment with the pitch showing signs of turn.
Yeah, I think with Filer getting that wicket in the previous over, a bit of a gift from Gosh, but probably giving her extra over. She was very unthreatening until then.
Ball's getting a bit soft, isn't it?
Isn't like Filer at all, really, is it?
She's into her 12th over on a hot day. She'll be pushing the bounds of what's comfortable and normal for her as she waits at the top of her mark from the pavilion end. Still got 2 slips in and a gully. Short extra mid off, wide mid on. She's in, and Dipti just lets this bouncer go harmlessly by outside the off stump to the gloves of Amy Jones. On another beautiful picture perfect day on a hot summer. I know it's not to everybody's taste, and I know for some people it's challenging, but you know, mustn't complain. It's rather beautiful. How many rain interruptions have we had this summer? Very, very few. I think the one that there was, Simon Mann got out of very quickly.
Yeah.
Obviously. As Filer is in again, wide of the off stump, a little slap at it, misses, goes under the bat. Dipti through to the keeper. There's no run.
Again, not a great ball from Filer, so Dipti Sharma's got a bit more discipline there and leave that outside the off stump. We saw Mandana get out to a ball she should have left outside the off stump. It's like that instinctiveness of all the white ball cricket that you play just takes over when you see a short wide one. You're like, here we go.
And Jemima Rodriguez as well, didn't she? Went after a wide one from Izzy Wong. Dragged it back onto her stumps. Here she comes again, Filer. And now that's been slapped away for thick outside edge, down to the boundary for 4. Not far from gully. It's a good effort in the gully region, but wasn't precisely where Dipti Sharma wanted it, but she wanted it hard, which was the key. It's raced away to the boundary for 4. 236 for 6.
Yeah, Maddie Villiers there at gully. An exceptional fielder.
Yeah, she's had a few, hasn't she, that's got close to her, but not quite there for her to pull off the specky that you know is in her. Certainly one of England's best catches. I'm trying to think of great catches now. Fran Wilson catch at Chelmsford, I think. I'll never forget. Against the West Indies, an absolute screamer.
Bowled by Kate Cross.
Bowled by Kate Cross, I think you're right, yeah.
Short, wide, cut, specky.
Absolutely magnificent catch that was. Here's Filer again, around the wicket, and that's just dabbed. Square of the wicket down to deep backward point for the easy single. 237 for 6, Dipti to 25.
2 things. There's probably a very good Lydia Greenway collection out there.
Yeah.
Catches, isn't there? And I never thought I'd hear you say specky, Dan.
Well, I'm trying to get down with the youth. It's not really working, but I think I prefer it to worldy. That's the thing. You're sort of caught between two cliches.
What about absolute screamer?
Addition of absolute is always a good sign that you're in the right general area. Absolute screamer I like. I'm not quite sure what differentiates a worldie from a specky.
No.
No, they might be. Are they basically the same?
Specky's better.
Specky's better, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Leg slips come in place for Sneh Rana, and as a result, Filer puts one down the leg side, which
She's fallen
Sneh
over.
Rana misses through the keeper, and they run.
Every ball this over. After me and Mel said we've not seen a fall over at all today. Since then, it's been 5 times in the last, got to be,
Well, is it
10 balls.
I mean, what I'm trying to find explanations for is it's a 12th over. And, 10 is obviously the maximum you will tend to bowl. And it's hot, it's sticky, maybe just losing your shape a little bit. And that could be part of the explanation. Mark Wood was forever falling over. Stephen Finn was a faller over. As in comes Filer again, and that's squeezed out of the back foot up towards mid-off. But no runners available. 5 off the over. 2:37 for 6. Here we go. Is it time for the handover?
Yeah, it is. But before he comes in, I always used to love watching Finney bowl. And then obviously he used to kick the bails over quite a lot.
Yeah.
And I didn't know it was Finney until we started working together. And I used to love watching Finney play cricket. And then I realised it was Finney, and I was like, oh, I can't really tell him I liked that.
No, you can, well, now you have done, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Anyway.
Okay, well, he's been escorted very carefully by his minder to the chair. Clear the area. I'll just commentate this. He sat down. I think he's got his balance right. He's just going to make the gentle move forward. I think you're okay, old fella. Don't worry.
Thanks for your sympathy, Dan.
As Villiers is in, strikes the pad, a little bit of inside edge, so there'll be no run. If you want to see Stephen Finn falling over, and let's face it, who doesn't? You can get the BBC Instagram page, which presumably is at BBC Cricket, And I think hopefully it's been done with slow motion and whatnot, as this is swept away down through long leg, fine leg if you like, past the short fine leg, down to the boundary for 4, drifting outside the leg stump, and that is easy pickings for Dipti Sharma. Moves to 29, 241 for 6. But back on the game, Stephen, England have hung on in there, haven't they? There were times today when you thought that India were going to get away, but they've just stuck at it.
Yep, hung in there. Simple plans. I really liked the spell where Izzy Wong bowled with the keeper up to a ring field.
Villiers in once more, and that's just pushed rather tentatively back along the pitch, back to Villiers by Dipti, staying deep in her crease. She's got a big role to play here, Dipti Sharma. Sneh Rana's very capable sidekick at the non-striker's end, and we know Dipti Sharma's experience. She knows this ground really well. She's played here a lot for the Spirit, and so she cuts at this and gets it out towards deep point. They'll just take a single. It was one season, was it 2 years ago, Phil? Can you remember, in the 100, where I think Dipti Sharma was out sort of once, scored about 200 runs. So it can be tricky for people coming to Lords the first time, getting the kind of the orientation of the slope, but Dipti knows this ground really, really well. Sneh Rana on strike. It's floated up and pushed off the back foot, but straight to Heather Knight at short extra cover. There's no run. 242 for 6. The over 8's picked up a little bit after a very torpid first session. As Villiers turns, it's a very economical approach. She's in, and that's really been tossed up, and it's been slog swept into the onside off a thick under edge down to deep backward square. Means that Sneh Rana will keep strike. 6 from the over, 243 for 6. Rana has 3. Dipti Sharma has 30, and it's look. There have been, I think, Hypercourse told me, the last 8 women's Test matches have resulted in a positive result, which is by far the longest sequence of positive results in women's Test history, which is historically, partly because they played for 3 days, partly because the penetration perhaps wasn't quite there, the ambition to win wasn't quite there.
And I'd say the attacking sides of the women's game has improved loads, but with that comes risk of getting out. doesn't it? So
Exactly.
Probably a combination of everything.
But in a 4-day game, you're obviously looking for around 10 wickets to fall in a day.
Yeah, 100 overs a day, isn't it, as well?
Well,
supposedly.
Yeah, it's theory. Filer in, starts a new over, wayward ball down the leg side, which is left alone by Sneh Rana. Yeah, I mean, if they got 100 overs in per day, then that would be pretty much a 5-day test match in men's terms, especially given that the men don't get 90 overs in a day.
No, it's always early 80s, isn't it?
Exactly. But we're not going to get anywhere near 100. We've had 60 so far today. We've got 2 hours to go. So might get to 90. A bit over 90 on a hot day like today. Filer in again. And Sneh Rana saying slightly leg side of the ball, just works this, shovels it into the onside to the right of mid wicket so they can get through for an easy single. 244 for 6. And it feels to me like this is a pitch that's got enough in it for bowlers.
Certainly a few spun. The Maddie Villiers ball was beauty, wasn't it? Ripped back through the gate on day one.
All of the day for me, that.
Yeah.
That and Harmanpreet Kaur's drive before was probably my shot of the day.
I don't know, Lauren Bell's.
Oh, to
ball
get rid
earlier
of Bhatia, that was awesome, wasn't it?
In swinging away nipper.
Yeah, fair
But
enough.
I think Villiers on day one, to spin the ball that much on day one, I think probably makes it ball of the day.
Those
so
have been
far.
the 2 wickets that have not fallen to batter error, as Filer is in outside the off stump, goes through very low, left alone.
I'm a bit surprised that they've not tried Eccleston from the pavilion end yet. Am I right in saying that? Longy, did she bowl all of her overs in one spell?
I mentioned that to Hartley a moment ago. I thought spin at both ends wouldn't be a bad move now, but
I think she bowled all 15 in one spell.
14 from one end and then 1 over before tea from the other end.
Yeah, I'd like to see her bowl more than that one from the other end.
in comes Filer round the wicket. Dipty, who goes on the pole, gets this down quite fine, but Izzy Wong is there, moving away to her left. Moves from long leg to fine leg to field. They take the 1. 245 for 6, brings Sneh Rana back on strike. The other 4 wickets to fall, you'd say a bit of batter error, perhaps. A little bit of that. I mean, fair play to Izzy Wong for getting a catch up to the stumps.
Yeah, and the pressure that was built up preceding that as well. There's a really good hour or so for England, wasn't it? But keeping it tight from both ends, really simplifying the game plan, bringing Amy Jones up to the stumps and pinning the batters in their crease is what caused that that false stroke. So it was more the stifling of the run rate in the build-up to that caused him.
Filer in again. That's just nudged into the onside off the hip by Rana. I'll take the easy single as it rolls down towards backward square leg. Tammy Beaumont comes in off the boundary to field, 246 for 6. But Jemima Rodriguez seemed to sort of lose her patience after sort of 2 overs of dotting up. That was when Wong was just getting it right at that point. And then there was a
she
ball
really
that was
snatched
just put.
at the chance to drive it, didn't she? But she had played quite a few drives like that and got runs from it. But yeah, certainly a bit loose out there, wasn't she? But she played some nice eye-catching shots, actually.
Yeah, been a couple of very enjoyable partnerships. As Filer's in again, left alone through to the keeper, sails into the gloves of Jones. End of the over, 3 singles from it, 246 for 6. India trying to rebuild. They'll be still hoping to get up to 350 if they can, but that probably means this partnership will have to do the bulk of the work. Because at 10 and 11, you've got 2 very inexperienced players. At the moment, how many overs has Lauren Filer bowled in this spell, please, Phil?
She's bowled 5 overs since tea, all 5 from the pavilion end.
Yeah, you sort of feel that
it's Eccleston time.
It feels like it, doesn't it?
And I think also it looks to me as though Rana is willing to play her shots against the spin.
Maddie Villiers starts a new over, short, pulled away down to deep backward square. There'll just be the single. Well, we haven't really seen if it's turning from the pavilion end yet, but it's worth having a look, isn't it?
Yeah, and I wouldn't expect it to turn much off the straight, but I more just think the left arm angle coming down the slope in towards the stumps to the right hand that makes it far more threatening for her to play across the line to a left arm spinner. Just feels as though it's the right time to do that.
Silly point just in front of square and a slip as Diptee just pushes a full ball into the covers, but straight to Eccleston at extra cover. No sign of her warming up or anything or going through her paces, but you'd think should be the next in line. Lauren Bell's bowled. Oh, there you go. I say that, and instantly she's whirled her arm over, so I think she may have got the call. As this is swept away again, Maddie Villiers just losing her lines. A couple of times she's done that now, and Diptee Sharma pounces on it, sweeps it away really well through deep backward square leg or wide long leg for 4. The 250 is up, 251 for 6. Diptee to 35.
The skill here is picking the ball to sweep, so she clearly plays the sweep really, really well. The bat's parallel to the ground, her head is over the top of the ball when she plays it, but it's working out that the ball is drifting down the leg side, which makes it a free hit.
Comes Villiers again, really tossed up now then. She's gone after that, she did it high in the air, out over deep mid-wicket, and then it's going to roll onto the sponge for 4. There is nobody out in the boundary out there. You've really got to get your head into this, because when you watch women's cricket, so much of the time that would go straight down the throat of deep mid-wicket, but there's no one there. So she's picked up another boundary. 255 for 6, Diptee to 39. So yeah, you're right, she's willing to be aggressive against the spin. As Villiers to her 13th over. Bowls once more, nudged into the onside. They're going to go through for the single. Villiers up to field off her own bowling, moving smartly to her left, but can't stop that run. 256 for 6. Just rebuilding after the loss of that 6th wicket. Went down at 229, 27 these two have put on. Diptee just looking to put a bit of the pressure back onto the England bowlers here as Villiers is in. Last ball of the over. Tossed up, and Rana goes for it now. Plays it out towards deep mid-wicket, but with control. Capsey does the fielding at the deep mid-wicket boundary. 257 for 6. Rana has 7. Diptee Sharma has 40. Maddie Villiers, has she bowled 13 overs in the same spell, Phil? You can answer me that, and your thoughts on where we're at as well, Stephen, and it will be Alison Mitchell.
Yeah, I'll answer in the affirmative with the tea break in between there. 13 overs. She bowled 7.2 before the tea break, and she's completed those 13 overs after the tea.
Yeah, it's curious how the bowlers have bowled big chunks, haven't they? I think just plugging someone in and bowling 13, 14 overs, it can help your rhythm, it can help you get into the game, but it does also allow the batters to just get used to your pace and your trajectory and what you're doing off the pitch. And where there are a few options, especially the spin options, I think it's good to chop and change, especially in the middle of a partnership as well. And I'm glad that they've gone to Sophie Eccleston here, because I think she could bring the bad shot out of Rana going across the line.
Yeah, let's see how she does. Hello, Finny. 257 for 6 then. Diptee Sharma's been playing well, hasn't she? It's always such a danger for India when she gets going and gets settled, but it is Rana on strike, 7 from 14. Slip and short leg, so Eccleston in again around the wicket. Here she goes, coming forward defensively, thinks that there's a single there, but there isn't. And rushing forward to pick up is Maddie Villiers. Yeah, quite a spell for 13 overs either side of tea. But it's a wicket England need. They managed to break up the stands between Mandana and Rodrigues, and then Mandana and Harmanpreet. Diptee Sharma is their next major obstacle. They'll have a wicket at either end here. Eccleston in a bit quicker, and Rana pokes it past Beaumont there at short leg, and every time she's working the ball away, she's keen to try and grab that single. Diptee Sharma calling no from that non-striker's end. Shadow of the floodlight, the far end, just beginning to start to encroach across the field as the sun is working its way around the side of the ground. As Eccleston moves in again, forward, struck on the pad. Eccleston is appealing. Nothing from the umpire. How much interest from England here and from Eccleston? Is there some inside edge onto the pad?
I think so, that's my gut feel, because it looked like a good shout from here in terms of line and what the ball was doing. I think the fact that no one was interested and there wasn't a conversation after the initial shout suggests there was an inside edge.
Eccleston in again, more expansive attempt here with a bit more follow through, but doesn't time it, and up to mid on the ball dribbles and no run. Do England have one review left, Phil? Yes, at this stage. 2 used up earlier in the innings. Eccleston waits again, standing right in front of the umpire. Wells her arms, in she goes, going back, forces it up towards the extra cover region. Knight is there to field another dot ball, so keeping Rana pegged back at the moment. This could be another maiden. How many we're up to at the moment, Phil, for the innings? We've had 3. As Eccleston comes in now, and Rana goes back, works it towards mid-wicket, and they'll grab one, a single off the last ball of the over to the right-hand side of mid-on. So 258 for 6 at the end of that Eccleston over. But again, she bowls with control, doesn't she? She's so in control of her game with her experience.
Yeah, and she's really good at varying her pace. I think sometimes with spin bowlers, you can tell by their arm speed the variation of their pace, and their arm's a bit slower, the ball comes out loopier. Whereas Sophie's really good at maintaining her pace, but then with the same arm speed, being able to just take a bit off it, which I think to a batter like Rana, it looks to me as though you can fire them through and then lob one up.
Rana on strike again, and it's Villiers for another. Played out behind point. A chase on here for deep extra cover. And a big run round across the boundary to pick up. Boucher sends the ball back in there. Returned for 2, so Maddie Villiers continuing for a 14th over in this spell now.
Yeah, and I just don't know whether they're a bit wary of the seamers, given their lack of prep coming into this test match to get the overs into their legs.
There's Villiers, long dark ponytail, takes a little bit of pace off that one. Stroked out along the ground to deep cover once again, jogging through for the single. So scoring off the first couple of balls of this over. That's always the danger, isn't it, with bowling first? How much will your bowlers be tiring towards the end of a hot day on day one versus giving them that day in the dressing room, another day of recovery?
I didn't mind the reasons for wanting to bowl first, though.
Try and use the pitch when it is at its best for bowlers. More expansive sweep, it's aerial, and I don't think backward square even picked it up. It has flown away to the boundary. Good connection from Deepti Sharma. And the boundary takes her on to 44, and India 265 for 6.
The way Deepti Sharma's playing, really happy to sweep, has been really resolute with her defence. I don't think you need that short leg fielder. You can put 2 back on the sweep and say to her, if you want to take it on, we've got a short fine leg, a deep backward square and a forward square. Force her to force the issue somewhere else.
Yeah, she likes that shot. She's going to want to play it.
Yeah, and because Maddie Villiers has got a couple to turn and bounce, it's not easy sweeping out.
Around the wicket too, the left-handed Deepti. A silly point in place, and she's forward. Strokes it along the ground, says no to Sneh Rana, who's well out of her ground and several paces down the pitch. A good call as well, because it was fielded securely. Yeah, it's Maya Boucher's down at deep backward square, and when that big sweep came, she was there. It was one of those where she didn't move and then sort of arms out wide, and there is a change in the field now, so I'm sending Izzy Wong, so second fielder, back onto a deep mid-wicket boundary. So there's a gaping gap in the middle, but she's going to have to really bisect the fielders perfectly to find the boundary now. A little more air this time, inviting the drive, and it is a gentle drive through the offside for Sharma, able to get one. Capsey moving in from in front of the shaded grandstand. And Villiers into a 14th over. 8 off this over so far. Now where's Beaumont going? Calling for the helmet again. Now they've got Rana back on strike. Top scorer so far for India, Smriti Mandhana, 83 she made. Took part in 2 half-century stands, one with Jemima Rodriguez worth 64 for the 3rd wicket, and then combined with Harmanpreet, 89 for the 4th. Harmanpreet fell on stroke of tea. A maiden test wicket for Maddie Villiers, as she made 58. Villiers in again then, silly points in place, working up with a wicket with the wrists to mid-on along the ground. Dot ball to end the over. 266 for 6. It's so hard to know what is a good score, what is a challenging score on a ground where the women's test hasn't been played before, in a format where the women don't play regularly. It's a bit of a sort of suck it and see day, isn't it?
Yeah.
To see how well India bowl and what England will be able to do with the bat in reply.
Yeah, I've seen no demons there, and actually seeing what the surface looked like this morning, I feel as though the best day to bat will probably be tomorrow, and then if it does stay as hot, and if there's a bit of a breeze, I think there's more of a breeze expected tomorrow, that could dry out the underneath of the surface even more, which then we might see more balls turn as the game goes on. I mean, I'm surprised that even that Maddie Villiers ball was possible today, given the amount of grass that was on the pitch earlier. So I'll be interested tomorrow morning to go out and see what it actually looks like and what the footmarks look like and how this pitch might develop over the 4 days.
You say that ball, you mean the wicket-taking
Yes.
ball, yeah, that spun back through the gate.
Yeah, which is unusual for day one at Lord's, back up the slope to be able to spin the ball like that.
Yeah, I had a stat around spin at Lord's because it's really not been
Showbush didn't bowl an over, did
No,
it?
exactly. But when spinners have played a role, they have been more effective on days 1 rather than 2 and 3, bizarrely. Since 2022, that is. I'll delve out in a moment. So Eccleston from the pavilion end, slip and short leg into the left-handed. Deepty leaves it alone into the gloves of Jones. So since 2022, this is obviously men's tests, and these are the stats leading up to the New Zealand test in June, that Lord's has had the lowest batting average of all English test grounds against spin, but spin has rarely featured. Sorry, that was the lowest batting average overall. Sweep from Deepty behind square and along the ground, be a single to Villiers, is a deep backward square. In terms of spin, since 2022, spin's rarely featured. Only 17% of overs have been bowled by spinners in men's tests, and where it has been used, it's been more effective in terms of lower economy rates on days 1 than on 2 and 3. So interesting just to see really how this particular surface plays out. Of course, in future, Lords are intending to move to drop-in pitches, aren't they? 2028. Eccleston around the wickets, going back, missing into the gloves and not far away from the stumps. Rana is annoyed with herself, and Eccleston can't quite believe she has missed out. Phil.
And today is going to be 31 of the first 65 overs have been bowled by spin, so very slightly under 50%.
That's remarkable, really, isn't it?
That was a nice arm ball by Sophie Eccleston and just tempting Rana.
Eccleston in again, down the leg side this time, left well alone. Taken by Jones. She's been tidy up to the stumps, hasn't she, Amy Jones?
Very good, very good, yeah. Very good catch for Izzy Wong's wicket.
That's right, yeah, standing up to the paces. Swirl of the arm from Eccleston around the wicket again. Off the back foot punched into the ground, and Beaumont's there under the lid at Silly Point. That was almost a Nathan Lyon-esque swirl of the left arm there before she got into her delivery stride. Stands stock still as Eccleston. There's that left arm, swings out to the side of her body. Now she whirls, in she goes, struck on the pad and taken by Beaumont. If there's some bat in there, Silly Point could be in the game here, but no, she's tossed the ball away. So either way, nothing doing.
Must be drifting down the leg side, I think.
A moment of excitement. We'll get another look at that, I'm sure. 267 for 6 at the end of that over. Just the single coming from it again, Eccleston. So, on to this one. Pitching went on with the arm again, so probably going down leg side and then padded away and taken. Good piece of fielding by Beaumont. More drinks being taken by the looks of it. 267 for 6. So Deepti Sharma is 4 runs away from a half century in tests here. Such an impressive player when she's able to get going. Player of the tournament, wasn't she, in the 2025 World Cup, helping them to that trophy, which really, again, enabled Indian cricket to take a massive stride forward on the back of the success of the WPL, and untold riches in the game that so many of these ex-players that are around the ground today who paid for themselves to play cricket, paid for their own airfares, paid for their kit, just the stark contrast. But without their efforts, there would have been no game platform for these players to now benefit from. So it's a sort of that full circle moment, isn't it?
But also nice that gets recognised on a day like today.
Yeah.
Important for you being down there speaking to them.
That was so much fun at lunchtime, really good.
But it's such characters, just bubbly characters, like you'd love to share a dressing room with them. It sounds like it was.
Yeah, and I think they get back together, and it is just dressing room banter, the same as what they had when they were playing together and travelling together, rooming together as they would have done, in those times. Lots and lots of stories that come out as well. You'd love to have done a sort of little fly on the wall, little spy camera or a little lapel mic on some of them as they're sat today watching, whether in the writing room or committee room, and just caught some of the conversations. They look like the overheard at Wimbledon type of coverage that you get. So drinks being taken. Historic first day of this women's test match at Lord's. It's been a glorious day weather-wise. A hot day. I mean, England's stamina being tested in the field, opting to bowl first as well. We saw Harmanpreet Kaur being treated for cramps out in the middle as well. We've had some lengthy drinks breaks, and that has meant a bit of a slow over rate in all. So we'll see where we are at the end of the day. We're going to be nowhere near the 100 overs that is meant to be bowled in a 4-day women's test match. I was looking at the first ever women's test match that happened, the first in the country, the first ever in this country was actually at Northampton.
Okay.
Believe it or not. I'm sure Daniel said earlier, claimed that it was at the Oval.
Of course he did.
I think
he believes everything was invented at the Oval.
I'll stand up for Daniel here.
Yeah.
He did say it was in the first series. So,
okay.
So that first series there was Northampton, Blackpool, which has featured a lot on England women's test matches. Yeah, and the Oval back in 1937.
Yeah. Well,
how many day test matches was it? Is that not in the time of timeless tests in men's?
The 1934 ones when they that era.
Yeah.
They played rest days. Then.
Okay. Yeah.
So that first match was technically it looked like a 4-day game, but it had a rest day. That was the one in Brisbane. Yeah, 1934, the first women's test in Brisbane, started on December the 28th. So on the calendar, it looks like a 4-day game. Yes. It had a rest day on day 3.
Right, okay.
It would have been marvellous, wouldn't it? I've never commentated in the era of rest days.
No, what a shame.
Men's cricket, certainly not women's cricket. Yeah, I mean, a hot day like today, you could almost imagine this being like a 5-day game with a rest and come back. But
I think the England
they're
bowlers
long
will be
gone
glad for a day's rest tomorrow, because coming in off the back of, and I sympathise so much with the bowlers today, the seamer, all the bowlers, but the seamers in particular, because I was a seamer, and to have had all of your focus and your energy and your mind on a T20 World Cup that was hugely important at home, and the pressure that comes with that, and wanting to make the most of it, but also having to have half an eye on this momentous occasion that is this first women's test match at Lord's, and knowing how much you need to bowl to be fit enough to play test cricket, and your body to withstand it, and for your skills to be up to it. So I sympathise so much with these guys, because they will be undercooked, and that's unavoidable coming into a game like this off the back of that World Cup.
It'll be keeping up the standards and the stamina throughout the 4 days, won't it? And that's where you feel for them a little bit, because with the women's game and test matches, because they're so few and far between, the game is probably still at a bit of a junction where, because there's so much focus on this match, you can easily extrapolate, or some may extrapolate from it, about what all women's test match is like if this isn't a good match or a showpiece occasion. You'd like to think we're a little bit beyond that now, because people watch so much more women's cricket. They're aware that, you know, a good day or a bad day or a poor performance here or there is not indicative of the whole.
Just cast your mind back to the men's series.
Well,
the test here finished in 2 days, and England made some horrible mistakes in that series, and so it's all relative, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's been
so far, holding up. I mean, here we go. Maddie Villiers is going to be bowling a 15th over now. I mean, every one of these bowlers is now bowling in excess of what they would expect to bowl ever in a day of cricket, where 50 overs is the maximum. Lauren Bell's bowled 9, but everyone else is comfortably into double figures now, in the teens. So the game is ticking along well. 267 for 6. And we've had 2 half-centuries so far in the Indian scorecard, and Deepti Sharma is 46 not out. She's facing up again. Villiers drops one a little short, and she hits it. Oh, it's got through extra cover. It'll go to the boundary. Willett chases on. No, saved inside the rope. Deepti is sprinting back to make the second. Alice Capsey saving the 4. And I mean, you just have to wait a little bit longer to reach that half-century. She's on to 48. Is Deepti facing up again to Villiers here. Had 4 50s in her test match career so far. Villiers moves in, flights one, forward, defends, gets bat and pad really nice and tight together. Amy Jones moves in to pick up the ball, tosses it back to Villiers. Settles again, scraping away at this pitch. Biscuit coloured with little tinges of green down the centre. Villiers around the wicket. Deepti on 48, forward again. Defence to Eccleston, who's there at short extra. She was the field of the ball beat just a few moments ago. A little light breeze just wafting through our open commentary box window at the moment. Just some lovely respites, keeping the flags above each of the dressing rooms fluttering. Sharma on 48. Villiers is in, and she'll take a single out to deep cover, jogging through. And Sneh Rana there to pick up once again. An aeroplane in the sky away, high above the grandstand. Looks like it is moving away from Heathrow Airport and coming towards us. Ranking.
Going to cool down in Greece or something versus the weather here.
Just the one slip here for Sneh Rana. She's on 11, 270 for 6. Villiers in outside the off stump. That turns into the right hand, a fraction of turn. A little frustrated she couldn't get it away past Beaumont, who's retreated to a short third position on the edge of the circle. And Villiers ball in hand again. One more ball to come in this over. Past the umpire. In now, a little more air, fuller delivery, taking a single, strokes it out again. Beaumont with a throw towards the bowler's end, gathered by Villiers, but safely through for the one to end the over. So Deepti Sharma, 49 not out though. She's going to make the non-striker's end for the start of the next over. 271 for 6 is the score. I thought you were waiting poised. Oh, sorry, you're waiting poised. I was looking at you, but Melissa Story hovering over my left shoulder. That's cue for me to move.
She's sneaky.
Steel yourself, Finney, for a bit more chair banter, I'm sure. Melissa's she's not been kind to you today.
No, she's got the receipts as well, which is just, yeah, I can't believe it. I thought we were friends and completely stitched me up on social media.
Just remember karma, Finney.
Oh, it comes, yeah, and it'll come in spades when it happens, yeah.
And we'll be there for it.
Yeah, with a huge grin on my face.
Well, what happens if I get hit by a bus? You won't be grinning then.
Bob, that's slightly different, isn't it?
Yeah, calm down. Right, on the cricket, 271 for 6. Sneh Rana on 12. It's going to be facing up to Eccleston from the pavilion end. And she's in defence, the ball slightly popping off the bat towards short leg.
You can just feel something happening this over. I think if Eccleston keeps Rana on strike and is able to just get one up above the eye line, I think we could see a big shot towards the leg side.
It's that temptation with just the one fielder out. Deep mid-wicket, Eccleston in, giving herself room. Squeezes the ball towards Villiers at point as well to get one hand down to it. She's been relentlessly bowling at the nursery end. And electric in the field as well. A real addition to this England lineup. Strengthening their batting lineup as well. Typically bats in the top 4 for Durham. Will be coming in at number 7 for England as a quick single taken to cover. Capsey running in. Misses the ball. That means it's an easier single than originally thought. 272 for 6. I've got a question for you, Finney.
Is it cricket related?
Somewhat.
Okay.
I can do a few non-cricket ones if you want to make this into a pub quiz.
I'm
maybe
good at those.
maybe for day 4.
Yeah.
I'll bring general knowledge ones that day. Of course, there was that quite iconic moment here at Lord's between these two sides in 2022. As in defence, as Deepti Sharma on 49. Of course, she was involved in that moment, that run out at the non-striker's end.
Charlie Dean.
Named after Vinu Mankad.
Yes.
Was often known as a Mankad. And that dismissal, that change of the laws, commonly named after him. Now, it's Eccleston into Deepti Sharma, works it into the onside, takes a quick single, throw at the non-striker's end, a dive from Deepti Sharma, well backed up. That single will bring her to her half-century. 50 off 70 balls for Deepti Sharma. And she walks towards Sneh Rana for an embrace in the middle. Not much of a celebration from Deepti.
Yeah, 70 balls, as you mentioned, for that 50. It's her 5th Test 50, her 3rd against England.
Well, I'm off, so you're going to have to save your question for later. Thank you.
That was brief. I'd avoid moving with such haste with your record. Down the leg side. And that's the end of the over. 273 for 6. Well, I'll have to save that. I'm not sure Finney's going to be back in a hurry. There we go. I'm rejoined by Nisha Ghosh.
Well, it's the reunion of the same pair that apparently orchestrated that great fall the second Great Fall, trailing all of the Berlin Wall, I guess.
That was a great fall, in particular. One of my favourite falls.
Ever. Victoria is mine, by the way.
Oh, yeah,
Victoria
nice.
Falls.
Yeah. Have you ever been to Berlin?
Yes, only last year at the World University Games.
Very exciting.
Didn't watch the wall fall, though.
No, I think you're a bit young for that.
True that. Gen Z, accompanied by a millennial.
I really like the Cold War, though. Very fascinating period of history. Did my dissertation on it.
Excellent.
There we go.
Nothing cold about what you're feeling today.
Nothing cold about today. It's a glorious day here in London. Plenty of crowd in. You can hear that hum. So commonly associated with being here at Lord's, the home of cricket, full pavilion opposite us. As Maddie Villiers to start her 16th over. It's defended by Deepti Sharma. And what an innings this has been from Deepti. We were having a conversation at the back of the box about how you turn your back on Deepti Sharma for just a moment and suddenly she's moved from quite a calm 20 to 50 not out.
Incredible, and we are talking about hot and cold. She is India's all-weather all-rounder.
This time Villiers dropped into the offside. Jones comes from behind the stumps to collect. And with this field slightly more spread now for England, these singles are a bit more readily available for India. Continue to move the score along, 273 for 6.
And the spare is particularly important when it comes to all-rounders, spin bowling all-rounders that India have opted for in the starting 11 of theirs in this historic first ever women's test at Lord's.
Villiers beats the edge of Sneh Rana's bat, a lunge forward outside the off stump.
It was quite similar to the delivery she bowled to Harmanpreet Kaur, absolute jaffa.
One of those dismissals as a bowler where you'll watch it back and back. She is getting nice turn from this surface. The most turn of the England spinners so far. Back of a length, pulled away without timing. And Lauren Bell will move around from mid-on.
The kind of turn England, however, need right now is the one related to fortunes, because India very much on the ascendancy here with yet another partnership brewing.
A sweep, shout for leg before. This has got to be close. The shake of their head from umpire Sue Redfern. England with one review remaining. Maddie Villiers here looking pleadingly at Nat Sciver-Brunt. She's going to send it upstairs. And to me, Anisha, I think this looks pretty good from an England perspective.
And looks good from the commentary box as well. Looked fairly plumb to me. Not too sure what Sue Redfern thought on that occasion.
We have a player review
It
for
would be a
LBW.
big one because Sneh Rana can absolutely deadbag the opposition.
Check the feet, it's a fair delivery, can go to
and
front
score
on, please.
80 not out as she did in Bristol in 2021.
So let's hear from TV umpire James Middlebrook. As the ball strikes the pad, looking to
back.
sweep.
Can you just go through to ultra edge, please.
I think the grimace on Sneh Rana's face as she didn't make contact with that one's quite telling here. Let's check ultra edge.
Flat line.
The look of the guilty hate
flat line.
on the countenance of
Roll
Sneh
that
Rana.
back one more, please.
The only thing that can save her is an outside edge.
Roll it through
well,
now,
inside
please.
edge on that occasion.
Flat line,
Ultra edge.
satisfied. There's no bat involved. Can we go through to ball tracking?
Confirms that there is no bat involved, so it all comes down to ball tracking. England in a huddle in the middle. Indian batters watching carefully on. You said a partnership was building here for India.
Just waiting for ball tracking to load.
Has Maddie Villiers broken it? 1 wicket to her name so far.
The decision is not out. Pitching outside off, impacting line, hitting wickets. Go back to Sue on field, please.
Well, that's striking halfway up between middle and leg. India moved to 274 for 7. And England, well, it pays off for them, sending that one upstairs. Maddie Villiers' second wicket. She's been a crucial addition, plugging away at this nursery end. That slightly shorter delivery before this one, followed up by the fuller one, tempted Sneh Rana into a pitch where we haven't seen too many sweeps, particularly sweeps off such a full straight delivery, but she'll go for 13 off 36 balls, and it will bring to the middle. I believe it'll be Suali Satgari.
Seam bowling all-rounder from Mumbai. But what an outing is Villiers having today. She's reaped great turn on the surface. I was quite surprised, Melissa, that she wasn't introduced much earlier, especially when Smriti Mandhana, who's been traditionally, historically quite susceptible to off-spin, and even with all the accolades, the rewards that she's collected over the years as Smriti Mandhana, she remains fairly tentative against finger spinners. Think of the duel she's had against the likes of Sophie Eccleston, left-arm spinner sure, but also Ashley Gardner, premier off-spinner of the Australian side.
I wonder whether there was that hesitation with Villiers on her debut, just to try and make the most of the bowlers who are a bit more experienced. The issue being that England's women play this format so little. There's not too many bowlers you can cite as being experienced test bowlers, and actually Villiers, as you say, has played a really important role for England, particularly given that Lauren Bell, for example, she's only bowled the 9 overs today, 9 overs for 50 runs. She's been expensive, going at over 5 runs and over. Villiers has been going at 4.6, but actually bringing the 2 wickets so far, ably supported by Filer, Eccleston and Wong. Villiers will bowl to Satgari outside the off stump. She leaves it alone through to Amy Jones. End of the 68th over, 274 for 7. It's meant to be 100 overs. Is it Longy that we're getting per day? So we're on 68. I'm not quite sure how late we're willing to stay here. Have you got any plans this evening, Alasha? Because let's just keep going. 9 p.m, 10 p.m.
I am not in a hurry whatsoever, Melissa.
As long as the cake keeps coming,
True that.
Getting brought out, then I'm okay with that.
I mean, the Lord's menu is utterly famed the world over. I was fairly impressed with what they served up for the media, be it at the lunch or for tea. Multiple varieties of cakes on offer, spoiled for choice.
Eccleston into deep tea, sweeps out towards Maddie Villiers. Deep mid-wicket, single to the total, 275 for 7.
Deepti Sharma playing an important hand once again, has a lot of history associated with this ground, be it that run out at the non-strikers end of Charlie Dean's.
I always think
September 2022.
Brilliant 6 she hit for the London
Spirit in the final, title-winning one at that.
What a way to win that game for her side. She's always had the, I guess we spoke about this earlier, the confidence of a player beyond her years. You forget that she's still in her 20s and such a regular, consistent performer for India. As Satgari defends.
And always tends to fly under the radar if you look at the gallery of superstars comprising Smriti, Harman, Jemima. She's one of the pillars, but happens to come right at the end of the sentence.
In defence, Satgari, this time to mid-on. What can you tell us about Suali Satgari?
Suali is from Mumbai, did feature in the red ball competition that lasts 4 days on the domestic circuit this year.
Driving towards cover, makes good contact, won't find a run.
Was part of the runners-up West Zone side. So the BCCI revived that red ball tournament in 2024, in part because of the clamour around more red ball domestic cricket.
She defends now around the front pad. Well, I wanted to ask you about this, of course, because the benefit for this Indian side being that they do have multi-day red ball cricket in India. In England and Wales, we've seen multi-day cricket introduced at an academy level, based around the regional teams and tier 1 teams. She goes back and pushes the ball towards mid-off. But actually, in terms of rolling it out on a professional level, we haven't seen it too often. There's been North versus South games as well. But what added bonus do you think that cricket have you started to see the tangible signs of the effect of that competition, or have we pretty much not seen enough test cricket to really measure that?
Well, from the Indian perspective, certainly it has allowed for players like Priya Punia to be fast-tracked into the senior test team. The fact that Pratika Rawal got injured, and Priya Punia, who was also part of that red ball competition which was held end of March, early April this year, and for her to be picked for the India A ODI side, where she was the highest run getter, and then come in as injury replacement for Pratika, is down to the fact that the red ball competition exists on the BCCI women's domestic calendar. It's a big positive.
Villiers, full, angled in at the pads of Deepti, who drives to extra cover. I guess as well there's transferable skills from playing a 3-4 day game into one-day international cricket, and the way that players are able to build their innings and have that shot window to show the technique that is only usually a bit more visible in the longer formats when they're not quite built for T20 cricket. Shout for leg before from Villiers, an optimistic shout as Deepti looked to shovel that one over mid-wicket. Struck on the pad but going down the leg side.
I think it's a good call from bowlers and umpire Sue Redfern on this occasion, drifting down leg. And the fact that de Villiers, Matt de Villiers, not AB de Villiers, but they have de Villiers in common.
Worked around the front pad, quick single taken short fine leg, and Deepti yet again finds herself in the dust of this Lord's pitch. It's the second time she's had to dive in the last few overs, and whilst this Indian Test kit is slightly more cream than the England crisp white kit, hers is certainly going to be a different shade of orange from everyone else's at this stage.
Oh, trust me, it's going to collect a lot of soil. Deepti Sharma, Jemima Rodrigues, poster girls of getting their kits sullied for all the right reasons.
Poster girls are maybe not being as great at running between the wickets as well. Zagare works that one to short leg, just in front of Beaumont.
What I've really loved about Villiers, as I was mentioning, is she's a classical off-spinner, imparts a lot of revs, spin, and of course bowls it at a good clip as well, good variations of pace.
She's in again over the wicket, goes past the outside edge. Zagare's bat through to Amy Jones. 276 for 7.
One bowler from the Indian side, cast in the same mould as left-arm spinner Sri Charani, also making her test debut. So very looking forward to her being in action today.
Driving towards extra cover. And that's the end of the 70th over, 276 for 7. I'm really excited to see Sri Charani, because ever since she kind of broke into this Indian team, I don't know, that there's something about her, and the wicket she was able to pick up at quite an early stage. Of course, you always have that benefit when you first make your debut that you're relatively unknown, and she had that mysterious action coming through the crease and in. But since then, even when players have got used to her, it's that just relative consistency she's able to impart, whether it's a 4-over T20 spell to across a one-day international, and this opportunity to see how she goes at a test match. I think she has the real ability to bog England down, a team who has well-recorded issues playing spin.
Agreed, Melissa. The fact that she's achieved all of these accolades at just 22 years of age is absolutely staggering.
Eccleston into Deepti, advances and drives past tumbling extra cover. Will just be the one, mid-off getting round. 277 for 7.
I was speaking to Avishkar Salvi, the Indian bowling coach, about what makes Sri Charani so special. It's those 3 ingredients that he mentioned: revs, spin, pace, and of course the height that she happens to possess, and the consistency, as you rightly pointed out.
It's brilliant to see as well these players emerging, as you mentioned, from the multi-day format competitions in defence, Zagare into the offside, and also from the Women's Premier League.
Absolutely.
So you're picking up these players who have shown a particular talent in one of the formats, and actually working out how they transfer that and how you mould them into these all-format players for India. She defends, Zagare again into the onside.
I did ask Harmanpreet Kaur at the pre-match press conference yesterday specifically about this potential test debut, because it was a no-brainer given how well she performed at the T20 World Cup, #1 ranked T20 bowler in the world right now.
Eccleston, arms swinging, is defended. Zagare down the pitch. She's 12. Well, she's not off the mark yet. She's faced 12 balls.
And you could see the pride on Harmanpreet's face regarding having found a talent like Sri Charani.
This time drives. But England squeezing the field in. Won't allow her to find her first run. She readjusts her helmet, surveys the field.
Sadgarhi is a very experienced batter with the Mumbai domestic side, shares the dressing room with Jemima Rodrigues.
Sadgarhi squeezes the ball past Beaumont at short leg. It was full. Almost a bit of a nutmeg shot there between the legs. Went straight to the field at square, and this is good from England, working out how they can just contain the runs, giving Deepti Sharma the single on the first ball of the over, as on this occasion they did, and the rest of the over is all dot balls. So, Anisha, for you, what's going to be crucial in this new partnership building for India, and what target that will they be looking at in this first innings? Your thoughts, and you'll be joined by Daniel Norcross.
Thanks, Melissa. I think a bit of circumspection on the part of Sadgarhi is not too bad, given how well India have done through the best part of this opening day of this historic first ever women's test at Lord's, to get a bit of an edge, currently scoring at 3.90.
Villiers starts a new over. Her first ball's a little short, pushed but straight to Sophie Eccleston at short extra cover.
Would be good to see another partnership going between Deepti Sharma and Sadgarhi.
Here comes Villiers. Tossed up, defended back to the bowler, no run. So you'll have seen more of Sadgarhi than me. What can we expect her batting style to be?
She can use the long handle. Has just played the inaugural Women's Mumbai Premier League. Captained her side as well. Scored a fair few quick runs, good cameos.
Shorter, back into a crease goes Dipti and cuts that away out towards deep point. It'll just be the single though, as Capsey's out there patrolling the boundary in front of the grandstand. 278 for 7.
But having featured in the multi-day tournament, Dan, she knows how to drop anchor and not always go bish bash bosh, as she would have done in the Women's Mumbai Premier League just a fortnight or so ago. And she's a seam bowling all-rounder. Her claim to fame is her first ever test wicket to Georgia Wall. An absolute Jaffa that delivery was.
Ball beats the bat through to the keeper, just propping forward.
Clocked over 20 million views, that delivery to Wall on Cricket Australia's Facebook account alone. One of the best deliveries in women's cricket we've seen this year. Happened in March at the WACA Perth.
Here's Villiers once again tossed up but left alone. Outside the off stump, drifts harmlessly into the gloves of Jones.
You can see how comfortable she appears to be, leaving deliveries at will.
Well, she's a woman who leans on a bat. And I like a woman who leans on a bat. Well, I like a man who leans on a bat. All leanings on bats. And done properly. She goes for the sweep and she gets that not too fine down towards long legs. She get a single. She's off the mark, off her 17th ball, 279 for 7. And her job is pretty obvious here, as she will keep striking the end of the over. It's to keep Dipti Sharma company, because after that, Sri Charani and Kranti Goud are probably, well, they're probably not as accomplished with the bat, you might imagine. Young and inexperienced as they are.
But staying with leaning on bats, I think as long as you're not leaning against a chair at this ground on this day, I think you will have done well for yourself.
Yeah, well, I've so far managed to stay on my feet. I haven't.
And in your chair.
And in my chair, yes.
Well
not made it onto the ground yet. There's time. There's a picture doing the rounds of you, by the way, Anisha. There's this next delivery. Looks to be turned into the onside. It's a leading edge and it rolls to backward point, no run. And what's beautiful about it is, in the background you can see Adam Mountford, our cruel producer, and with his sidekick Alison Mitchell. And they have the biggest smiles on their face, grinning from ear to ear as this ball's tossed up, forward in defence. Comes Sadgarhi, pushes it to short extra cover, there's no run. As Stephen Finn is falling to the ground, and you have a look of genuine concern.
I was trying to be a good Samaritan because I attended all the moral science classes back in school.
Yeah, well, I think those are classes that Adam Mountford and Alison Mitchell could do with attending. As forward in defence comes Sadgarhi, pushes back to the bowler, there's no run.
Absolutely no sign of remorse on the faces of Adam Mountford and Ali Mitchell.
There's not even the faintest hint of guilt in the. No, I don't trust that.
Or Melissa Stories. Come on.
Eccleston in, and this is defended into the onside, picked up by Beaumont at short leg.
But I love the Olympic reference that Stephen Finn brought into the equation thanks to his comment on the BBC Cricket Instagram clip. That's a good look ahead to the debut of women's cricket at the LA 2028 Olympics.
Oh, yeah, that's a nice segue. It's forward again comes Sakura, but she's going to get a thick inside edge. It rolls only to Izzy Wong at short square leg, so they don't get a run.
Because Stephen mentioned in that Instagram comment, tagging Melissa, that her speed of clicking that picture after grabbing her phone was absolutely Olympic level.
Oh, Olympic level. Yeah. There's a lot of skills in this box. Oh, now then, strikes the pad. That looks really, really close, and the finger's gone up. She looked to work the ball into the onside there, and that ball is straightened just a touch. I think Sakura will be permitted to refer this, because with only, 3 wickets to fall and plenty of referrals left, I think they've got 3 anyway, so yeah, they're going to take this upstairs. She's just looking to whip the ball across the line, but I think it's straightened. Height could be an issue. We'll get a better view.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. The original decision is out. I've checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
I have a feeling England's premier spinner has finally gotten herself into the wickets column with this delivery to Saili Sadghare. Pushed onto the back foot. Missed that cross-batted stroke. Kept low that delivery as well. Good shout from the infielders and the bowler Eccleston herself.
Well, the finger went up very, very quickly. So, and she didn't refer it immediately, which suggests she doesn't think that she's got any bat on it. England fielders are looking pretty confident. There's a lot on this wicket, not just the match situation, but if Eccleston picks up this wicket, she will become the all-format leading wicket taker
ultra edge
for England. Let's take another look at this. Oh, that feels out to me. She's so deep in her crease.
Umpire's call, perhaps?
Perhaps. There's still a possibility of an inside edge. Like I say, that'd be weird if she hadn't felt it. But then we've had a couple of these incidents recently where people have actually not edged it and been given out, and also conversely have edged it and have referred, thinking that they hadn't touched it.
Is there a reference to Hayley Matthews from the T20 World Cup, Dan?
Yeah, it was rather.
Implicit, but well done. Sleight of hand from Dan Norcross.
Some wristy commentary.
Indeed.
They're taking a while over this. And that was a feature of the T20 World Cup.
I was about to say
incredibly
that.
long referrals. Incredibly long referrals. Right, here we go.
That's all we can do, copy that. Keep going, keep rolling, keep rolling. Clear gap between ball, satisfied there's no bat involved. Can we go through to ball tracking, please?
She's so very deep in her crease that I can't see she's going to be saved here.
The decision is out.
Hit in front of the leg stump.
Pitch is in line, impact in line. Umpire's call. Anna, going back to you on field. Can you stay with your original decision? You are on field, on camera.
So there we have it. That is the 8th wicket, and it's Sophie Eccleston's English record-breaking wicket. And India 279 for 8. They've just kept chipping away and ensured that there's a very strong likelihood they're going to be batting by the end of today. And it's been a good performance from England's bowlers at times. They've had patches where they've bowled poorly, but they have stuck at it. They've stuck in there. We wait to see whether 300, 320 or so is a par score. We won't know that until England have batted, but they've certainly kept themselves in this game after winning the toss, electing to bowl. For details of all those wickets, the breakdown of them, this historic moment for English women's cricket, Phil Long.
Yeah, Sophie Eccleston's 336th international wicket. She goes past our colleague Catherine Sciver-Brunt in the all-time England list. She joins Elise Perry on 336 wickets in the all-time women's list.
That's much younger than Elise Perry, isn't it?
That top 3 now is Perry and Eccleston joint 3rd on 336. Julan Goswami, 355. And top of the list,
Deepti Sharma.
Deepti Sharma, 356.
Wow. What an all-rounder she is, Deepti Sharma. She never, I think, gets the proper accolades she deserves. We talk so much about people like Elise Perry, who haven't got as many, obviously, wickets as Deepti Sharma and Nat Sciver-Brunt and the likes of them, but
Anisha mentioned a minute ago, she's the kind of forgotten member of the big Indian players, and here she is at Lord's 55 not out, and she's only got the small matter of 356 international wickets.
Extraordinary, isn't it?
Player of the tournament of the 2025 Women's World Cup.
Well, Dipti Sharma is now on strike, and one nearly defeats her. It goes through quite low as she looked to play it off the back foot from round the wicket. Villiers starting a new over. Kranti Gaud at the other end. She's come in ahead of Sri Charani. What's Dipti Sharma's plan going to be here? There's plenty of gaps to give her the single. Fielder's out on the boundary. I'll give you the field after this ball as she just punches this ball at the back foot, takes the single. She feels like the sort of player who's going to take singles. And also, the farming of strike in women's cricket is obviously not as often required in actual fact, because of the nature of the way of the games they play. You can play a lot more white ball cricket. You don't find yourself too often in situations where you're turning down singles. It can happen, of course, the back end of a T20 if you've got the big hitter on strike. But this is going to be interesting to see how they adapt here, and also how England adapt, because with a new batter in place, there's a gap through point for a single, should she want it. Forward short leg and a slip in place. Oh, and dropped at slip. A drive and a drop. It was a tough chance for Nat Sciver-Brunt. She went after it, drove full-bloodedly, thick outside edge. Sciver-Brunt got both hands to it, just parried it above her head, and they've gone through for a single. But interesting to see, though, she's not going to die wondering here. She's got Dipti Sharma at the other end, and I half wondered whether she was going to sort of dig in. But I mean, this is where it's fascinating. There are many things that are fascinating about women's Test cricket. As this next ball is pushed off the back foot into the covers, there'll be no run. In a men's Test match right now, you'd know exactly what was going to happen. For a start, Dipti Sharma wouldn't have taken a single off the first ball. And then, if she had found herself at the wrong end, the number 10 would almost certainly have left that ball.
But Kranti Gaud is an aggressive batter.
Tossed up, worked into the onside. They're going to take the single as Villiers has to go to her left to field a thrown ball. And fifth ball of the over, though, so Kranti Gaud just has one more ball to... I say to survive, but Anisha is suggesting that survival will not necessarily be the thing that's in her mind here. 282 for 8.
And that shot was a clear indication that she's been given the license by head coach Amol Muzumdar, captain Harmanpreet Kaur, and also the set batter Dipti Sharma at the non-striker's end.
Goes back into a crease and defends this ball into the offside, which means that Dipti Sharma will have strike at the start of the next over. Villiers with 2 for 79, India 282 for 8, Dipti has 57. Kranti Gaud just joined her, has 1.
It was during the Indian tour of Australia, during the white ball leg of the tour earlier this year, Dan, that Kranti Gaud and the other fast bowler in the now injured and out of reckoning, Kashfi Gautam, came out hammer and tongs against the Australian lineup, scored a few quick fire runs, and with India in sight of that 300-run mark, I expect her to deploy a similar strategy.
Now, you would have just heard the cheers, and that is because Sophie Ecclestone has become the leading wicket taker for England, as we were telling you. 336 international wickets. And she's in now to Dipti, who drives elegantly but straight to short extra cover, where Wong does the fielding. Anisha has taken a break. Alex Hartley is going to rejoin us. It's quite remarkable. Ecclestone's career began after that 2017 World Cup final, really. Been in any sort of meaningful way, because this next ball's moved to short mid-wicket. There's no run because the person that she replaced has just come to replace Anisha Ghosh, sitting down next to me. So she's got all those wickets in 10 years.
It's remarkable, isn't it?
Well, it is really. She's 27 years old and she's taken another wicket. She's taken the wicket of Dipti Sharma, who has got to swing across the line, and she's plonked a catch straight to Heather Knight. And now she's on a bit of a roll, and India's innings is subsiding. 282 for 9. Dipti Sharma goes for 57, looking to get on with it now that she's got number 10 for company, looking to lift it up and over mid-wicket. And all she can do is pick out the former England captain Heather Knight, who takes a good sharp catch at mid-wicket. Ecclestone has her second. 282 for 9.
Yeah, it's truly remarkable, the wickets she's taken and in the time she's taken them to overtake Catherine Sciver-Brunt, who had such a prolonged career. I'm sure Catherine smiled with a grimace when that's just happened to her and she's been overtaken by Sophie Ecclestone. But Ecclestone's going to break records, and I don't think anyone's will ever catch her. You know, she's still got such a long time left in this game, and you know, she is the best bowler by far I've ever seen playing women's cricket.
Well, she could easily have another 7, 8, 9 years. I mean, you could get close to doubling that tally.
She could, of course, just dismissed one of the players that could have a fight for that top position over time. Deepti Sharma, 28 years old. She's got a bit of bowling left in her as well. Currently 19 wickets ahead now. Yeah, Sophie Ecclestone's first international wicket was in 2016. I've got it here. Versus Pakistan in a T20. Sidra Amin with Ecclestone's 12th ball in international cricket, and she didn't know it then, but the catcher was Catherine Sciver-Brunt.
Oh,
so she helped her on her way.
Help her on her way. All this handing on of batons. It's very symbolic at the moment, isn't it? It's a bit like in the men's test when Ben Stokes' first ball after his announced retirement was caught at slip by Harry Brook, who's likely to be the next captain. Similarly, yeah, Catherine Sciver-Brunt catching the first wicket of Sophie Ecclestone. So, I mean, back to the cricket, 282 for 9. England to be happy with that. They put India in to bat, and at times it felt like India could score in excess of 350, even 400 at times when Smriti Mandhana and Harmanpreet were going well, and Jemima Rodrigues before lunch. But they've held them so far to 282 for 9. One more wicket to fall, of course. Numbers 10 and 11 at the crease. You'd imagine whatever happens now will happen quite quickly.
Yeah.
And what's been your assessment of the way England have gone about this?
They've got better throughout the game, haven't they? I think they started poorly with the ball. I think Maddie Villiers set the tone brilliantly when she came on with her off spin, obviously getting the ball to turn quite a long way. But I think they have got better. The run rate 5.5s for a long period of that first couple of hours, and then post lunch England have brought themselves back into this game pretty well. Obviously getting the wicket of Harmanpreet Kaur and Smriti Mandhana will really expose that middle order for India. And England, once they had an opening, they've kind of taken consistent wickets over the last hour and a half.
Another left-hander, Sri Charani, has come to the wicket. In comes Ecclestone, and big wild yahoo, thick edge, runs down to the boundaries. What you want to see from a number 11. It might not quite make it. Well, I don't know, judging by the fielder's reaction there, I don't think it has. Maddie Villiers running after it. I thought she might have pulled that back. We will have to wait and see whether she just got a little touch on the boundary cushion. Either way, how many did they run there? Did they run 3 there?
Yes, they ran 3. Well, she thought the ball had hit the boundary sponge and gone for 4, and then when she looked over her shoulder and saw that it was inside the boundary sponge, she got up quickly.
But is her hand on the sponge at the same time?
No, I think that's a good
she's
bit
got
of
away with
fielding.
it.
But I think she thinks she's flicked the ball back onto the boundary sponge, which is why she laid there flat for what felt like a second or 2.
Yeah, I think that's going to be 3 runs. See, she's saved a run there, brings Kranti Goud back onto strike with a silly point forward, short leg slip. In comes Ecclestone. And she bowled her straight through her. That's it. That's the 10th wicket. India are all out for 285. Ecclestone has cleaned up the tail. She'll finish with 3 for 68. And really, after putting India into bat in a 4-day game, you bowl out your opposition with still best part of 45 minutes batting left to go. You've got to be pretty pleased with that. There have been moments when England would have been frustrated by their bowlers, but they've really got back into this game. That last wicket, one coming straight on with the arm, cannoning off the back pad, onto the stumps to give Ecclestone her 3rd. And I reckon Nat Sciver-Brunt will be pretty pleased with that, and it means that very shortly Tammy Beaumont is going to walk down those steps in her last international match. I wonder if she's going to get a reception similar to the ones we've seen for other players making their final bow. We shall see. That will happen in about 10 minutes' time. Alex Hartley alongside me. So we've had one innings. It's been and gone, the blink of an eye. I say a blink of an eye, but sort of in women's test match terms, that's a pretty tidy performance to bowl a side out with that much time left on the first day. But at the same time, the rate of India's scoring have meant that they've got a score on the board, they've got something to defend, and there have been signs that this pitch is taking some turn. How do you assess that?
Yeah, I think India will take confidence in the way that Eccleston and Maddie Villiers bowled on this surface into their innings. And from an England point of view, I think from the way the seamers bowled, they'll be pretty frustrated. There wasn't much consistency, was there? It was, Lauren Bell going at 5.5 and over, couldn't quite get her lines right. She bowled too full at times. Lauren Filer couldn't quite get her radar right. She bowled wide outside the off stump. And it was the spinners, really, wasn't it? I mean, Izzy Wong, I thought she had spells of bowling nicely. But the two of them, Eccleston and Maddie Villiers, bowled fantastically.
They really did. We've seen some terrific bowling. There have been some wickets here that you'll remember for quite some time. There's a marvellous ball from Lauren Bell to get rid of Yastika Bhatia. There's a great bit of bowling to get rid of Harmanpreet with one that went through the gate from Maddie Villiers. Some of those wickets have been given away somewhat. And interesting, if you look at the bowling loads, Lauren Bell only bowled 9 overs today. Alison Mitchell is waiting hungrily to take us through the scorecard and through the break between innings and to talk us through the tail of the tape. But you can watch the clips on the BBC Sport website and app. And there are highlights tonight, 7 o'clock on BBC4 and on the iPlayer. Catch all the action there. Judge for yourself. But there's genuinely been some marvellous balls bowled and some not so marvellous balls bowled. We've got a podcast on BBC Sounds which will chew the cud on all of that. That's going to come up after the close of play. We leave no stone unturned on this programme. Any statistical oddities from you, Phil Long, before I hand over for the cards to Alison Mitchell?
No, just the major one, I suppose, being that Sophie Eccleston there with those 3 wickets. First went past Catherine Sciver-Bunt, then went past Elise Perry. And who knows where she'll be in years to come. I say, ironically, one of those dismissals was Deepti Sharma, who'll probably be the head-to-head in that race to be the first person to take 400 international.
Oh, the first to 400. Yes, a very good point.
The race is on.
Yeah. Well, that is in itself thrilling. And of course, there is more and more cricket being played by the women these days, isn't there, Alex?
Yeah, as there should be.
Indeed, as there should be. So, I mean, 400, with 500,
Oh, no,
600.
600's on, isn't it? I've joked a few times in the fact that Sophie Eccleston might get 1,000.
You think 1,000?
No, but it'd be good, wouldn't it?
She'd be well into her 40s, I think, if that happened. Right, I'm going to get out of the way. The players will be coming back out very shortly, in around about 5 or 6 minutes. And Alison Mitchell is itching to get back in the chair. After some more thoughts from you, Alex.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see Tammy Beaumont. Can she ride the wave and ride her emotions out there in the middle today? Obviously, she might have another innings in this Test match. She might have another opportunity to go out and bat. But her last ever game, Test match at Lord's, the first ever Test match at Lord's for England women. You've announced your retirement. All eyes will be on Tammy Beaumont. I know she loves the pressure. She's coped well under the limelight in the past, but this is different. Knowing that this is your last ever game for England, the last time you pull on the 3 lions and your shirt. Not everybody gets to go out on their own terms, so she will know that she has a job to do for her team. But I'm just hoping she can sort of not hide her emotions, but control her emotions.
That's what I was going to ask you, Alex. You know how you've played with her. Will she be able to contain what will be bubbling up inside her? Undoubtedly, because she'll walk through a packed long room in her Test whites with former players also packing that long room. There'll be that incredible reception for her as well.
Yeah, there will be, and it'll be interesting to see what India do as she comes out now through the long room. Tammy Beaumont, you can see a couple of past players out there, and she comes down the stairs. Are India going to do anything for her, or would they do it second innings? You would imagine they would do it second innings. She doesn't need the Ben Stokes hoo-ha, does she?
No, there's nothing going on like that for her at the moment. She's walking out with to no particular fanfare. She's got her helmet in one hand. She'll plant that firmly on her head, padded up, bat in hand, walked out with Maya Bouchier. And the India team largely on the field, still going through their final bowling drills and fielding drills. So the ground staff doing their final preparations as well. The light roller is trundling up and down the pitch. Did Daniel go through the scorecard in detail? He was leaving that to me, wasn't he? So I will give it to you in semi-detail and summary form before the players come back out, to highlight that Smriti Mandhana was the top scorer for India with 83, Harmanpreet Kaur 58 and Deepti Sharma 57.
And the partnership of note, that of 89 for the fourth wicket between Mandana and Harmanpreet, after Mandana and Rodrigues had added 64 for the third wicket. And India were looking in at a pretty strong position at 202 for 5 going into tea, albeit Harmanpreet had just been dismissed on the stroke of tea, which was Maddy Villiers' maiden test wicket. But Deepti Sharma was still there, and indeed she did go on to get her half century. But then a real fight back with the ball in terms of mopping up that tail and cleaning India up, because they've lost their last 5 wickets for 56 runs, but overall losing 7 for 95, having been 190 for 3 before Smriti Mandana was out. Sophie Ecclestone, 21.5 overs, bowled the bulk for England, 2 maidens, 3 for 68, and in the process becoming England's all-time leading wicket taker in all formats, passing Catherine Sciver-Brunt. Lauren Bell was the most expensive for England, 9 overs, 1 for 50, coming in off the back of the T20 World Cup. Lauren Filer, who was in the squad but hadn't featured in the World Cup, 13 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 40. Izzy Wong, 12 overs, 2 for 41, and Maddy Villiers on her test debut bowled a long spell. Were there 19 overs all in one spell either side of tea, Phil? They were 19 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 79, so including that important wicket of Harmanpreet. So the players are starting to leave the field. We heard the 5-minute bell rung at the end of the tea break to indicate that we're about to get going. India's bowling attack, well, they've relied so much on spin, haven't they, in the past, and they've got, say, mix of seam and spin. What do you expect from what we've seen so far from England? What do you expect is going to be the dominant force for them this innings?
You can't look past the spinners, can you? The way that England spinners bowled on this surface and the Indian spinners, can just be as good as well. So you probably start with the seamers. Obviously, you see a bit of Kranti Goud, see if she can get a bit of movement off this surface, get the ball to nip. She'll be wanting to bowl straight at the stumps, seeing if she can get the slope to do the talking for her, and then we'll see the spinners come in into the attack, and I have no doubt that they'll start to cause a bit of concern for England as this test match goes on.
From what you've seen and the nature of the dismissals that we saw from India, some dismissals to some very good balls from England, and some dismissals, more cheap dismissals. So anything in this pitch that Tammy Beaumont and Maya Bouchier need to be wary of?
I think just the spin. We saw a couple stay low as well off the seamers when they get the ball in the right areas. A couple did stay low, but they didn't look too threatening, did it? It wasn't like up and down. So yeah, it would just be the sharp turn that we've seen. We saw Ecclestone turn a few, but it was Maddy Villiers with the bulk of the turn out there, a good bit more than Ecclestone. So just that for England.
Right, India are getting into a huddle just inside the rope in front of the pavilion, and the cameras are hovering around the England openers, because one is Tammy Beaumont at the age of 35, playing in her last international. And this should be the penultimate time she walks out to bat for England. There should be a second innings, but she's standing there waiting to cross the boundary line alongside Maya Bouchier, who's been in the form for Lancashire. Her last game, 77, not out, Maya Bouchier. But here comes Tammy Beaumont, her international debut at the age of just 18 when she was a student at Loughborough University. A little sprint to pass Bouchier out to the middle at Lord's, playing in a test match here for the very first time. So bowing out from the international arena on the most incredible occasion. Memorably, she became the first English woman to score a test double 100 when she got an unbeaten 208 against Australia at the last test in this country, Trent Bridge, 2023. So it's the 12th test match she's playing in all, but an incredible record, and her 12 ODI hundreds are an England women's record. She's been a tremendous servant down the year, speaks really eloquently about the game as well when she's behind a microphone. But she decided she couldn't go to the well anymore, not part of the recent England ODI or T20 international sides. And so a chance to bow out at this auspicious occasion at Lord's. That's the option that she has gone for.
Yeah, she's been a very resilient character over the years, Tammy Beaumont, and when she's been dropped from squads in the past, she's had that bit between the teeth to say, I'll show you that I'm better and I deserve to it. And this time, deserved to get back in the squad. Sorry, and this time she was just a bit like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
And I think as soon as that fire in your belly disappears, then it is time to call it a day.
A World Cup winner. They're leaning on her bat handle, then the non-striker's end, and it's Maya Bouchier who'll be facing up. The first ball from Sayali Satgaray, 26-year-old seamer, who's done very well with RCB in the WPL. Bowling to Bouchier with 2 slips a gully and a short leg. Satgaray is in. It's a full... Was it a low full toss? Did it pitch just in front of her? A bit hard to tell with Bouchier's back to us, but patted into the onside. And a dot ball. I like Satgaray's story because she actually missed out on the WPL. Oh, it was almost sort of Yorker length.
Yeah.
But right up there on the toes. Did pitch. She missed out on the WPL auction and thought, you know, that's it. I've gone unsold. And then she got a late call up for RCB to replace her absolute idol, who's Elise Perry. Not a bad idol to have. And she sets off now with the pavilion behind her to bowl to Bouchier. It's well wide outside the off stump. Bouchier leaves it alone. Through to the keeper it goes. So she got a chance, albeit replacing Elise Perry. And then went on, of course, to play a major role for RCB, and they became champions in 2026. And she opened the bowling alongside Lauren Bell. So in terms of players sort of knowing and having intel on each other, the WPL for these two teams is a gold mine.
Yeah, a steady bowler, isn't she? Bowls about 60, 63 miles per hour with an in-swinging delivery.
Satgaray over the wicket, well wide again. A bit of late movement after it pitched. But she needs to tighten that line here and attempt a shot from Bouchier.
Yeah, you can get the ball to go both ways when she gets it right. But yeah, just you would feel just more of a top of off bowler.
A steady seamer.
Yeah.
You see Kranti Goud as well, opening bowler. She's had an incredible rise in her career. This is in reply to India's first innings, 285. Satgaray is in, that induces the stroke, but it's misfielded off the bowler in her follow through. It was punched into the ground and down towards the pavilion, running away. Chases on, ball's picked up inside the rope. 2 runs for Bouchier, and England open their account. 3 runs on the board. Was one of them called a wide? Did I miss?
No ball, first ball.
Oh, it was a no ball. I did miss that. You should have noticed that with the name of your podcast. Thank you for paying attention. Missed the signal from the umpire. 3 runs on the board for England, 2 for Bouchier. Short leg bobs down under the helmet, leaning forward about a pitch and a half width away from the batter. Sayali Satgaray running in down the leg side, taking a tumbling take by Bhatia. And there's no run. Phil.
Yeah, the England innings started at 17:49, 11 minutes to 6. We can play until we can play till 6:30. So we've got roughly 40 minutes here. That'll be about 10 overs. So we're going to get about 85 overs in today.
It's not the minimum of 100, is it? It was never going to be possible.
100 seems a lot these days, doesn't it?
It really does, but today has been slower because of the heat. Satgaray in again, Fuller to Bouchier, and she's stroking, gentle push up towards mid-off. No real aggression in the stroke. Hard to know how good 285 is. It feels quite good at the moment, Alex, because of the way England wrapped up that innings quite quickly. It felt at various times as if India could have taken hold of it and a big partnership develop and could have made this first day a very difficult one for England.
Yeah, I think a few of the India batters will be kicking themselves in the manner they got out as well. Deepti Sharma back end I can kind of understand, looking to accelerate.
Satgaray rushes in again to Bouchier. Forward she comes, defends back up the pitch. Satgaray picking up in her follow through to end an opening over, where the first ball was a no ball and then a couple of runs off the bat of Bouchier. So a gentle start here for England. 3 for none in reply to India's first innings, 285.
But Mandana sort of fishing outside the off stump, and same with Jemima Rodrigues as well. Very white ball. But then Mandana wasn't a white ball shot because, yes, it was wide outside the off stump, but she didn't flash it. She sort of just prodded at it. Maybe caught in 2 minds of a shot she would normally play compared to wanting to just be a bit more reserved.
Jones standing up behind as well, been a bit of an impact to Izzy Wong. Be a beautiful innings from Mandana up until that point, wasn't it? She was looking a sublime best self, and she somehow looks even more sublime when she's wearing test whites.
Yeah.
A classical mould, an elegant left-hander. Well, it is Kranti Goud from the nursery end. Madhya Pradesh bowler, 22 years of age. 2 slips down the gully
And the short leg. Tammy Beaumont then, her first ball in what is her final international match for England. And Goud is in and she's looking aggressive. A punch drive up towards mid-off, goes through for the single and she's off the mark. Positive shot, positive batting.
Had my fingers crossed there because the one thing you don't want is Tammy Beaumont to get her first bowler once she's announced her international retirement. So, yeah, she can be up the other end and take a breath.
Watch for a little bit. Yeah. I'm sure she was conscious of that as well. Get off the mark, get going, get going. And many in the crowd would have been as well. Kranti Gaud, I mentioned she's from Madhya Pradesh, made a debut for Madhya Pradesh in 23-24 season. The 24 season, 25, she was then suddenly playing for UP Warriors in the WPL, and then an Indian debut followed in 2025. It's just been boom, 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 straight up and into the side. Here she is, past the umpire, well wide, pushes it, left alone by Bouchier. The slope is taking it away somewhat. Decent sort of smattering of Indian supporters in. I think a lot of them are huddled. There's a good group in the grandstand towards the pavilion end of the ground. But no, for the World Cup, were musical instruments allowed in? I haven't heard any musical instruments for this match, or any drums. So maybe normal Lord's rules have been in place for that at least. Here is Goud in, again pushes it wide and it pitches and moves away down the slope from Bouchier. He's content not to offer a shot. Through it goes to the keeper.
You can't relax too many rules now, can you, all at once? Have you relaxed the pavilion for today? Wonder if you're allowed to call it the PAV on a day like today.
That just makes me think of a big white fluffy dessert you put in the oven and have with a barbecue full of cream.
Makes me think of a bar.
The PAV.
Yeah, should we nip to the PAV?
Well, yeah, there's a few in that PAV over there. Goud into forced to play at that is Bouchier. Steers it into the ground and out towards points. Another dot ball. A patient sort of start here for England. Pushed out wide a few balls and not going to chase after those. Waiting for the opportunity to score and get going. I do love a PAV though, I have to say. If I'm ever asked to do a dessert for a barbecue,
is that
it's
you?
A PAV. Yeah, PAV is my signature. It's my signature. We get a good rise on it. When you slice it, you can see a good couple of inches of meringue.
It's not an easy thing to make.
Bit tried and tested. In goes Goud again, forced to play at that, more targeted on off stump, but defence bringing the bat down, angled out towards point again, and a dot ball. It can be a bit tricky if your oven's not very reliable, you know, if the heat sort of fluctuates.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. My oven doesn't get used.
The barbecue does. I've borne witness to that.
Yeah, well, I've had to get rid of that. I got to post that barbecue and all the smoke blowing into the apartment. I got a very stern word from the management company. No barbecues on the balcony. How many times? So I've had to give it mum and dad.
Oh, shame. Shame. Bouchier crouches, awaits, scored, is a little straight this time and enables Bouchier to turn this up the slope towards the grandstand along the ground. Short leg is running after it. It's picked up as Bouchier is back for two. Sends a ball back into the middle, so 3 off that over. 6 for none, England, in reply to India's 285 all out. The key to the pavlova, though, is, of course, leaving it in the oven after it's finished cooking. And even better if you can just leave it in there overnight. Big fan of making a pavlova late at night.
Okay.
So just leave it, let it to cook. As soon as it's finished cooking, just turn the oven off, go to bed, come out in the morning, and it's ready to go. Unless you also, in the morning, instruct your brother to put a lamb in the oven for Sunday lunch.
Oh no, recook the PAV with the lamb.
I mean, I didn't think I needed to text him after I'd walked out of the house, say, oh, by the way, the PAV is in the oven, take that out first.
Before you put
I was like, obviously check the oven before you just... So he just heated the oven up ready for the lamb.
Oh.
Whacked it up. Slightly more golden than usual pavlova. Sat Garay, new over. Keeper takes a couple of steps forward here. Beaumont's forward defending, back up the pitch.
Yeah, Tammy Beaumont there getting outside the line of off stump. Previously, she's been prone to being out LBW in test matches with that strong front pad, not getting outside the line of off stump and her bat being behind that front pad. If you're a bowler, especially when you're bringing the ball back in, you're constantly looking for that front pad of Beaumont.
Just a single to her name so far. Beaumont waits, that familiar pose, bat held high. Sat Garay is in, brings it down and whips it wristily into the onside. towards mid-on, and still no run. Working their way into the innings here, England. It's been a fabulous day, a great occasion to be at Lord's today. And hope actually that you'd expect the crowd to be bigger again tomorrow, wouldn't you, being a Saturday? So I think more than 10,000 we had a figure in today.
10,000?
I mean, I would tell you exactly, but I actually wasn't included on our team WhatsApp for this match. Came quite late in the day.
Oh, I didn't know that. What happened there?
Can't think. As Sakurai rushes in here, Beaumont is offered a bit of wit, half thought about playing at it and let it go through to the keeper in the end.
10,763.
Thank you. I'll make a note of that, seeing as I couldn't see it on the WhatsApp group. Producer's not going to live that one down.
I actually didn't know you weren't in it.
I wasn't even missed. Oh,
I wondered why you not replied.
She just thought Ali's a bit not interested in this test match.
Yeah.
I'm added now, don't worry. Highlights tonight be 7 p.m. on BBC 4. Sakurai is in. Beaumont shimmies outside to work it towards the cover region, shy at the stumps. It's a direct hit. It's a good shout, but Boucher is comfortably home. However, a reminder from India that they're going to look sharp in the field today. 7 for none.
You were in the WhatsApp group, to be fair. It was just a different
name.
Different you.
Less said about that, the better.
Different number. It's hard, you know. I've got about 4 numbers for certain different people, and you must.
It happens when you travel abroad and you get
Yeah.
some different sims all over the place. But you know, I'm in it now, and that's what counts.
Well, now the group's so much better.
No one noticed I wasn't there. Sakurai goes in full. Boucher is forward up towards mid-off and no run. More live cricket tonight, the penultimate night of group matches in the men's T20 Blast. Kevin Howells will be with you on Sports Extra 2. There's something strange about our screen here. I can only see half of it. No.
I know you've done so well there.
I was guessing half of a note that was put in front of me. Boucher's on 4, Beaumont on 2. Boucher waits. Sakurai is in, forward. A push up towards mid-off, an extra cover. More moving forward for the single. Well run between the two of them, backed up as well. The shot at the stumps came at the non-striker's end. The bowler wasn't anywhere near the stumps. Through they go, end of the over. Just the 2 singles coming from it. A gentle start here from England. 3 overs in, 8 for none, working their way into reply to India's first innings of 285. Half an hour more play left in the day tonight. Now, who's coming in for who?
Finny for me, Mel for you. I'll stay.
I'll speak very quickly.
Oh,
right, there, Phil Long to the rescue, and we can all change. Phil, over to you.
All change. There we go. Tammy Beaumont, she's moved on to 2 and on her farewell test appearance. It's taken her on to 614 test runs, overtaking Betty Snowball. She's moved into 13th position in all-time test runs for England women.
I love a Betty Snowball reference. As in comes Kranti Gaur, outside the off stump, and it's been sliced towards backward point. 8 without loss. Boucher, who's had a wonderful time of it playing for Hampshire in the T20 Blast and Metrobank One Day Cup. And an opportunity for her in England colours. Always one of those players, Stephen, who's in and out of this England side. Quite yet to make her complete mark on the side, but certainly has the talent. Has fired down the leg side from Goud.
Good technique, really. She's got really good technique. Simple, no feet crossing over. Seems to have a good temperament as well. She did threaten to break into the whiteboard teams, didn't she? 18 months or so ago, and then didn't quite grasp that opportunity.
Goud bowls. Lets that one go through to Richa Ghosh, does Boucher. Well, she scored that 100, didn't she, Phil? You could get us the scorecard for that one, but I guess being one of those players as well, of when your opportunity is sometimes being squeezed in positions you're not as accustomed to. She's had to be quite adaptable, but she'll know that she would have wanted to make the most of a few more of those opportunities at the top of the order. She rocks back, punches the ball into the covers, takes a quick single. She moves to 6, score 9 without loss. And Tammy Beaumont back on strike. Still remember watching that magnificent innings of 208 she scored against Australia at Trent Bridge in 2023, the first English woman to score a Test match double century. Only another 206 runs to go to equal that one. She's back in defence, no run.
Yeah, Maya Boucher's slightly been squeezed out by England's top 6 being almost picking itself for quite a long time. Yeah, averages nearly 39 in ODIs and also has a Test 100 to her name already. So, as you say, she's been around and about but never quite cemented her place within that England squad.
And I guess some of the frustration around Boucher has been that she's often quite quick to get herself along to those scores of 20-30, but continuing on, as struck on the pads is Beaumont. Finger goes up by umpire Redfern. It kept a bit low, trapped on that back pad, I think, and Beaumont tucks a bat under her arm and heads back towards the pavilion. England 9 for 1, and Kranti Goud gets the first wicket for India.
Well, that was one of those ones that just looks and sounds and feels right. Tammy Beaumont thudded on the pad there and only took the briefest of consultations with Maya Boucher 30 yards away to decide that that wasn't worth sending upstairs, and it's just nipped back slightly off the seam. Actually, she's not as deep in the crease as maybe it first seemed. It has seemed back quite a considerable distance, so there's a chance it could have been continuing on down the leg side, but Tammy Beaumont, sometimes you know when you're hit LBW, it just feels out, and clearly she felt that there.
So out comes Heather Knight, who absolutely flew out of the pavilion then, launching herself onto the ground. Almost like a superhero appearance at Disney World. This huge jump onto the pitch, fired her way out, doing all her stretches, her jumps. She's now squatting down, getting her feet moving. It's not the easiest passage of play in order to come in, but she's pretty experienced and she'll know this well.
I don't know about Finney, but if it's your last game for a team, every fibre in your body must be thinking review, review, review.
I mean, that I'd be really interested to see the ball tracking on that, because that did nip back quite a way, and if she's not right back in her crease.
You could see off stump as well, couldn't you? So
yeah. Whether
she thought it would just be clipping leg. That was the end of the 4th over anyway, as this one beats Boucher on the inside. Sakgari, he's bowled tight lines so far. We've seen the early movement she can get in, the seam all rounder, threatening the stumps early on. With the loss of Beaumont, one of their most experienced players, these two will just want to consolidate here. And Heather Knight, who of course knows this ground well, across England's fixtures here, but also in the 100, playing for the London Spirit. Worked off the pads by Boucher. Past short leg. This fine leg comes in off the boundary. Sri Charani there keeps it down to a single. 10 for 1 England, trailing by 275.
There's a bit of confusion there, actually. That Boucher wanted 2. Heather Knight just centre back said no thank you, but there was a bit of a stutter in the middle of the pitch.
Well, Heather Knight has a bit of a reputation for either running herself out or I think being involved in run-outs.
Not a fantastic reputation to have.
Not the quickest between the wickets. I think she has got quicker, certainly. But no, you don't want that one to follow you round. Boucher had almost completed half the run there.
Yeah, well, it puts your teammates on edge as well. We played with a guy called Nick Compton, who was just notoriously bad at running. And you knew there would be at least in a season 4 or 5 run-outs that he was involved in.
So a helmet being brought on here for Richa Ghosh to come up to the stumps already. She's not the most express bowler. Sakgari, she bowls around 60 miles per hour. Suspect that she was stood back for that early in-swing movement that she was getting. Apologies, Yastika there. Richa in short leg. This one's popped up off the surface, and Knight in defence Gets into a bit of an awkward position there. It's that inwards movement towards her, following her. Making it a tricky angle. I mentioned earlier the famous Mankad Stephen Finn, which took place here between Deepti Sharma and Charlie Dean in 2022. As we just see a replay of that dismissal for Tammy Beaumont. Umpire's call, leg stump, straying down the leg side, and Knight works it down towards fine leg. Charity Fields, she gets off the mark.
Only just clipping the leg stump, by the way. So it did nip back a long way, but still would have been out, so fair enough.
11 for 1. And how that Mankad dismissal has been named after the new Mankad. Now, my question for you was, of course, your playing career prompted a change of the law in terms of that no ball when your foot struck the stumps.
My
Your
knee.
knee, sorry.
Yep.
I forget what gangly limb it was. Driving through extra cover, 2 fielders in pursuit. It won't go away for 4 runs, and they will return for a well-decided 2 runs on this occasion, score to 13 for 1. My question for you is, does it irk you slightly that that law change hasn't been named after you?
Well, I don't know if any... No, well, I still see, like, every time it happens in an international game, my name is brought up by the commentators. So at least...
Guarantee of immortality.
Well, yeah, somewhat, yeah, for the wrong reasons.
Swinging into the pads, ballooning off them short of Richa Ghosh at short leg. And that's the end of the 5th over. England 13 for 1. But either way, I mean, you know, get your name stamped on that, surely.
Well, I still do get asked about Finn's law, that's what, but I don't think it's not been dubbed it the same as the Mankad has.
Would you like it to? Should we get a petition going?
Well, no, maybe not. I mean, it would be like a sub-law and then a number, isn't it? It's like law 56.I.II or something. It's, yeah, it'll be in there somewhere. But yeah, my lasting legacy on the game is not through what came out of my hand, but what my lanky knee did instead.
And a wonderful international hat-trick, of course, as well.
Well, there is that, yeah. Yeah.
Fielders at Cow Corner were really kept in the game.
It wasn't actually Cow Corner that caught the balls. It was deep third, long off, and then mid-on. It's called bowling to your field, Melissa. You should try it.
In comes Goud, outside the off stump. Left alone to Yastika, who collects that on the bounce.
And is still wearing a helmet while stood back.
Yeah. Wonder whether that's a reaction to the fact that it is keeping so low, but it's quite unusual to see. Maybe each delivery she's going to mix it up. One ball standing back and slowly creep closer to the stumps. Not quite sure that would be allowed. Nonetheless, Goud in outside the off stump and left alone with ease again. Through to Yastika.
Well, this is good bowling if Goud is trying to set Heather Knight up for the ball that ended up getting Tammy Beaumont. So drag the batters across the crease, drag them outside off stump, drag their head outside off stump, and then bowl the scrambled seam delivery that nips back up the slope towards the stump. So just keep an eye on that.
She's in again now, right arm over, straighter line, beats Knight. And that's a nice delivery. Those 2 wider ones. This one forcing her to play. And Kranti Goud, who has been one of those players who's burst onto the scene for India, a product of the strength of their domestic system. And from the moment she's landed, really, it's caused waves across white ball cricket. With the red ball in hand, whilst it's less common to see. She goes wide again, chopped down into the ground by Knight, collected by the fielder at point. 13 for 1, 2 balls left in this 6th over. And to see India producing quick bowlers as well, I think it's always been cited as their weakness in this side of coming to English conditions, and particularly in the longer format as well, having those fast bowlers who can back up the skill of their spinners. Goud has been a real find in that department. She comes in now, defending is Knight off the back foot, back towards the bowler.
And I think that's the power of the WPL in the women's game and the IPL in the men's game, is the way that the franchises then have feeders in and around the areas that they're based in. It is how the talent is found and then brought together, and the ability to practice and be around other players trying to achieve the same things.
Scout full on the stumps. Knight defends towards mid-on. And it's the end of the 6th over, 13 for 1. Being around those senior players as well, you would have experienced it as a player in your youth, of being able to pick the brains of more senior players around you and their experiences of international cricket. How much do you think that shaped you as a player in your early years?
Well, yeah, it certainly does. The more you spend time with guys, it's more thinking about the game, because you want to be your own player, and that's something you would always encourage. I think we've gone through the phase of overcoaching people and trying to stifle people's individuality. I think you still want to and have to be your own person and your own free spirit to a certain extent, but the senior players will always help channel that far better, I think.
Sakari for her 4th. Ball's outside the off stump, taken by Yastika.
And that's relevant in any team environment, in cricket in particular. You have these raw talents that come in, but then just need to be guided and nudged in the right direction. And I benefited from having guys like Stuart Broad, Jimmy Anderson around me when I was a youngster, just to be able to say, well, actually, I experienced this is what I did, this is how I navigated it. It definitely helps.
Sagari swings one down the leg side, and well taken by Yastika, who gets a few pats on the back from her teammates running over to applaud that bit of work with the gloves on. So it's almost a bit like a driving instructor. You don't want one who constantly shadow breaks and tries to grab the wheel and gets all nervy and jumpy around you. You want someone who just...
I'd say those are poor qualities for a driving instructor.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Well, what was your driving instructor like?
Well, I started off with my parents.
Okay. And then they didn't trust you and they were like, we need an instructor to do this instead.
A bit of both, I would say. Outside the off stump, left alone, through to Yastika.
Who then grabbed the wheel and shadow braked all the time by the sounds of it.
I think there's a common theme here.
Well, I've got driving instructors on the mind, because I've got my cousin staying with me back home at the moment, who's doing a 2-week intensive driving course.
What, in an attempt to have started to learn driving in 2 weeks? 2 weeks ago?
Essentially, you start and then you finish with a test. And so I've been rehearsing everything I had to go through about 7-8 years ago and reminiscing, and then connecting to cricket, apparently. Defending into the offside, back on her tiptoes as Boucher.
So you only learned to drive 7 or 8 years ago?
Might have been a bit longer than that. Time's passing a bit too quickly at the moment.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's 20 years since I passed my test, which is...
Do you still remember?
Good for insurance, but bad for nostalgia.
I'm sure you could still do the hazard perception test if you had to do that at the time. I'm sure yours probably wasn't on the screen. 13 for 1. Boucher pushing off the front foot, sets off for a single, sent back by Heather-Knight.
It was a black and white screen, actually.
Just a chalkboard. They drew a car coming out a side street towards you, and you had to rub it out with the chalk before they completed the drawing.
Thank you, Melissa.
It's okay. VHS?
Well, yeah, I'm very familiar with VHSs. Mini discs. You know what a mini disc is? You don't know what a mini disc is. Who's this alien we've brought into the commentary box?
Sagari in now in defence, Boucher. Just bowling tight lines here, as that's a maiden over.
Back-to-back maidens.
So how many maidens fielded England bowl? Was it just the 3 in the end? I'm going to do a bit of a counting exercise here.
Yep.
Because it feels already that control India's got.
4 in the end, but already 2 in this Indian innings.
And there was only 1 in, the first 50 overs or something, wasn't there? It was very apparent, the lack of discipline from the England bowlers. But India have been good here. They've been on it. I think from watching the first innings as well, it simplifies your plans for you. You don't need to go looking for that movement. You can be more happy bowling with a scrambled seam and just allowing the pitch here at Lord's to do the work for you.
Goud outside the off stump. Shields arms as Knight through to Yastika.
Because I think when you win the toss and bowl first, the temptation is to try and justify bowling first by getting the ball to do everything, especially when your captain said, we think all the movement's going to be in the first session. So you're there at the end of your mark thinking, well, I have to make this ball move, which then makes you start searching for that movement by trying to bowl too full.
Goud, inside the off stump, cut away by Knight, who hasn't quite timed that shot so far. There's been a few she's been tempted into playing. She's got herself in good positions, but just closing the angle of the bat a bit too much, and caution of not hitting it up in the air. I wonder as well whether there's an element of course, for England, Izzy Wong and Lauren Filer, despite being in that T20 World Cup squad, they didn't play, so they are feeling quite fresh. But Lauren Bell, Sophie Ecclestone have had a lot of cricket lately. Strikes are on the pad, shout for leg before. Kranti Goud turned 180, pleading with umpire Redfern. As India assemble to the left of the pitch in front of us, debating whether to send this one upstairs. It's Heather Knight here. It would be a big wicket, but the DRS timer runs out, and it'll be interesting to see. Stephen Finn, your finger went up quite quick.
Well, I think if she's not inside edge there, I think that's really close. It gets a good stride in. The keeper is back, so again, there's the possibility she's outside her crease, but it's scrambled seam and nips back. I think that's really out. I think that's really out.
Well, England had a dismissal in the first innings. They didn't send upstairs, and it turned out to be an inside edge onto pad, which ballooned up and was taken by Tammy Beaumont. So will India come to regret this one as a full ball outside the off stump, and Knight leans into that one, looks to play an expansive drive, misses out through to Yastika behind the stumps.
Who's tried to do a touch of the Johnny Bairstows and Alex Carey.
I think that's just being alert as a keeper. She immediately took the ball, hurled it underarm towards Knight, who's batting outside her crease. So even while she's not up to the stump, she's still not letting you forget that she's there. Here we go, ball tracking, impact in line, hitting. So if India had sent that one upstairs, Heather Knight would be back in the pavilion. Straighter, work to short leg.
I'm a bit away from the... Did I see that right? That was hitting middle.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cannoning.
Hitting pretty much the middle of middle. I mean...
It just looked out. It's one of those ones, it sounded out. It's hit the middle of the pad. It couldn't have thumped into the middle of the pad more. And because of that nip back in that Goud is getting, and this is where now the coaches are on the balcony go, why didn't you send that upstairs? It was out.
Goud over the wicket. Jumping backwards as Knight. Finds the fielder at point. Playing that shot on the up. And it's maiden number 3 for India. So England 4 maidens in the first innings, and India almost overtaking them. Stephen Finn, what do you think the reaction will be in the Indian changing room at the end of the day when they get to watch that one again on TV? Your thoughts? And then Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, disappointment, missed opportunities. They bowled really well here, India, and just kept it simple, kept it tight. Goud in particular is just using the slope and her skills to be able to threaten the outside edge, moving the ball away, and then the odd ball with the scrambled seam nipping back in. And she should have 2 for. India should have 2 for, and England should really be on the ropes here, but they're just about surviving.
Sakgaray is going to continue from the pavilion end. It's traditional at this point to blame the captain for not taking it upstairs. As Sakgaray is in. It's tucked away by Boucher. Really nicely out towards deep square leg. It's running off towards the boundary. Fielder will not get there. Just on the pads, worked away well. But Sakgaray, they're just trying to challenge the stumps. 4 more to the total, 17 for 1. But, you know, I'm a bit of a traditionalist. I think it just looked out. The umpire might have given it.
Well, Sue Redfern's a big not-outer, isn't she?
She is a bit of a not-outer.
Yeah.
She gave a kind of crucial not-out in a test match I saw recently that was shown to be hitting middle.
Yeah, but people have traits as umpire, and that's the beauty of the fact that we have humans umpiring is the error in it.
Sakgaray's in. This is driven up to mid on full ball. There's no runs, go straight to the fielder.
And if it was robots, it would give us far less to talk about. So
it would.
I think the element of human error exists for players in mistakes that you make, in the Indian captain and wicket keeper and bowler choosing not to send that upstairs. The technology is there for a reason. You've got 3 reviews. It looked really close. Use it, I would say.
Everybody messed up except the bowler.
Yeah, but could have implored the captain.
Yeah. 2 slips. wicket-keeper up to the stumps, driving. As Boucher misses through to the keeper. And there is no run. In fairness to umpire Redford, she may have thought that Knight just got outside the line. She may have thought that there was a little inside edge.
Well, there's a reason she's not giving it out.
Yeah,
if she thought it was dead, it would be very unusual for her to give it not out.
She must have. I mean, actually, when you look at it in real time, you feel that she has moved towards off stump.
I don't know. I triggered
just outside. Well, yeah.
I'm a bowler, though.
Yeah. To be honest, my finger went up as well. But, you know, Sakure in again. Scurrying approach forward comes Boucher, defends into the offside. And, some very enthusiastic fielding out there.
What I would say here is, though, I feel like England have allowed themselves to be bunkered down at one end. There's no intent to even look to run on that. There's a big gap between backward point and extra cover.
Yep, there's a huge gap. 2 slips gully, forward short leg point, and then a big gap round to the wide mid-off. Sakura is in again. Forward in defence comes Boucher, plays up to mid-off. There's no run. But you can understand why. I mean, these people are not playing multi-day cricket very often. Boucher is thinking to herself, I have got 6 minutes to survive.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know,
absolutely.
All those things.
But as a bowler, you want to bowl at the same person the whole time, is more the point I'm trying to make.
But Boucher would love to get in, not out tonight, and know that she can then sleep on it, come back tomorrow morning. Yeah.
Hasn't happened to me frequently.
Must have done occasionally, wasn't it, I suppose? As she works this another full ball, a straight ball to short mid-wicket, end of the over. 4 off the first ball, 17 for 1. Dots thereafter. Boucher 13. Knight has won. This in reply to India's 285. It's been a really good day's cricket. We've had 11 wickets go down. It's another very good advertisement for Test cricket. Mentioning earlier, 8 consecutive Test matches around the world have now resulted in positive results, which is the best run women's cricket has seen, and it's partly because of all the things that have developed in one-day cricket. So yes, I mean, I'll just give you England's previous results against India. The first 4 matches were drawn, then England won a thriller by 2 runs in Jamshedpur. Then the next 3 were drawn. There was an abandonment. The next 3 were drawn. India won the next 2. One at Wormsley in 2006, and then again, at Leicester, and then I've got that wrong, Taunton, and then Wormsley. Then a draw at Bristol. Remember, that one's quite a attritional draw. Start of a new over, and we've got a new bowler into the attack. It's Sneh Rana. Her first ball is full and pushed at the offside. No run. There were moments when that game sprung into life. Remember Heather Knight picking up a couple of wickets late on one day, bringing herself on to bowl. But in the end, that petered out into a draw as Rana in again. And now that gets in an outside edge as Knight looks to turn the ball into the onside, gets turned round, and it bounces just in front of second slip. Playing for turn that wasn't there. It's just come on. Well, it has turned a touch. It's just overcorrected for, or overplayed for the turn. Outside edge landing just short of second slip. Batting very difficult. The end of day 1. Forward comes Knight in solid defence. Pushes straight to short extra cover. Then the last game at the D.Y. Patil Stadium, England lost by 347. So 3 of the last 4 have produced positive results. Before that, only 1 match. In again is Sneh Rana. Worked around the front pad to short mid-wicket. There is no run. We've got 2.5 minutes to go. And the England batters not quite experienced enough to do enough gardening, to chat, to call for gloves, to do up shoelaces. So I think we're going to get one more over in after this. It's forward again comes Knight and just drops the ball into the ground in front of short leg.
1 scoring stroke in the last 29 balls. They are playing for the close.
They are. And they're nearly there. If they survive 1 more ball, the night watcher can take her pads off, if there is one.
Only until October.
Only until October, but she can take her pads off now. She wouldn't have to wear them until October. As this is driven to short extra cover. There's no run. A maiden start for Sneh Rana. We're going to get 1 more over in. 17 for 1. England. Boucher 13. Knight has 1. Who's going to bowl it? Probably Sakura, you'd imagine. So, in the entire history of English women's Test cricket, they've drawn 64 out of 102 games. But the game has changed a lot. And matches like this are going to make a clamour for more Test cricket, because the game's moved along at a really nice pace today. 302 runs in 85 overs.
And fluctuations in the day's play as well, where both teams at one stage or another would have felt like they've dominated proceedings. It's just swinging in India's balance, you'd have to say, especially if they take one more in this final over.
Well, Kranti Gaur's changed end. She's coming in from the pavilion end for the last over of the day. So the keeper is back, and Bouchier drives the first ball, which is full to the extra cover region. And there's no runs. It's picked up by the fielder.
I don't know if you'd agree with this, Dan. I'd say approximately 300 runs for 11 wickets is just about the perfect opening Test day, isn't it?
It is. I think that is pretty much the perfect Test day. Might have wanted a few more overs, but it's still more than you'd get in a men's Test match, isn't it? We're going to end up with 86 plus a change between innings, so nearly 90 overs. Kranti Gaur in again. This is worked back along the ground by Bouchier, standing tall and just defending back to the bowler. And I think the surfaces play an enormous part in this. When they play on slow, low surfaces, it doesn't do men's cricket or women's cricket any good. But there's been a bit in there for spinners. There's been still enough nip and deviation to keep the seamers interested. Yeah, there have been some loose shots today. Some wickets have been given away, but that happens in all cricket. Kranti Gaur in again, wide of the off stump, through to the keeper, left alone, shouldering arms. Here's Bouchier. 3 balls left in the day's play. If England can survive it, honours even, Stephen?
I do think honours it. I was just contemplating what I said there, where I think if India take a wicket now, it's their day. If they don't, I think it's even at the end of today.
Would say though that the pitch is showing signs of interest for the seam bowlers if they get in the right place. Kranti Gaur is in. That's a good firm drive by Bouchier, full ball, but picks out the deep set mid-off. There's no run.
Well, I think it's quite a new ball pitch. You want to use the new ball because that's where you find that nibble. But then as soon as it's not nibbling anymore, that's when you have to ring it up and bowl defensively and bowl boring, as Izzy Wong did when she took her wickets in the afternoon session.
Hardness of the ball will stay a little bit longer, I think, as Bouchier just tickles this fine. It's a lovely little fine leg glance, going to run down to the boundary for 4 on the pads, but she got that super fine. A bonus boundary at the back end of the day, 21 for 1. Yeah, but what I mean by that is that in men's cricket, the ball's coming on harder, it's being hit harder. The ball may just keep its hardness a little bit longer for a women's Test match. Might be looking at sort of 40 overs, 45 even, before it gets that bit softer. So India have got a whole session tomorrow with a responsive ball, you'd think. Last ball of the day's play incoming. What a great day it's been. Beautiful sunshine, well-attended match, thrilling cricket. Here comes Gaur. Into Bouchier, defends, back to the bowler, back up to mid-off. And that is it. Bouchier and Knight survive. 21 for 1. England close on a deficit of 264 on an absorbing day where honours, you'd have to say, are pretty much even. England put India into bat. We saw some fine knocks from Smriti Mandana, Jemimah Rodrigues, Harmanpreet Kaur, Dipti Sharma. But England kept chipping away, initially with their seamers and then at the back end with their spinners, Villiers and Eccleston. And they'll walk off now. There's plenty of work to do tomorrow, but this game is really nicely balanced as the players walk off. On a day that began with, well, high emotion, really. Seeing all those England players coming here to Lord's for a Test match for the very first time. And now, well, we are properly in the thick of the action. Those thoughts are now behind us, and now it's all about who's going to get the better of the other in this match. Your thoughts, Stephen Finn, and then it will be Alison Mitchell.
Yeah, an absorbing day's cricket. England opting to bowl first after winning the toss. Certainly in this weather, you're looking at it on the face of it and thinking, would it have been better to bat? But after a shaky first hour or so, I think they settled into their work really well and got their rewards in the afternoon session in particular. I think that they kept it tight, didn't let the game get away from them, and then caused somewhat of a collapse for India that was around 100 runs for 7 wickets, wasn't it, in the end? And there at the end, had India opted to review that Heather Knight LBW, then we could have been talking a bit differently about how this day looks for England. But for the time being, it feels as though it's honours even.